will try and pull up as best as they can and get themselves a little bit of feed off the splits. And oh my lord, this is working out for them. Got Meow and Konaxi both finds two to where TSG thought maybe they were in a good position.
Back. That's surely going to be 2 down here for SDK. Luke 12 trying to pre-fire Mexi. He does get that knock, but he sees 2 out the window. He's going to try to catch him. That's 1 for Luke 12. He's going to come in here and flush this out. There's still another one coming down this hill. Jeans as well rushing in. That Molly's not going to do it. Oh my god. Is he going to do this? Luke 12 is trying to win the 1v4, but now he's on fire and he's got to hit. He's got to hide in this back box, and there just isn't enough heals. Just goes too far. I thought that might clip crazy a bit, but Forever gonna get a knock onto Lou. Now Forever steps up, gets 2. That is VP. Very bruised and battered. Make it 3 now, as it's just Hiruzen left for Virtus Pro. Tries to outduel Crazy. He's gonna get that one. They're up and over.
It's gonna be incredibly traumatizing.
Well, you can't have those gophers in your garden, man. They tear up the plants.
I guess not. Yeah.
They're pests. All right. Ooh, what a grenade from Godby. Much there. Maoye gets a bit, but not much himself. So more damage from up on high. Leo with a very nice AK spray, but a great counter grenade from 9. Finds the knock onto Leo. All up to Maoye. Grenades exploding behind him. He's able to dodge them for now. Can he pull off the heroics to get into the tree? No,
damage coming their way. Finally, the Molly is going to be close. He's sitting up on the balcony. I'm not sure he's going to go down because of it. Instantly, though, CC finds a double inside. Leo takes down Spiro as well. Lou's going to nade himself, and there's just one left alive. Within seconds, GEX holds off. Hiruzen still alive. Thought, well, that was going to be the wipe. Not quite the case. Bullets missed, and he's going to get himself one more. So 2 knocks now in his favor. He's going to find the 3rd as well. I think he just did. There's just one left alive now. 1v3, and it's working out for Hiruzen. 1v1 now against him and CC. He saw him on the other side. He gets the readout. Leo is there. It's no HP, and no, he does it from nowhere.
It is a 2v1 for SDK. They look to close this out. This one could go for a little bit longer. A few more stuns rolling out to the side of Nurin's going to push him over. Uncivil, no health been put back into him just yet. Underneath the hill line, though, is Alo. He gets a pretty good angle. I don't know if they're going to see him. Indeed, they don't. Uncivil gets knocked. Can Alo do this? Can he bring it home? No, he cannot.
Sprinting around inside and take that suppressor off your gun because they will see you outside. I think 30 has a... No, as I say, that has no clue where he is. That's Uncivil, sorry. Excuse me, trying to take one down. It does save the first one. Second one goes down as well. Now, oh my lord. Forward. You have the nade, you have the utility. Throw a flash, push around the smoke on the west side, and I think that's what's going to happen right now.
Yeah, Uncivil gets 1. He's going to get 2. What a spray from Uncivil. EJ left for Afrika to try to get the 1v3. There's 1. Grenade finishes it, but no. First aid kits, a lot of dead bodies around him for him to loot. Grenades now from Oath are there, and they're finding the mark. A double for...
Here comes the nothing to lose Oath. Nothing to lose Oath. Full speed forward they go, trying to put more death into more players. They trade one a piece of the action, though. They're going to be able to get the flush on one. Pat
couldn't snag the win. PO trying to outduel Relo. Relo's going to land the headshot. That's probably going to... Well, PO's too aggressive anyway. Oh, Relo's knocked. Esther now on the drive. Stakers himself trying to get it done.
Weekly PGI.S. There only have been 2 weeks of PGI.S so far, but there's one thing that stands out. The flow of the weekly series is different every time. Especially in the weekly series week 2, Chinese teams looked incredibly strong, and it was 4AM that stood out the most. Let's check out this video to watch their incredible win in weekly final week 2. 4 Chinese teams participated in the weekly final week 2. We can see how strong the Chinese teams were this week. So everyone had high hopes for them, and 4AM really turned those hopes into reality. In match 3 of weekly final week 2, 4AM began scoring points right and left. It all started when they took the lead in the early phase of the game, and after that win, they really picked up momentum. They scored 9 kills, knocking out Oath, PSG, and Team Liquid. Once they got started, they just couldn't be stopped. In match 6, 4AM encountered the first challenge toward winning the weekly final. It was Virtus Pro, one of the strongest teams from Europe. In 4v4 battle, Virtus.pro took the first advantage. When the frag grenades didn't hit crazy, 4AM seized the opportunity to counter-attack. The tide continued to shift in their favor as they knocked Rue and the Tulip. Finally, 4AM won the chicken dinner with 15 kills. But did they celebrate too soon? 4AM were eliminated only in the following matches. Especially in match 9, they got taken out in less than 10 minutes. The only man left standing was Xiaolu. Luckily, Xiaolu knew that staying alive is the most important thing. He kept quiet when the other teams eliminated each other and focused on surviving until the very end. When the smoke settled, he was able to secure 4AM 5 very valuable placement points. Although 4AM were eliminated as the 10th team in match 10, Infantry, the only team that was able to stop 4AM from winning, came in as top 4. In the end, 4AM became the champions of weekly final week 2. There are so many exciting moments in this video, so we'll have an interview with the players who created all the hype. The first place team in PGI.S weekly final week 2, 4AM!
大家好，我们是 4M 战队，我是 4M 的选手凯瑞，
我是 4M 的小鹿，
我是 4M 的11，
我是 4M 战队的永远。
First, how did it feel to win weekly final week 2? How does it feel to win about $120,000?
因为这才第2周比赛嘛，所以我觉得我们得继续加油，不能懈怠。就是因为之后还会有那个之后几周的奖金会更多嘛，希望我们都能拿得好。
Cool. So just like your team name, like you guys played very aggressively, as if you're really actually angry all the time. So what kind of strategy did you guys take into the match?
其实我们打所有的比赛都没有会去特别的去为什么去布置过战术吧，我们就是想的就是把自己平常练习的东西全部都做到最好，我们觉得就够了。
Looking at the PGI.S Week 2 schedule, which team do you think is your rival?
我觉得我们的劲敌是 FT 了，因为我们的名次总在一起。
So in match 6 in weekly final week 2, you guys set the stage for the win after winning chicken dinner with 15 kills. So in the last engagement with Virtus.pro, what did you guys focus on the most?
就光听到永远说倒一个倒2个，然后我们就往前压了嘛。
In match 7 of weekly final week 2, you guys kept saving each other like you guys were immortal. So what was your team communication in the situation?
我们队伍在倒人的情况下，保持着优良传统，不放弃。
Okay, so in match 9 in weekly final week 2, Xiaolu secured a lot of placement points. Like in the beginning, when you survived alone and other teammates have died, you made a risky move to rush to the house, at the very center. What made you risk rushing to the house?
就开枪制造混乱，然后让他们，就我也不确保，就看运气。
4AM topped the Pick'em Challenge Week 2's weekly final top 4, and it was over 260,000 votes and became the champion in the end. So how does it feel to have the most fans behind you, and do you have anything to say to your fans?
我们应该都很开心吧，因为这种被人信任的感觉始终是非常不错的。
希望大家下周还可以把票给我们，然后换更多的一批。
希望大家继续给我们投票。
希望你们把票都给我交了。
我们会继续保持我们的竞技水平，然后一直打下去的。
So congrats again, 4AM, and good luck. Starting with 4AM's win, I wonder if the other Chinese team will continue to show their strength in the upcoming weekly series, week 3. This was an interview with the first place team from weekly final week 2, 4AM. The PGI.S Weekly Series Week 3 begins today, so let's take a look at some notable teams in Weekly Survival Week 3. First, we should pay attention to T1 from the bottom 16, as they placed 11th, 12th, 15th, and 9th in the first day. They continue to stay in the lowest group with Tom and Kia. However, after day 1 consecutive chicken dinner in match 7 and 8 of the day 2, they were able to claim 3rd place at the end of the day. Will T1 be able to show other shocking comeback in Weekly Survival Week 3? Let's see. In 2 Weekly Survivals, do you know how many teams have advanced on the first day? The answer is only 2. It's Shoot to Kill and Team Liquid. Team Liquid may be disappointed with their weekly final results. For both Week 1 and Week 2, they took 1st place in the day 1, but they were not able to win on day 2. Honestly, Team Liquid in day 1 and day 2 look like a completely different team. When weekly final Week 2 day 1 was over, they scored a total of 41 points. But when the day 2 was over, they had 60. They didn't get the half of the score they got in day 1. Why do you think their results are so different? In weekly final Week 2, Zims had 19 kills and put up over 3,200 damage. But his other teammates' performances seem to be lacking. You guys are going to have to shoot out a lot of support to get rid of Jinx from TCS Europe, right? Moving on, there's a team that's really becoming a threat to the other top teams. I'm talking about INS. In day 1 and day 2 of Weekly Survival Week 2, INS wasn't a particularly notable team. Especially in their first match, in match 3 of day 1, Lucimer died right off the bat, and the team got eliminated in 16th place. However, in match 12 of day 3, 2 players survived and won INS the chicken dinner to advance them into the weekly final. And in the weekly final, they really reached the final form. Especially, Squeaky really showed up by making some incredible shots to help INS place top 10 with a total of 15 kills. Diggory was just as steadily scoring 13 kills. If they advance to the weekly final once again, they will show better performance. Another team that we should pay attention to is Buriram United Sports from Thailand, the team that many of the casters have fallen in love with. If you can describe them in just one word, it's kill. The total of 10 matches of weekly final Week 2, Buriram United Sports scored 57 points, but they only had 6 placement points. That's right, 51 of these team points were all earned from kills. This is the second best number after 4 AM. More surprisingly, Buriram United Sports have never come in the top 4 in the weekly final Week 2, not even once. If Buriram United Sports could secure more placement points by surviving more from safer plays, they could surely aim for winning the weekly final, right? Let's look forward to their performances in this week's weekly series. That's all we have for today's weekly PGI.S. We've reached the half point for the whole tournament. You can really feel the tension for the prize money heating up. And your predictions with the Pick'em Challenge are just as intense as the team's competition. Especially this week, since the weekly Kill Point MVP event is back. So make sure to try the challenge. Also, don't forget the Weekly Survival Week 3, which will be from February 23rd to 25th, and Weekly Final Week 3 from February 27th and 28th. Which team will come out on the top at the end of the February? I can't wait to find out. Oh, I'm sorry, one last thing. For the 4th episode of Weekly PGI.S, we'll be back on March 9th, not the 2nd. So I hope you all enjoy the Survival Tournament until then. Want to know more about the Survival Tournament? Please wait a little. More details at Survival Tournament will be shared very soon. Okay, thank you for watching Weekly PGI.S today, and see you next time. Bye-bye!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back as we kick off the weekly survival series on this week 3 of PGI.S. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Matchum and Godspeed as we get ready for even more action. It was a little confusing for the teams as they adapted over the first 2 weeks, but at this point, excuses are out the door. Matchum, it's go time. Everyone should understand the format at this point, right?
Yeah, 100%. Let's be real. This is kind of a little bit of a confusing process to work through as you're trying to figure out how to get the system together, how you have to play through each stage. All the teams should be 100% prepared at this point. They know how they're going to move through, and we've often seen the teams that are proactively trying to, for lack of a better term, manipulate the other teams around them, or just showing up with the fact that they know that they've got the firepower to take fight upon fight, being our dominant teams in this.
Godspeed, you're an ex-pro who's played with some of the best that North America has to offer. You yourself, one of the best North America had to offer for a brief period of time. Ever so brief. No, I'm kidding. I do want to know, though, from that pro perspective, though, how long do you give sort of leniency to a format that is as different as this one is from what players are used to?
I mean, it's just a completely different experience when you're switching between the weekly finals and the weekly survival just to make it to those finals. I mean, the play style is slightly different because you're not focused on kill points. You're obviously focused on getting the win in the survivals, which, you know, kind of goes against everything that we've been going for recently. But it also shakes things up, and it shows which teams are able to adapt and which players, you know, are really able to come alive for their team in the situations where they need to in those clutch moments. So overall, I mean, it's tough mentally, but it's also, I think it builds players to a much stronger competitive unit, like especially after coming out of events like this.
That's interesting. It is about that adjustment. There are teams, Matchum, that are saying trying subs in different places. Let's talk about Na'Vi for a second. They're an example of this. They changed out their roster during Survival Series last week. They said we're trying some things in the early stages of this tournament, but they're in 25th place coming into this week, which means they don't have a lot of time to get to the weekly final. Do you agree with this idea of using the first 2 or 3 weeks to sort of get warmed up for the grand finale?
Well, everything escalates slowly and steadily. It's just going to continue to build. And one of the big factors right now is we're seeing teams that are really good at research and modifying on the fly, having a lot of success. So being able to bring in things like switching out players here or there, trying different play styles, this would be the time to do it if you're going to do it. Let's be real. Naturally, you were talking about just a second ago, Toffees, week or two to try to figure out how to play the system, figure out how everything works and how your team fits inside that system. And now see if you can maybe bring out a couple of curveballs or try a couple of new things that you hadn't really tried before, and see if you can keep some of these other teams on their toes and maybe get something else out of it. And let's be real, if you're in 25th, try what you can, because you need better than what you're doing right now.
That's fair. So maybe the teams on the bottom need to try something new, but let's take a look at the teams that have tried something that worked so far. We'll take a look at the standings and where everybody stands based on money. Because remember, the grand prize, the bragging rights, the trophy, that giant figurine of tier 3 goodness goes to whoever has the most money at the end of this thing. Currently, 4 angry men are 4 rich boys, as they have $112,000 in their coffers. Infantry right behind that, and then Shoot to Kill, who seems to start strong but finish a little bit weaker, bringing up 3rd place. Godspeed, what are your thoughts on these standings as you kind of look over them?
I mean, 4 a.m. has been just out of control, especially with the way they've been clearing out their edge of the circle. I mean, they're just sweeping teams under the rug. Infantry as well, doing a phenomenal job in their team fights. But SDK, I mean, they've been playing some real solid, like, team-on-team PUBG. They're just... They're playing so tight as a unit. Their team fights look great. I mean, and none of them are even really playing that far out of like a really tight formation. I mean, they're just, I'm a huge NA, obviously Shoot to Kill fan. I'm going to sing their praises, but they're playing great. Then obviously Afrika Freak's doing really well as well. So, I mean, all these teams have just been showing that they can adapt in this crazy format.
When I look at the top 5 teams on that list, Matt, the thing that stands out to me is, and this could just be me, I mean, like, you guys are the analysts to tell me if this is right. It seems like they're not adapting their gameplay week to week. They're just sort of doing their thing, and it's working. Whereas other teams, we're definitely seeing adapting. Do you feel that way about the top 5?
Yes and no. I mean, we've seen a little bit of modifications come into play, like we wouldn't, let's say, see shoot to kill hot drop on a regular basis beforehand before this. But it's about understanding how they can, for lack of a better term, exploit the systems and figure out when they can do, and whenever they can assert their influence. I know that we talk about that a lot on the analyst desk and how it's important to be proactive instead of reactive. And we're seeing the proactive teams be the ones that are really taking control over these games.
All right, let's take a look at what you want to take control for. You want to win the money. Let's look at how the money is going to break down because it is a little bit different than normal tournaments. On the left side of the screen during Weekly Survival, you can see that it's $10,000 for first place, and it goes down to $1,000 for the 8th. So, like, whoever qualifies first makes more money. 9 through 16 doesn't pay, but you still get to go to the weekly final on the right side. The weekly final becomes more important by the week. Last week, first place got $50,000. This week, $100,000 for first place. And second basically makes as much as first place did last week. And so that does mean that I don't say the difficulty level, but the importance, the need to be on and perform obviously skyrockets as it goes forward. Weekly Survival 3, you can see the teams in the middle are the 16 who will be taking the field to start. As they win, they will be sliding to the left, and the person who is first on the waiting list will step into the limelight and join the 16 competing teams. So Furia, for instance, Godspeed, only gets one shot to make the weekly final.
Yeah, and that's also how important it is to make sure that you're continuing to play well when it switches to the bottom 16. You know, the reseeding games are absolutely vital. And I also want to touch upon just the way that you were talking about the way the money works, and that's what makes this format so brutal. There's so much pressure the later it goes into the tournament because of how much bigger these prize pools are.
Yeah. All right, as you
it's
saw,
so mentally taxing.
It is incredibly mentally taxing. You saw the schedule. The first game started 2 minutes ago, allegedly, but we know it's starting right now. The roof is opening. The games are getting underway, so we're going to stop talking, and we're going to go straight to the guys who are giving us the cast. It is going to be a ton of fun with the salacious stylings of Paper Thin and Toby.
Thank you very much, Toffees. It is a pleasure to be back here for week number 3. And you guys did a great job, Matchroom and Godspeed, breaking it all down, getting us prepared for these first games. And Toby, we only got one date to do these first weekly, whatever you want to call it, survival matches for week number 3. But we get to see the exact same teams, which I think is really fun. It just kind of feels a little bit comfortable for us.
Yeah, and I think when we're looking at how the Miramar games went last week in the weekly finals, there are so many Chinese teams that I'm looking at right now because there are China written all over the board, and they were just overall, even though it wasn't only Chinese team that won Miramar games, just overall, if you look at it from a regional perspective, there were just so many good performances coming out of China, on Miramar in particular.
Yeah, exactly. It is a map that seems to be right now very well figured out by them. You know, we got to give a little shout out to Ents and Genji, who had some pretty good games as well. But for Virtus Pro, I think highlighting them because their normal drop spot of Power Grid is taken by MCG to start. So for them, they have to kind of find new things to adjust to. Circle very southern here once again to start things out. And this one isn't as... it doesn't have as much of the chicken wing in it, Toby. I don't think we're going to have that same hope we did as last week.
I mean, when we get the wild circles are always a little more fun when they're in the, oh, it shouldn't happen this time around. When there's too big a chance of it happening, it's just kind of, it's a little more expected. So I think it would hit better if we got it now than it would have we gotten it last week. You know what I mean? Now it seems even more unlikely, so players will be less prepared for it. No, jokes aside, I think one of the, I had a chance to talk to Batulins from Virtus Pro, and I asked him because they don't normally strike me as a team that just give up loot spots. They have been fighting for Power Grid before, and I asked him, how come? How come you allowed for Multi-Circle Gaming to claim Power Grid? And I said, does it have anything to do with DA not being here? Because DA is one of the household teams that like looting on the southwest side of Picado. And he said, yes, that's exactly why. We don't have to pressure up towards like multi-circle gaming. If we can loot right next to it and still be within the same loot like rotation paths as we normally would be, no reason to start fighting over it. So they just go down and take what would be DA's loot. But then I asked him, what if we have a situation where both multi-circle gaming and DA are playing in the same week? What are you gonna do then? And that's when he said, then you might see us fight for a loot spot or two.
Ooh, interesting. Fingers crossed we get that, I guess, in a way. I'm not particularly rooting against any team to not get a win, but at the same time, I would like to see a little bit of spice in my games. Nothing wrong with that. Now, Infantry always dropping over by Impala, so for them, they're just kind of grabbing the vehicles, getting everything situated. You could already see here, Longsker has made his way in with 9, and they will begin their looting phase. This one, I expect them to just kind of, they might set up a vehicle trap from time to time. We do see this with Infantry. We've seen it. They'll camp the bridges. I've seen them camp roads and dirt paths and things, but it seems like it's more of like I mentioned last week, they roll a dice and just kind of, you never know when they're going to do it.
Yeah, it's and that's to me how you want to do it. If seemingly, if infantry doesn't even know when they're gonna be camping, then how in the universe are you supposed to know that as a viewer? You know, how are you ever going to know when you're gonna be camped if the guy doing it doesn't even know when they're planning on doing it? So I think that's a pretty smart way of doing it. They only do it every now and again, maybe in situations where it doesn't seem likely that it should be happening. But having said that, infantry getting to the loot spot late, they committed all the way east to Impala. I think they're just going to be too late to really expect to get to camp anyone.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment, and I think that is unlikely to be seen in this round, indeed. Shoot to Kill has San Martin. There's nobody contesting them yet. We do not have, for example, TSM around, so for them, they get to call San Martin home. 4 a.m. is Hacienda. Very few people ever challenge them on that particular spot. I think a lot of teams have learned that right now, 4 a.m. is not to be messed with. Zenith had a pretty, I think Zenith had a pretty good week, Toby. They got a win. They got through to the weekly finals. They look, they're improving a lot, I think.
Oh yeah. And let's see here. Batulans, will you get to shoot? You are in a 1v2, so Buchus will get 3 shots towards you. Not gonna happen though. Now comes Hiruzen. Hiruzen had also himself a very, very good week individually for Virtus Pro. And seems to me like Buchus ain't quite done yet. We'll take a look towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen is trying to wrap around, but oh, did he think they left? They did not. They're still there, and he's gonna go take one more circle, take one more lap inside the city, because they haven't left you quite yet.
Yeah, the do-si-do there as they're trying to kind of feel each other out a bit. Now Zenith gonna cross paths with MCG. Summer immediately wants to try to get shots off. I think Take just shot his own teammate in the back. Whoops. But Summer going to look and try to secure this motorcycle while there's a little bit of action. Evil Lee providing cover fire over the top. More just trying to, I think, swat Zenith away a little bit here as they are. There's plenty of room to maneuver in this circle right now. Still, about half the teams haven't even made it in yet.
No, exactly. And as you said, and I think it breaks, it opens up an interesting discussion of how Zenith actually played pretty well. I still think back to their incredibly good Yasnaya win on in the weekly finals, and as you said, we only get one game where it's the exact same 16 teams that we saw throughout the entire weekly finals, but everything's changed now. Now we're back to just playing for the chicken dinner, and I think it's gonna be fun to see how maybe some teams will start doing things different. We saw 4M be extremely aggressive. I'm expecting them to continue that same play style. But other teams that aggressed surprisingly much maybe during the weekly finals, are they just going to go all the way back, like just full foot on the brakes there and play it slow? Or what are we going to see in terms of how teams are going to try and play this one out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a really good point here that for a lot of teams that just kind of approaching the weekly survival in a relatively similar fashion to how you would approach our normal settings with the points tends to work out pretty well. 4AM on screen here, they are one of those teams that they are not afraid to crash. Now, Liquid, how ready for this are they? They had somebody up here. Ibiza looks to be getting out. I'm a little worried for Clib. He's inside by the pews of the church and looking to get into his buggy, trying to find an angle. He should be able to escape, it looks like.
And I was just going to comment on the split that Liquid had set up. This is one of the things that Liquid do well, and I keep praising them for it, and that's because they keep, as we see right here, impressing in terms of how fast they are reacting. They were in a very wide 2-1-1 split with Mexi up on the hillside. You can see that's where Clip is headed right now. Jeans is all the way down to the south side hill, and then they had Clip and EB up towards the church area. Yes, it's great to have all those 3 spots, but that is why you have 3, so that if a full team pulls up on you, you can leave and you can play the 2 others, and that's exactly what they're doing now. They're even pulling EB over as well, with Ram coming in close. They will have heard the vehicles. They must have heard Clip come in. They're hearing EB right now as well, and he's slowly driving forward. Let's see if a fight commences off of this.
Yeah, Edie's going to head to the hill by the tree there and see what's going on in front of him. He heard the team up there, so going to see if they want to fight. Uncivil gets out. Oh my goodness. Alo gets the knock onto Punij, actually. Uncivil's there to get the cleanup. Roth now gets out of his vehicle. I'm pretty sure they know Uncivil's lit, so they're going to try it. Good job by Roth to get the knock here, but now he's taking fire from Alo, and we talk about this a lot. Shoot to kill. Does a fantastic job covering each other. Alo's going to get the knock on to Roth. So, as is PUBG tradition, North America fighting North America to start things out.
That vehicle was just not in a covering mood whatsoever. You could see just chasing down the vehicle. Give me some cover, man. I'm trying here. I'm trying and got the first one, but no, in the end, Uncivil will fall down alongside Roth. So I guess in the end of it, it kind of works out for Uncivil and STK getting a 2-for-1, but in the end, now they're only playing for the win. I think both teams would have been better off not having lost any players at all.
Definitely. It's you never want, especially in the weekly survival, you really can't afford to lose people early. It makes just things exponentially more difficult. We see time and time again that in the weekly survival, having 4 up in the end seems to be a very important factor in winning. Not always, but often the games kind of roll to the team that has 4 up. Now, we see, of course, exceptions to that rule, as we saw with like Shandion from TSG and a few others. And I want to talk about them for a second. They had a fantastic win on day number 1 of the weekly finals for week number 2, looking just tactically really sound.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. They were one of the teams that I want to say I was the most impressed by. Not that I didn't know they could deliver, but it was one of those I don't expect it, but I hope to see it happen. And they did. Many of the situations where other ENCE teams, I was going to say, but others, like earlier on ENCE, they would have maybe not gone out and done well. They did, especially in this area we're seeing right now where Tank is getting pulled off on by STK. ENCE had a great win, and now that's going to be 2 down. Tank gets the double. Alo and Purdy both gone down, gets the double flush in there as well, and with the circle going down towards the south, that is a needed flush because they have to get going instantly, trying to get a spot before everyone else does.
Yeah, one of the funnels to the south of Chumasera is going to be held by MCG, and they find 2 kills because of it. Now Lingdu going to cross right in front of VP, but there's 2 in the car this time around for VP. Hyruzen trying to connect some shots, isn't able to land them. Hyruzen had that insane 1v4 against GEX on Erangel. What a highlight reel moment for him. Now let's move over to Gen.G and TSG. They have to fight this out. Peng has a great angle. They're going to trade out. Peng finds another. On to Loki. Coming up behind him, though, is Anonix, saving Gen.G's bacon. Now there's Volleybear up on the hill. Gen.G scrambling to see if they can get to their fallen teammate.
Yeah, TSG in a somewhat slim 2-1-1 split. And again, Peng just not able to get out of there in time. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to do so. And actually made a 2-2 split. Sorry, Yamcha was down there as well. So they lose out on it. And now, Liquid, oh, Mexi, watch out, that buggy. Seems like it has a mind of its own. Trying to pull up here. Maybe they'll have a chance of engaging on it. Nate threw it on preemptively. They heard the buggy come in, and they now know, Gen.G, that more people are around.
Yeah, Gen.G is scrambling to get the reses and buy time to get their team back to full health, but get everything going, and that kill does fall to Mexi. But again, weekly survival, all that matters is that you get the win, so it's okay to let other teams steal those flushes this time around. For Gen.G, no hurry to do anything other than really focus on getting everybody alive, getting everybody full health. They're able to do it. GEX finds forever. Yan Li, though, going to get taken down by Crazy. The rest of GEX trailing pretty far behind this, not really in a position to support him just yet. Forever does end up falling as well for 4 a.m. So kind of an odd situation that these 2 teams find themselves in.
Yeah, GX does have the inside of the circle, but this is where 4AM shines on the edge and trying to take this fight here now. Already down one member early. It's gonna be a difficult task for them. And I guess we can really put a stamp on this as weekly survival when we see Gen G crashes into compound phase 2, because that would normally never ever happen. But we've seen it time and time again. How much these I'll just get to sit center and wait for late game circles can really help your chances of at least bringing home the chicken dinner regardless of how many kills you get.
It's definitely got to be part of your strategy for a lot of these teams coming into it. Also, if you want to get some EP, your strategy on the left, enter that code in and get some of yourself, some of that sweet EP and get some sweet skins, hopefully. Mexi taking some damage. I believe that's not Gen G that's shooting at him. I think it's from the side, potentially. I can't tell exactly which team, maybe TSG, maybe Luke 12 from shoot to kill. Luke 12 trying to do something to Jeems. Uncharacteristically, not the best spray there from Luke. Typically one of the best fraggers you will see in the world. And that grenade also comes up short of Jeems. SDK down to their last member. Jeems taking a little bit of damage from this grenade, but Luke 12 in a shack, and that's a tricky, sticky situation to be in. My word, this circle keeps the hope alive, Toby. It's keeping the hope alive.
I mean, we are hitting phase 4 next circle, but yeah, it's getting pretty impossible to get a circle now without any water. And the worst thing here is going towards the east like this. It's going to be so incredibly difficult for teams to try and make their way into this circle. A lot of the teams that are going to be funneling down towards the south are going to be in trouble. And if you're Liquid right now, you want to get rid of Luke as fast as you can. Maybe even back off if you realize it won't happen. They just cannot spend time doing this. They had a spot to get circle position. Now multi-circle gaming. They trade other teams that are trying to push in front of them.
Yeah, infantry lining up under the hill. That motorcycle almost runs over Zhao Ying. He just barely avoids it. Ling doing a buggy, taking shots from TSG and infantry. MCG fully committing to this particular site. And look at this overview that TSG has, just raining with that SKS. But Nautica's here as well. Day Trade shows up, and they are coming underneath from the south, and this is an absolute mess. This circle, the horrible shift has sent a lot of teams down into this compound, and it is pretty dicey. And there's even Zenith that's lurking on the bridge, potentially a freak on top. And right now we have a bit of a lull in the battle, but I don't expect that to last too much longer.
Everybody want the compound from where they don't have to move. 3 teams sent it forward, and right now infantry are the ones in the better position. That was an 8 thrown forward. Seems to me like no damage will be done, and multi-circle gaming will be out in 16th. Now, as I said before, with this east shift, this next circle should go, I would assume, even further east than where we are right now. And if we look at the south side of the road in the map feed, there is no one down there yet. Teams have simply not been able to wrap all the way around because so many teams have been clustered on the west side of the circle.
Yeah, too much congestion along the pathways, and on this part of Miramar, you're somewhat limited in the pathways that you could take. It's a rocky area. It is a steep area at times, so the areas where you can actually get the traction to drive some of the vehicles can be a little bit sparse depending on where you're coming from. Gen G, as hard as it was for them to defend that compound, as much work as they did, circle, not very favorable to them, so they have a battle looming against Team Liquid, it looks like, potentially. 4AM still on the edge with AAA. VP is way outside on the south of this. Not sure they're going to get involved. I don't expect them to with where they're at, but we'll see. Opening knock in this fight between Gen G and Team Liquid goes to Gen G.
And I don't see if, I mean, are they going to try and go for the rest? Maybe. I'm surprised to see no more teams, as I said before, up to go east. And I want to really compliment Battlegrounds in the split they're setting up right now. Very smart positioning from them, as again, this west side just moments away from blowing up. Let's see if the next circle is granting at least some sort of favors to the west side team. So if it is going east, nope, straight up to the north we go. Still going to be some water in there. And everyone on this hillside will have to come down towards the east. This is going to be a hard-fought battle, and I don't think any team up here, unfortunately, will be on the winning side of this game, because they will all have to fight for dear life to try and get down from this hill.
Yeah, if any team can come out of it from this northwest side, it's going to be very, very impressive and still pull off the win, as a lot of teams are, like you mentioned, already centered up. And yeah, Buriram over on the east, but let's focus on the fight that is still happening between Team Liquid and Gen G. Gen G being very methodical, taking their time with this. Clib has been knocked as well, so Ibiza and Jeeves the pressure is on them to see if they can defend from this Korean onslaught. Ibiza prone on the hill with his M4, gonna let some of these vehicles drive by, but Esther spots him out quickly. He was trying to be patient, trying to see if he could catch one trailing, pick up something that way. Meanwhile, CC has a bolt and has an angle. Let's see if he tries to pop off with it. And Luke 12, like you mentioned, he was gonna be a thorn in the side for Team Liquid, comes up, takes down their final member.
Had they dealt with him early, maybe there was a chance they could have rotated out of there as well. Didn't happen, and now they fall to him in the end of it. Luke will stay alive for now, at least. We'll see how much longer he's going to be able to do so. And in the meantime, Virtus Pro down towards the south. They're actually opted to rotate underneath the bridge. Now remember, coming into phase 5, with the little bit of water that's still down towards the south, we can theoretically shift straight back towards it. There's no rule saying that we cannot go back to water in phase 5 if there's still some in. So VP taking control of the south side of the road could actually end up paying off for them.
That knock from Edie, just in case you're curious, was about 450 meters or so, about 400 meters. But that is neither here nor there, as GEX did get ahead of 4AM a bit. And now 4AM has caught back up, and for GEX, they were busy watching Gen G and Team Liquid for quite some time, and this opened the door for 4AM. You really do not want to give these guys any hope, any breathing space, because they will shut you down. I say that, but CC with a very nice job working up with the stun and then finishing crazy. But now VP far underneath this, gets the knock onto CC. Lou sprays with the Groza, finally catches the head of Mao Ye. That's going to put him down. Only Leo left for GEX inside of this house, and I imagine 4 Angry Men is going to be pouncing very, very quickly. He does do a good job getting some shots into Godby to back him off. Stuns trying to buy as much time. Smokes in here as well. Finally, the Molly's going to land inside of there and catch Leo, and he is all but done. I think that's going to be the end of him here shortly. Indeed, 4AM finishes the job.
Yeah, great 2v3 breach from 4AM. Unfortunately, as I said, I don't want to say it's for nothing, because there is the wild situation where 4AM somehow managed to bring home the win, and of course that does start with them getting kills and making space for themselves, but it's gonna be unlikely. Let's see, Circle. Well, I mean, if there's a 4AM win brewing anywhere, that Circle shift sure did put a little bit of faith, at least in that theory.
Well, break out the Ataris. We're playing Pong in this game, and we're going back over to the west side. Now, Zenith found themselves a little bit of trouble after they crossed the bridge. They were able to successfully do that at least, but Virtus Pro working the beaches, and they're going to be slamming into them potentially here very soon. The knock onto Shinboy definitely makes them think that there might be an opportunity to get rid of them, put them out of the lobby, excuse me. Next up will be Meta, by the way, and I know a lot of fans are excited for that. I'm excited for that after how well they played in that bottom 16.
I was just gonna say, and I hope the desk will break down this as well, like day and night, watching them playing last week and then playing the bottom 16 matches. They were playing incredibly well, finishing off in first place in the bottom 16. They had a really, really good couple of days, and just overall, I mean, everything it seemed like they struggled to do in the first week, they just got going in the bottom. Like, their communication seemed on point, their rotations were good, they didn't lose players early like we saw them do so many other times, and if that's something we can expect for them coming into today, they could easily make it through to the finals as well. Let's see, Rilo finds Noadra. The fight on the east side has been brewing for a while, and now Burram needs to push forward towards Oath.
Yeah, Oath has a pretty good surround on Buriram's position. Buriram has to come in through the circle. Oath has it barricaded with their complex. Edie landing some pretty good shots there. And now he's looking to go over to another one. My word, hits more shots onto Pat Caps, doing good damage with that mini, with the 8X, taking advantage of that high bullet velocity. And Edie has a motorcycle. So let's see what the call is going to be here. Is this going to be some kind of distraction? Is he going to drive around, or is he just inching up forward and keeping it alive? Indeed, that's all that Edie wants to do for now. Back over to Virtus Pro. Has found this compound after not completely finishing off Zenith, though. They don't feel like they could comfortably do that. They have to deal with what's going on inside of this house first. That grenade did not quite do as much damage as Batulans probably would have liked. Here come the reinforcements. Grenade upstairs. No one home for that. They just rush on inside. Iruzen gets the knock here on Anura. It's quick flush as well. Infantry still above, waiting in the wings for whoever wins this fight.
Not afraid to take a fight. They never have been. They're just very, very I guess you can say calculated with when and how they go about doing it. Virtus Pro, these buildings are so damn difficult to push in, but at least for now, they've granted themselves control of the bottom floor. Question is whether they're gonna be willing to push upstairs and up. We've seen so many. If there's a building, we've seen the most 3v1s and whatever, and this would probably be it. Will it be needed for them to push up at all? Let's see, the nade is in. Nope, Puchos does fall down, and I don't see a whole lot of ways he can get back up, as he does get flushed in the end of it. So it's just Flash left alive with none of the, well, flashes to his name.
Yeah, Flash gonna try to hold the angle around the bookshelf there. Oops. That was, oh, it goes Infantry who shot them. Flash gets one, not able to get any others. And Day Trade does fall, and that was a tough one for them, being underneath Infantry for so long, and eventually Virtus Pro decides that this is their best option and holding off against them. Difficult for any team in any situation. Oath and Ents now kind of looking at each other, but for them, the circle has kind of centered, so they both have to make moves, and they might need to fight for that ridge line that's just to their west.
Yeah, I think that's where Ents wants to go. They're waiting for Oath to try and make a run for it. Maybe they can trap them coming in, but Loki over the top is looking down, and Ents, they were just not prepped for a team to potentially peek over the hilltop. That's really going to come to cost them. Tixu falls down. They lost Squeaky early. They needed that fourth guy to keep an eye in the back, and I think if there's anything you can point a finger at on Ents, like we saw last time, I mean, with the infantry push up the hill towards 4am on Miramar, with how they got shot at from behind in that late game, in the very final game by Gen G, this is kind of a repeat for it. They're missing that guy that always has the back cleared.
Yeah, that's tough when you lose that ability to cover those flanks and those angles. Decent grenade, catches a lot of damage into pack caps, but there's a lot of smoke, so he's able to go for the first aid so far. Diggory and Rustenmark going to be up to them from the Finnish boys. Godby, in the meantime, all alone for 4am, has dashed into the middle and seeing if he can maybe prone something out and get that win in some fashion like that. Now, Gen G, 6 kills already. They did lose Pio. To that, I believe it was from the long-range shooting from Buriram, and then maybe somebody else got the finish. Yeah, and Anonix is just going to watch this battle, and for Gen G, the blue will happen, but they're waiting for this fight to start, and then I think they're going to get involved, and indeed, it is going to be Anonix splashing into Diggory. It's going to be Esther who's going to get the knock. They're going to send it down the hill here. Rustenmar takes care of Pat Caps, but Loki trying to get behind, get a flank. This is what Gen G really likes to do. They like to use these vehicles to make their attacks, then they keep 2 behind and send 1 or 2 in the vehicles. Now, Rustenmar does spot out Anonix, at least enough of him, but doesn't get any damage. Stuns up Rustenmar in trouble. It's going to be Anonix's grenade that finished the job, and Enth is out in 10th.
Very smart push down the hill from Gen G. They knew that going over the top would not only open a third-party opportunity for Ents towards them, but also leave them vulnerable and exposed to the compound of a Freak of Freaks. So going down towards the east side, while it is low-ground terrain, allowed them to push forward, and now they're trying to do damage to Oath as well. 1 down already. There are only 2 left alive, but so are Oath. And as I say that, a card from the side takes down Balefrost.
Oh boy, Relo is taking a whole bunch of damage from multiple angles, and it's being very, very difficult. A Freak of Freaks now seeing what's going on just barely over this hill. So Akkad is helping out Gen G a little bit unintentionally. Circle does kind of go north, so there you go. Oath is down from the crossfire of the 2 Korean teams, but Gen G still in the circles. Now they have control over this ridgeline, so a great job being done by Gen G to establish their position. Now, Infantry and Virtus Pro and Zenith all have to leave this part of the circle here, and it's going to be quite fascinating to see who comes out of this battle.
How and when does Infantry push out of the compound? I think could be very telling of who ends up winning this kickstart. Does find one instantly. That's Lou gone down. They're committing to the push still. They're pushing further forward. Spiro ends up running over his teammate. That's unfortunate. Now Spiro falls down and returns to that as well. The vehicle does a big lob in the air, but ain't gonna matter. It is going to be Zenith, and watch out, Batulins. There's a vehicle coming, and now Infantry. They have a move to make. They weren't quite as fast on this as I thought they were gonna be, and Batulins knows there are people coming up towards them.
All right, here we go. 9 and Zhao Ying onto them. Bullying already been knocked. Good spray from Zhao Ying. Very well controlled on that barrel. Gets the knock onto Hires it. Batulins goes down as well from 9. The timing, maybe not as fast, but good enough for Infantry. Luke 12, hey, still alive. Aussie boy kicking and fighting, and he has a tractor and the northern part of the circle all to himself, so quite a bit of time, quite a bit of space to maneuver for him. as Infantry licking its wounds and going to think about coming through. And AAA been quiet, Toby, but they're still looking like they're going to have 4 alive. But next circle probably going to be difficult for them.
In my book, they've been too quiet. Yes, I understand that it's survival week and all that matters is the chicken dinner and you don't want to lose players when you don't have to, but also you're going to reach a point at some point in the game where you have to do something. And staying on the hill without doing anything is not something in my book. They had an opportunity to push down on Infantry when they were down here. They didn't, and now Infantry gets to hold them out. Now, they might not win this, given that they're 3v3 with a downhill disadvantage, but Attack All Around had a perfect opportunity to push down a third-party infantry while they were taking fight to Virtus Pro. They didn't, and now could come to cost them dearly.
Yeah, you gotta be cleaning those angles if you're playing Edge, no doubt about it. 9 gonna knock Spit, so AAA seems to be busy rezzing, so only about 2 of their players ever able to put any fire or nades or anything like that into Infantry. Up and over is some kind of, I think that was a molly. Yep, indeed, it's gonna land inside of there. Here come more grenades. 9's gonna get the finish. Stunned up is AAA. JR's takes some damage, is able to prone down. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. Falls apart, 9 gets the knock. Only 1 left, just Jake you, and he's gonna go down in Infantry. Wow. Fight to fight is all over the place. Gen.G finds Godby, takes him down.
Infantry don't lose a single player. Now they do, but that's to a freak of freaks. Attack All Around really, really missing a great opportunity there by simply not knowing when to aggress in that situation. 9 trying to hold off, will go for the res onto Xiaoyang. A freak of freaks, as you can see, they are pushing forward, but Gen.G actually, the team now that is shooting from afar. And unfortunately, the Snake Dreams, Luke, and Godby, they both tried, they both wanted to stay alive, but the center has been cleared, and we're finding ourselves in a 4v2v2. I feel like if Infantry and Gen.G want to win this, and I've seen discussions on this before, and I would, you can't really take on the teaming discussion, but they need to deal with the Giant. There are 2 Davids, and they need to deal with the Goliath together. They need to clear out a freak of freaks before they start hurting each other, because if Infantry starts fighting Gen.G, that's just going to make their common goal of taking down a freak of freaks that much harder.
Yeah, the problem for Infantry, it looks like, is that they can only really get underneath the hill, and Gen.G just going to hang out behind. So for Gen.G, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how they decide to approach this, because I like what you're saying, Toby. I think, you know, for Gen.G, you want to try to force Infantry to fight Afrika as much as possible. Do as much damage as you can, and just kind of wait this out and hope you can be alive at the end to claim the victory and not have to fight the Freaks at a 4-man advantage. Now, we did see SDK beat the Freaks. Granted, they had 3 instead of 4 earlier this week, or well, I guess it wasn't this week, technically last week, whatever. Anyway, couple days ago, regardless, SDK did end up winning that game, and Gen.G going to just wait this out. Center of the circle, going to be right smack there in the middle of everybody. Xiaoyang has taken a pretty good position underneath the hill, and I'm just waiting for this one to kick off. Let's see how Afrika wants to approach this as well.
I'm surprised to see Inonix play down towards the south. I thought he was going to try and claim position over the top. He knows that he don't have to leave before Account will have to get out of the roof of the building. Now let's see 9 trying to make the run around. Not going to work out. Xiaoyang is there to help, so he does stay alive for now. Blue is on his back, though. He has to keep on moving, and now Freaks have to leave. And this, as you said, is working out perfectly for Gen.G, who are currently just waiting for this fight to ruin. Maybe they can get themselves a third-party opportunity. 9 gets a count down to half HP, 49 HP and counting as they try to make the run forward. Now Inonix, he gave up the high ground control. That's what I was surprised by. We still managed to get EJ with the nade, though.
Yeah, a really nice grenade from Gen.G. Good timing, being patient, playing safe for now. But Esther's gonna get knocked by 9. Tried to step through, but gets spotted through the smoke by 9 of Infantry. EJ is down. Akkad on the spot, going for the res. Xiaoyang here, gonna try to go for some heals himself, as there is a little bit of time. This phase 9 circle does move rather slow, and Onyx over to Gen.G. So a lot of teams getting ready, getting set for the final moments that are just about to be happening. 9 and Xiaoyang still with a lot of smokes in their way, trying to keep track of what Afrika is doing. Some good shots into Akkad, but Akkad has enough of a lip in front of him to prone behind it. Xiaoyang almost gets the knock. Akkad escapes with a sliver of health there. And oh, this time he comes up and over, catches EJ. In fact, EJ gets 9. Akari trying to return the favor. Nowhere left for him to run behind, except behind that box. And Onyx stepping up. This is absolute chaos. And Onyx gonna get 9 here. Xiaoyang very hurt, very bruised, but Infantry still kicking. And now EJ, He is knocked again. 9. Oh boy, this is all over the place. Back and forth. Everybody finding time to rest. Finally, infantry does go down to Gen.G, EJ, Hansia, Hikari. Ooh, Hikari's knocked. Gen.G has an opening here. They have 2 left. They're looking really strong on the side, and Onyx is going to do it. Gen.G is going to get the win.
What a game. Gen.G did everything they possibly could to say, infantry, come on, do something, take them down. We're giving you the space to take the fight, and they were being very passive. Had it been a game for kills, they would probably done more. But as I said before, they did it right. They knew we have to somehow work with infantry to take down a freak of freaks, and they just waited. They played passive, but in the end, they're like, you know, we cannot wait any longer. We need to deal with infantry. They take them down swift and easy, and they have a perfect prone position. And Onyx get down 2 on the right side of the smoke. It's a flush on the last one as well. And the end of it, they've managed to bring home the win, only being 2. And if you're a freak of freaks, you've got to be pissed, because they were essentially versus 2 two-man teams that were just waiting outside the compound, holding them out. But had they moved earlier, there might have been a chance for them to force the third-party opportunity on one of the other teams. Instead, they allowed for the 2 duos to sit outside, wait for them, play each their dip, and grant themselves the chicken dinner.
Yeah, a tense one for Gen.G. You could see them holding their hearts as they were probably pounding, trying to calm themselves down. And they finish this game off. They get the win. And that is, if you go back to the last game of the weekly finals for week number 2, Toby, that's back-to-back wins for Gen.G. And in fact, 3 wins in 3 days played, because they've got a win on the first day of the weekly finals. They get a win here, and they win again today. So they go straight on over to the week 3 weekly finals.
Very impressive game for them. They were fighting all the way down, and we saw them up on the north side. We told about how the circle went away. They were forced. They pushed. They full-on aggressively pushed into TSG's compound early. They held off Liquid. They pushed her on the north. So the usual, oh, they were passive early. They kind of came in late and went aggressive there. Hells no. This was Gen.G fighting all the way through in a game style where other teams are the ones backing off. So we talked, will the aggressive teams slow down? Here it was the passive teams that actually started really aggressing forward to try and claim control. They knew the importance of playing center. They came down. They had a smart push on ends. They managed to take them out. They hold off Oath as well. And when it came down to it, they knew what to do in order to win. Had they made the push, which in other situations would have made sense, taking the push down towards infantry early, yes, you can get the kill, but now you're in a 2v4 with a full team that have been sitting in the compound for a while. So they knew, don't shoot at Gen.G, hold back, and we don't shoot at infantry, hold back, and that way we can get the win. They do that. Let's see now what they have to hear.
Global Invitational S Weekly Survivals Week 3, and our first winner was South Korea's Gen.G. I'm here with player Onyx. Congratulations!
와, 젠지 흐름이 너무 좋습니다. 위클리 파이널에서 상급 획득에 성공하고 오늘 $10,000를 바로 가져가게 되셨습니다.
You guys are taking home $10,000. How does it feel?
간만에 너무 떨려서 지금 아직도 손이 떨려갖고
My hands are still shaking.
말을 못 하겠는데 너무
I can't really
좋습니다.
speak, but it feels really great.
우리 에스터 선수와 이노닉스 선수가
It got really intense towards the end there, and you guys overcame the disadvantage of only having 2 players. What kind of orders or conversations did you guys have amongst yourselves? Yeah, there were only 2 of us left. But the 2 players that were outed early really gave us some good directions, and we had some really good communications during the game. I think that's how we won the chicken today. A lot of fans are cheering you guys on right now. Do you guys want to say something?
우선 3주 연속 파이널에 진출할 수 있게 돼서 정말 기쁘고요.
It feels really great that we are able to make it to the finals 3 weeks in a row.
잘할 수 있도록 열심히 준비하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And we'll prepare for the next coming weeks as well. Thank you and congratulations once again.
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 3주차 첫 진출팀은 바로 젠지 팀이었습니다. 이노닉스 선수와 인터뷰 함께했고요.
Congratulations to Gen.G, who just keeps getting better. Last week, they got through on the first day. In the 3rd game today, they win right out of the gate in a very impressive victory that I think a lot of us didn't even expect while we watched. As you look at the screen, you can see them moving to the left side of the weekly final, and that will mean Metagaming is now stepping into the Big 16 to try to earn their spot in the weekly final. We'll see if they can do it. It is a very tall order. It looked like a very difficult game for a lot of these teams, and we'll get right into it. Toffee's joined by Godspeed and Matchroom. Guys, let's break the highlights down. Matchroom, why don't you start us off?
So, okay, let's be real. This first circle, pretty rough. Second circle follows through off of it, and that just leads to chaos fighting along the edges. And teams that manage to set up, try to go for these fights, manage to get some very necessary kills in the earlier stages of the round.
On top of that, you know what I was really impressed with actually was just infantry right here. I mean, they cleared out edge after edge. They were on the south side for so long, and I mean, we can talk about the fight that happened at the end there because I know we all kind of had something to say about it, but overall, infantry was just playing out of control. Meanwhile, Gen.G was controlling the north, so really this is just infantry coming in from the south. You had Gen.G coming in from the north, and then all the teams in between. Luke and SDK still managed to get some points, unfortunately not enough, and then VP was also fighting off multiple teams. It was a madhouse. This game was out of control.
I found it weird how we had all of the flux fighting that was happening back over towards the north shift back down towards the south with the circle popping the way that it did. You know, a lot of these teams had to have an expectation for it, but it was just positionals. There's not a lot of good free real estate inside this, and different positions have vision towards each other. So I think that's why so many teams opted into an edge fight.
Well, that and the fact that this circle just tends to lend to a lot of really awkward fights because you're on the side of a massive hill, right? And there's only one compound there. Everything else is pretty open.
I have to say, right here, to me, it feels like Afrika Freaks lost track of what was happening with these last teams.
100%.
You can see that they're walking out and looking in different directions. This is not to downplay Gen.G. Let's be real. They fought their way into this, and they clutched up whenever it mattered, and great performance from them. But Afrika just kind of started stepping out of positions that they should have had an idea on where somebody was at, and they just kind of caught with their pants down.
Well, I mean, that really did. It seemed like that, though, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it was a win for Gen.G, but there was a lot of Freaks throw in there, Godspeed, in terms of when that knock happened. A reminder to everybody, there was a point where it was 4 Afrika Freaks, 2 infantry, and only one person was technically up from Gen.G off of that knock. And somehow they still got... They won, and they got every single kill that was left on the map. At that point, Gen.G had 10 kills with 6 opponents alive, and they finished with 16. So they not only finished, they went pew, 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 and like blew up the entire group.
And that's what feeds this thought, is the fact that we know that there was one member for Gen.G down over there. Afrika Freaks had to know that. And then they push back out into an angle and just get murdered whenever it seems like they forgot that Gen.G would be at that angle and position. Sure, they shifted just a little bit, and there was the firefights that were happening, but you know that somebody's going to be playing around that position. Whenever you have that numbers advantage, you should have the most information on top of having the most firepower.
Let's take a look at the kills. Walk me through the kills and the damage, Gatsby.
Esther is, I mean, really nuts. So is Inox. We knew this, but you know, also on the side of infantry, you had 5 and 5 for 9 and Zhao Yang, and then a COD for Afrika Freaks. I think the biggest thing, I mean, we just keep talking about it because that ending was so crazy. The biggest thing for me at that fight was really when Afrika Freaks, it was basically a 4-on-2. They had 1 knock. They went for the re-res, and what that essentially did is that kept everyone in the smoke, and Gen.G really only had, you know, 1 angle to look at and was straight ahead. So I think potentially not just taking that 3-on-2 at the end, because they were getting knocks. It's not like Afrika Freaks was just sitting there. But yeah, I think they just at that point go for the 3-on-2 potentially, instead of giving Gen.G all that room to just set up on them to come out of the smoke. But it was a crazy end, that's for sure.
I mean, I think 9 deserves a shout out there, Matchroom. Breaking 1,000 damage in a match is noteworthy, to say the least. It's up there with the 16 kills for Gen.G. I think that there is no question that game was all about the East. They played that well. The teams were represented, and it kind of fit their style a little bit, didn't it, Matt?
Well, I mean, there are so many takeaways whenever we're looking at that. Whenever we're looking at especially I was very focused in the north and south fights because it felt like there was a lot of containment that was going on inside of those. But most notably, the high kill counts between the last 3 remaining teams. Toffees, whenever we were watching the game, you're the one that was bringing that one up. We saw very dominant kill-heavy teams being the last ones, and sure, 2 of the teams limped in with only 2 members, but it was very commanding. Whenever they took control over an area, they took control of that area, and we saw massive damage numbers coming out from all of those teams.
Yeah, Godspeed, when I watched it, so I had the pleasure of being here last week for Weekly Survival and got to watch it the week before, and it seems like a trend is developing where the first day, the teams that get through are getting high kill counts, they're playing their game, they're just being aggressive, and then when we get to the back end of the Survival series, you start to see the sort of jettison teams, the survival teams, the crash, middle, and prey teams start to get through. Is there a reason for this?
Not really. I don't think so, because you've also had teams that have won just based purely off of getting really good circles. You've also had ones that have not gotten circles and fought their way in. It just depends on what that team sees in front of them and how they want to attack it. Obviously, it doesn't work out all the time. Third parties are a really big issue there as well. But I will tell you this, I definitely agree that towards the end of the week, as far as the weekly survival, you do start to see some desperation teams, as you said, sending in middle. And yeah, that takes an effect because you're essentially competing now for a chance. I mean, every game is one missed opportunity and you have to get that win. So it's tough, man. It's a brutal format for sure.
Matt, let me ask you this. During the broadcast, Toby said that it's survival week. All that matters is the chicken dinner, which I think is true in terms of definition. Do you agree with that sentiment, though, in terms of gameplay and how the teams are approaching it?
I mean, this is a very, if you're not first, you're last kind of situation when we're looking at weekly survival. This is true. But there are a lot of other elements that you need to be looking at. Controlling drop locations, making statements in how well you're going to fight teams that are near your drop spots or near your rotation points. I mean, if you're a team that's going to have you're playing on the first day, you're going to have a lot more potential opportunities. So sometimes we see some of these teams almost default back into, okay, I know I can't make it into the circle, so I'm at least going to kill the people around me that I want to be afraid of.
Let's talk about meta for a second here, Godspeed. They're coming in. They've got to make a statement, but they have a lot of games to do it. They've been on the rise. Week 2, they didn't come in until 28. Week 1, they didn't come in until 30. This week, they're coming in at 17. Do you think this signals that maybe those communication issues that were touted early on in the tournament are maybe finding solution?
I mean, I think that's always going to be a challenge overall. However, that being said, it does seem like they've started to kind of find their groove and figure things out. They went from a team that was kind of hesitant and didn't really move out of their compounds much to start to clear out their side of the circle, as well as just pushing compounds. And they've been doing really well. So overall, I'm really excited to see what meta has coming in this early to the Survival Series.
I can't wait to see what they bring. That's the fun of the format. Real quick, Matt, who wins this one? Just curious.
Let's just say shoot to kill, just because.
Okay, you say shoot to kill. Godspeed, who wins this one?
Oof. I'm going to go with Bury Ram. How about that?
Bury Ram. I absolutely love it. Let's see how it goes. Who will win? We know the circle will probably win, as it has been absolutely crazy. We're going into the first game of the day, powered by Intel. Also, a big shout out to the other sponsors who make this possible, Toomey, Zowie, and Perrier as well. You guys have been awesome. So let's go now to the Titanic twosome of Paper Thin and Toby with the call.
Thank you very much to our always awesome and accurate analysts as we get ready for game number 2. Aaron Gull, we're going to be rotating between maps, and I'm kind of two minds of the map rotation thing. If we're going to touch on it quickly here, Toby, this plate map, not the best, a little bit south, but I kind of, at least from a viewership perspective, like going back and forth. It kind of keeps things fresh in my mind.
Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. It makes pretty good sense. And just to touch back on meta, coming off of a very good, I think, having very, very impressive bottom league weekend. They had 2 games in week 1 to qualify. And I think that's a lot to ask of anyone to manage to do, and they didn't. Then they come into week 2, weekly survival. They get 3 games to play. Let's see here if TSG can find Snake or Surdy. Seems to me like it won't happen. Nope. 6-snag all the way through across the bridge. They stay safe. Now in week 2, they had 3 games. Again, not impossible. We've seen multi-circle gaming doing it in 1, but still a lot to ask of a team. Now they will have 15. And I want to see them qualify. I want to see them get established. Maybe not go and win game number 1, but get themselves established, get a little more accustomed to what's going on here, and find themselves a win and make it to week 3 finals.
Absolutely. I think for them, they're getting better, of course, slotting in Wicked from Korea to try to get this roster up and running in a short amount of time is difficult, and they're doing a fantastic job with it. And I mean, it helps that they're already a great squad to begin with. Some very, very talented players in Silzen, Sparking, and Ragnar. These guys are just really, really getting better and better, getting more accustomed to this. Maybe a little bit of the jet lag is falling off of them. And with Wicked probably working hard to improve his English, everybody on the team working hard to improve their English, I think they're going to get better and better as this one goes on. So I'm excited. They have 15 games this time, Toby, to try to get that win.
Exactly. They get themselves a good spot. Actually surprised to see them being able to take what some call the snake compound or west side of farm, because we've seen Attack all around be very committed to landing down here, both through finals and also through their weekly survival matches. So the fact that they back off now and give that space to Meta means Meta gets to loot where they want to go, and we'll see if they can make something of it. They are inside the first circle here. Of course, it's unlikely that it should go all the way down towards the farm area, but they should have a pretty good approach coming into it. Multi-circle gaming are in a pretty wide split, not assuming they'll be doing too much to try and hold off rotations coming in towards the center. So if Meta wants to, and if they're fast enough at rotating out early, they might even be able to claim themselves a somewhat good center position in the circle.
Yeah, the opening drive should be right down the middle of the fairway here for Metagaming. We'll see if it is or not. Like you mentioned, AAA did have to change their loot spots, so up to North George above Virtus Pro they go. And for them, they're a very consistent team, Toby. They've made the weekly finals both times, but they have yet to be able to claim much money off of any of this. They made a little bit, but they seem to be a very safe but solid team in their safety.
Yeah, and yeah, I think, I mean, when talking Attack all around, I think last game is a perfect showcase of how they've been faring. Because yes, they are getting incredibly good at rotating in. They do manage to find a lot of late game presence, but it's as if they don't have, while other teams do, and like other teams have gone from being a little aggressive to now slowing down a little because of the way the weekly survival format is structured. They don't seem to have that activation button. They don't seem to have that, okay, let's go aggressive now button. We saw it in their win against Team Lake, where they were sitting in that compound for much longer than I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to push out and take control earlier. They almost lost it thanks to Gems. He gets 2 very good MK headshots to engage and, I guess you can say, kind of win that fight against Liquid outside of Pachinki, but just a really, really passive team, and I don't think you can be that passive and win points in games like these.
I think that's a fair assessment for sure. Now, Afrika here looked over. MCG has already taken the compounds that Afrika normally likes to take in circles like this, the museum and the ones just to the southwest, where we did see Afrika get their win last week with that impressive finish by Akkad against TSM just to the south of the walls in that double compound. Now, 4 a.m. in the meantime, hanging out. They left the school and apps pretty early, find themselves with a 2-2 split just south of Yasnaya, taking some of those blues and other things down there. And you can see Afrika keen on following what MCG is doing, seeing if anybody else is going to try to get into this territory. Playing around this shelter, Toby, I feel like can be tricky at times.
Oh yeah. It's very difficult to prevent other teams from getting close. You can see TSG already now finding themselves one of the entrances. It's just too big of an area. You can't maintain control in between you if you want to keep the entire thing on lockdown, and there are too many different angles you're exposed to every single time you peek over one of these bunker entrances. So it's very, I don't want to say impossible, but very near impossible to maintain full control of shelter, especially the further we get into the game. So as you can see here, Freak saying, you know what, you can have the west side, TSG. We'll sit on the east, and we'll try and sit tight for now.
Yep, it's gonna be a little bit kind of weird for both of these teams, depending on where this next circle goes. TSG is really fanned out around the bottom. We've seen these two teams scrap early on in games as well for control over the western part of Milta. And in talking to some of the Korean coaches and analysts, they're very keen on they think that Afrika and TSG are very keen on that area because it opens up a lot of space for their rotations early on. Here with this circle, not as big of a deal. It's more about if the circles go west. That was the reason they were maybe scuffling over that part of it. And Buriram has a very nice, easy rotation out of Milta Power over to the east of Prison. They can just chill there. Yasnaya Polania going to be SDK coming out. GEX had a interesting situation they found themselves in. They were kind of leapfrogging back and forth with 4 a.m., but eventually 4 a.m. bested them in that last game.
I don't think you can expect from any team to beat 4AM on the edge. It's just, it's as if they gain 5 additional aim and 6+ damage whenever they get to fight another team on the edge, and they're just terrifying. And I mean, okay, so last week in the weekly finals, just a few days back, you took a little second of time to congratulate Machine Gun on his birthday. I want to do the same thing, but of course not to Machine Gunner, but to Squeaky, because it is Squeaky from Enza's birthday today, and as a birthday gift, I gave him 3% circle luck. I told him to use it responsibly, and so I'm not gonna go out and say this circle is gonna go north, but we'll see. We'll see if Enz do get something going their way, and if they do, don't feel an urge to DM me, because it was just for fun.
Well, maybe your voodoo is strong here today, Toby. You got that map out in front of you. You got little pins you're poking in that map to try to determine where the circle goes, trying to make it do what you want. I see how it is. I like it, though. I think for Squeaky, big happy birthday to him. And you know, I've been really just impressed with how solid all around that team is. There isn't a lot of... They don't do anything like exceptionally well, like maybe like a 4AM fighting on the edge or 4AM fighting in compounds, but they're just really well balanced.
Exactly. I feel like they have gotten away from the, and this is gonna sound a little negative, but it's really not necessarily meant to be, but they've gone away from the attack all around play style, where they are really good at finding late game placements, but don't really know when to activate that attack button. Now they do. They have pulled up on compounds. They have pushed other teams away when they felt that they were getting too close. They have tried to dictate more of how they play their game style and said, you know what, you cannot just keep punching us around. We will be the ones to punch back every now and again. Not all the time. We will dodge and weave every now and again, but we will punch back when we feel like it. And I think that's really, really gotten them, or like, it made them a much more scary team.
I fully agree with that. I think they're learning and adapting very well, as are a lot of teams, but them in particular. Been a team that I've definitely been very much impressed with. Very felt good about what I'm seeing so far from them. MCG looking a little bit better as this event has rolled along. Still want to see that team that was dominating Asia at the end of 2020 and the very early parts of 2021. Can they do it? Kickstart, are you actually going to pour some gas on the ground? Or are you just are you trolling around a bit here? Maybe, you know, okay, the only teams I've ever seen try the gas can stuff where they actually pour it out and try to like set up traps is Japanese teams. The one I think of that I saw was Sun Sister, who tried it in a PCS, but mostly it's a really hard trick to pull off.
I noticed now there's already gas poured upstairs. Like on the main floor upstairs. So I think it's if the next circle goes on us, we have to anticipate. Again, we saw it last game. If there's something center phase 2, teams will crash it. They want to try and see if they can get a center compound and win a game off of that. And if Heaven gets center in phase 2, seeing that they're prepping for it, they're going, we have to be ready for teams to come in, but no, ain't gonna happen. Oath get themselves a freebie. Sorry, Squeaky, you didn't use your 3% circle luck this time around, I guess, because this one just went all the way down south, and now, I mean, the hillside is open, prison is open, and a Freak of Freaks might want to think twice about sticking around here, because there's gonna be a lot of teams coming their way.
Well, that gas will remain on the floor for Zenith as they're making their way out. Meta cutting through, opening drive, did land on the fairway. Now they're trying out their approach shot, trying to come up the hill in towards the lumberyard. And a lot of teams going to be scrambling for this area because there is a lot of playable stuff inside of it. Of course, it's also dead center of the circle. And over to Infantry, working along the southwestern edge. A couple teams down here, TSG, Team Liquid, following behind them as well. VP by the shelter. MCG has to leave the museum area and wants to start inching their way forward. And meanwhile, Buriram and Oath, both kind of Milta Power area teams at heart. And for Oath, they are forced down to military base, but they're in their home territory now.
Yeah, they tried to go up, take some control of Lumber. They see Buriram and they go, you know what? Nah, not gonna stress it. Let's just back off. Let's go down towards the south. And as shown on your screen, the next team to join us, this time around it was Meta, coming in after Gen G won their first game. Next game will be joined by TSM. That's gonna be fun to see how they will fare coming in to their first match of the week, Survival Week 3.
Well, GEX this time doesn't get too close to 4AM. 4AM lands some shots. Afrika underneath the hill there right next to them as GEX might try to stop up. Oh boy, no, not like this, Maoye. That is going to be Maoye very quickly dealt with by Afrika.
Did someone forget to tell him that he could just stop on the hill and look down? He didn't have to fly the vehicle into it, especially when his teammates weren't anywhere near to help. That's... I've seen them do this before, GX, where they, in my book, lose a player for no reason. And here, they had 2 cars up above. Maybe they were expecting shots to be fired and people to try and pressure them off. And the Freak of Freaks, they didn't want to show their hand. They were dealt. And I guess the bait worked out for them to get themselves a kill. And GX falls one short. Now Konaxi actually taken down as well from the side. Tried to get towards the Wizard as well, but that's not going to happen either. Leo falls down.
Yeah, Konaxi, the hero for Buriram during the Week 2 weekly survival with that clutch 1v2, but it was actually more of a 1v8. He by himself just wrecked a final lobby, or a final 8, or whatever you want to think of it as, and he was just incredible. And a lot of emotion coming out of him. He was very, you know, he told his team, literally, they said later on their personal streams that he said he was going to take this win for them, and then he did it, calling his shot like Babe Ruth back in the day in American baseball. So love to see the confidence from Buriram, and they came into the weekly final swinging, Toby. They had a good day 1, but not a good day 2.
Nah, they failed to get things going on day 2, and, well, if you don't hurry, you will fail to get yourself a coat, because it is on the screen. Get it in there before your neighbor does, and get yourself some coupons, some EP, and in the end of it, reward yourself with some nifty skins, because they're pretty, they're pretty cool. They are pretty cool, those PGI.S skins.
Yeah, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It gives me a reason to pick up the mutant because I love that mutant skin so darn much. I pick it up and just drop it right back on the ground, but that way people can see it and see how awesome it is and want to get it for themselves. For those, you know, for those 10 people that like to use the mutant, they can think about getting it and look good doing it. Speaking of looking good, Infantry looked good in that last game, just failing short, just coming up short with, you know, Genji doing it like you talked about very well. Genji did such a good job just kind of pushing Infantry into a free gun, not really taking knocks, even though normally you would go for them, and they come away with the win. But Infantry just looks scary as always, Toby.
Yeah, Infantry tried to do the exact same thing that Genji was doing, but it wasn't going to happen. I loved how they tried to maintain control of the north side of that circle, forcing the fight between the two. And, well, as we saw just a few minutes back, Genji did end up grabbing themselves the win there. Ends now trying to coming from the east. We excluded Milta and Farm pretty much completely. Attack all around will try and utilize the southwest side of the circle, but for everyone else, it's really go up towards that lumber mill hill and play on foot. Compounds are taken at this point already. We do have one of the garage compounds towards the south, down towards Milta available. Maybe Liquid will be able to scout forward. Maybe they'll be able to claim it. They are making their way in towards Milta now. But for the most part, I would assume to see from here on out, people are going to be playing on foot.
Yeah, SDK, in the meantime, kind of one of the few teams that's outside of the circle. They are looking to find some kind of entry point to make their way in. And here is Ents on foot. And they will find the eastern edge of the lumberyard. It has been abandoned completely by Buriram to the western side. SDK, indeed, going to mount up, drive on in to see what's open. The museum itself, the museum proper, is available. So that might be where they just stop for now and try to keep their vehicles alive on the back side of it, which, since this is on the edge of the circle, they have a very good high percentage chance to do. And that looks like it's going to be their move.
We'll see if they can scout something they see themselves comfortable with. I would assume they stick around here at least until the next circle pops, just to make sure. What if we get that quadruple north hard shift and we can just sit in the museum all game long? It would be stupid to leave it now. So let's wait another 40 seconds to see where the circle is going. An Oath. Well, Rilla was up here before, came up with a vehicle. Then he was seen by Buriram. He went back down the hill, and now they have approached this lumber mill area once more. But this time around, it's Ents who are up here, and I'm not sure if they know they're there. You can see Rustin Mar on the minimap. He is looking in this direction, and Tixu is on the hill as well. Do they know that Oath are closing in? I don't think so, but Balefrost for sure just saw Tixu.
Yeah, Bale's trying to get into a good spot to see if he can get that, and Raylo's actually just going to get the knock himself. The rest of Oath is now rolling up to this fight as it is kicked off. Buriram, though, spins around, starts shooting into this as well. So as good as Oath was to kind of keep Ents unaware of their presence, Oath wasn't fully ready for Buriram to get into them just yet, and it's going to be Nawadra who's going to get the knock on it to Balefrost, and this is going to force Oath hard to the backside of Ents. Rustinmar looking to let loose with a grenade, Finding any connection, no. That one is going to go a little bit too far. Grenade in return, going to do some damage to him. Second one short. Couple more rolling around the side, almost getting a knock onto him. He is just barely able to survive. It looks like he should have just enough time to get the first aid off as Oath continues to work this ridge line, and they're going to have to make it work very soon. Blue is going to be here shortly.
Exactly 20 seconds from now, Blue will be moving on in. This phase 4, it is going to hurt. It is going to mean that you can't rest in the blue and expect to get your player up and alive. We're going to see now infantry full speed forward. They're pulling up. Molly thrown outside. Pooch's trying to get one. It's going to be Nuance from afar. And now Xiao Yang as well goes down. Ebi able to do damage from afar. Pooch's will fall, and that's really all they needed to do. Get one player down because there's only one here. Will they get inside? Yes, but at the loss of 2 players.
Yeah, that's a risky send, but it is pretty well centered in the next circle. So for infantry, we've seen them do it with 2. Get very deep into the game. Can they do it again? Reload on top of the stairs, gets Diggory just barely through the top of the smoke. Now Squeaky, it's the birthday boy, up behind, trying to save the day for the Finns. Pat Cap through the window, around the back, Squeaky catches Pat Caps unawares. And there's going to be the rest of Oath leaping ahead. They weren't quite ready for this. Some shots come into him. Blue is around, so that's going to force the first aid kit out of Squeaky very quickly. And he is going to reload and go for the second attempt. Reload is going to hold the angle. The rest of Oath watching, but they got to be careful because Buriram is encroaching from the backside.
I love how Squeaky, and how Reload is just backing up for the blue, trying to hold him out. And in the meantime, the 2 remaining players are looking up towards Noadra and Buriram, liking the way that Oath approached that one. Not overcommitting to try and get the flush on Squeaky, but just playing with the blue. They know that if they go down here, they can't get the reses up. And now they try to wrap around, but where are they going? They're going straight into Buriram once more. Balefrost down early. Just one left alive, trying to get away. That's Reload. Snakers is prone, trying to sit tight, and Reload forced to try and commit to the push around the side. Will manage to find himself some space towards the circle, but at the loss of 2 teammates.
Yeah, Buriram is often, once they bite, they do not let go. And they do let Reload through, but that's the only thing. Luke's vehicle's on fire. He's going to have to get out. And nope, it's not going to help him much there. SDK ends up going down in 15th. A tough rotation for them coming out of the museum. Just too many teams on the northern side bunched up around the shelter and the west end of the prison. Hansia now, Afrika Freaks. I would say probably a disappointing game 1 for them. Probably felt like they were in control of it, but they cede it to Gen G, and now they're fighting MCG at the southern end of the shelter.
They were hoping to get that win, that's for sure. Now we'll see if they can make something of this. The circle just went down towards the south. They will have to fight their through multi-circle, fight their way through multi-circle game. And that nade should be good. No, it bounces just on the other side of the tree. Won't be able to get him down with that. Second nade is good though, and in the end it's going to be Ikari with the first one. Finds the second as well. Solid tag behind the tree, swips on over, gets a headshot followed by a body shot. That's not coming in there. Now it's just Evil Lee left alive. They have a buggy. They might just opt for the try and very deadly escape in the buggy that is still inside the smoke. There is the smoke thrown down once again, so they will have cover at least for a little while longer. But as you can see here, all of Afrika over the top. Reload will run himself over. Not sure how that happened. And now EJ finds Evil Lee, just somehow left alive.
Yeah, it was a hell of a flick by Hikari there. Goodness gracious, with the SKS. Now they are trying to finish the job, and Summer has been rezzed, and for all the hard work that his teammates did to get him going, he is the only one to survive out of it. Zenith, in the meanwhile, in a bit of a predicament themselves with 4AM behind. Akkad, in fact, lurking on the edge. Now, Akkad, I'm kind of curious what Akkad's going to do here. Might just shoot and run, get a little damage if he can. CC has found Roth, and Zenith in between a rock and a hard place. 4AM, not a team you want to be seeing behind you on the edge, no doubt about it. And here's Akkad. Oh, just whiffs on those headshots a bit too high, just a bit too high. And he's going to try to finish it off with a grenade. Blue is going to help a bit, but Forever should be able to avoid the knock status for now. And indeed, Akkad backs off.
Speaking of players that miss shots they normally would, you would never see a card miss 3 on a player sitting practically still like that. Silson, now Meta, the team that joined in just last game, trying to hold out the north. They are one of the 2 teams, VP for the west, are up here as well. They're trying to make sure that no one are going to be able to get to the circle. And right now, it's the Nates doing the damage for them. Ragnar finds a flush on one Shinboy, in the end will find Yan Lee too. So there's still 3 teams up here trying to fight their way in, and Meta are the only ones on the inside trying to hold all of them out.
Yeah, and that is going to be Zenith, finished off by CC. Nice job by him to wipe down the boys from NA. Meta still has 4AM up on the hill, and they have to be very careful with that, because if 4AM gets a knock, they're going to pounce. And that is quick work done by Sparking and Ragnar. Very well handled here so far by Meta. Couple teams down, but a few more still to go, including Afrika Freaks.
One bullet fired from 4AM and 3 players just turn around on a swivel. Great job there, Spiro. I'm not sure how he managed to get summoned down before the blue takes him out, but he does manage to do just that. Phase 5 is here. GEX will fall in the end of it as well. Hikari goes down. Afrika Freaks very contradicting game to last game. Last game they were sitting in the center for a while. Now they're fighting their way through the edge. They haven't lost a player yet, but blue is still on them. Phase 6 will be coming just now, and now Hansia falls down. All the players are taking so much damage trying to make their way into this next circle. EJ falls down immediately after.
Yeah, a ton of smokes being used right on the edge, but that really gives Meta a good opportunity to just spray into the smoke and get lucky, because there aren't many angles or opportunities for Afrika to move around. And Hikari is going to try to pop out, take some more damage. Is thinking about the res onto EJ. Not much hope for that, to be honest. Tries to outduel it, but no. Meta having a fantastic round so far, controlling the northern part of the circle.
I love how they took full control out towards the S. Normally, I would say play on the inside, wait for them in there, but you don't want to have them come to you. They're trying to sheep herd them by blocking off the entire northeast side of the circle, force them down into the line of sights of Virtus Pro, and it works out perfectly for them. They don't lose a single player. They do get kind of battered up. Vests get broken, but they do manage to stay alive, which in the end of it is the most important thing. But from one tough fight to a tough rotation, Meta, they're outside the next circle, and I cannot see a place they can go where they wouldn't have to fight for it. Now let's see Liquid. They are still down the compound. They're inside the circle, and they're trying to sit tight for as long as they can.
Well, that's that compound you mentioned earlier, Toby. That was the only thing that was left vacant in the circle. Liquid is able to scout it out and find it, and they are going to get some rewards potentially for it. We'll see if they can make it work. And Volibear, wow, that was a really fast, quick Scar spray. Going to get Batulin's knocked, smokes immediately out. Shandian rolls up next to it. Spyro pops some shots into the window. Nothing really doing there, just to buy a little bit of time, maybe create a little space here, keep TSG honest, but Shandian is potentially going to be the real thorn in this. Of course, the circle is always a precarious thing that you find in this game. And Hirizon gonna get on the motorcycles, 2 motorcycles and 4 people on them. Infantry now over to this, a grenade here from 9 catches Ragnar. He is gonna be immediately flushed out. The reinforcements from Meta a little late as he was the scouting job. Back over to TSG, they are tearing through VP. Goodbye VP. 9 now holding through the window, gets the spray, that's 1. He is very beat up as well, but not many throwables left. Meta had to use so many in their earlier fights.
Trying to hold off. Now they do get 9 down. Longsker is still alive above, and Meta, unfortunately, will fall. I said away. Look at the vehicles here. You cannot even get up or down the staircase. They've blocked off the staircase with a dash here. You don't normally see that. But as I was saying before, it was very, very difficult. Very difficult for Meta to find a place to call their own, and in the end, they would have to scout or would have to push forward. So let's see, down to 20 players now. Liquid playing all 4 inside the compound. Daytrade playing their 3 inside the east side too. And now TSG, they still have Longsker to deal with upstairs. But they cannot get up.
Yeah, new meta, just use the vehicles to block those stairs. I don't know if you can actually get on top of it, because you can't vault on those vehicles, and so it's going to be really tough to come up and over. And Longsker, the real trick for him is going to be dodging the throwables, the mollies, the frags that are coming in. So far, mission sort of accomplished, but that molly catches him. I think that's going to be the end of it, indeed. He does fall. TSG loses Peng, but 9 kills and 3 up for them. Northern side, lockdown secured for themselves. Team Liquid watching a couple teams around their edges. AAA is going to be the bigger threat right now. Buriram has a hill on the side, and Buriram does have the circle. So AAA going to have to try something here.
Well, you asked if Liquid, if it was going to pay off for them with the rotation that they made towards that south side compound. They just had 4 circles shift down towards the south towards them, and I'm sure they're going to be all kinds of joyous seeing this shift as well. They have the only compound inside the circle, and even better, the compound that is up towards the northeast is just exactly out. So while they will have the pleasure and the comfort of hard cover, everyone else will be fighting in the open, and as you can see, there really isn't a whole lot to fight around. Everyone who has vehicles still will try and make their move in, and if you want a free tax stock, you can go out and pick it up right there.
And give Clib that AWM, please. I love to see him bolt. Jeems, though, says, no, Jayers. You do not get to make that rotation. Gems is alive in that level 1 US, the open top one. Spraying some shots, clips his own vehicle a bit there. Has to worry about TSG on his other side, because TSG's going to hear these shots. And for TSG, an interesting decision coming up here. How are they going to send it? How are they going to rotate into this with 3 alive? And Team Liquid moving their vehicles around, trying to keep them safe on the inside, making sure they are fully barricaded inside. JQ now on the back. Clib to get some shots in, but here we go. It is TSG. They're going to push down to the AAA. Hearing those shots, realizing that AAA was in a bad spot, we're going to try to come up over top.
TSG has been holding off the North for a long time, and now Shandy and Yamshi are doing a great job together of taking down the guys trying to wrap around, attack all around, will be eliminated on the west side. It's going to give a little bit of space for TSG to move further forward, but they know now, with Yamshi going down just before, that they still have Day Trade over the top, and they need to deal with Norrens, because as you can see, he does have line of sight on them without the compound being able to see them.
Yeah, this is a tough one. TSG in a catch-22 for sure. Nurens with a very nice up and over. Gets the knock on the volley Barrett with his mini. Gonna pop an energy drink. Took a little damage. Need to give yourself the healing juice to go back up to full. Buram, an unusually quiet round for them since their fight with Oath, but the circle's been favorable and they've been able to work their way kind of east to south. And haven't had many teams involved because everybody else is busy fighting over on the north and the west. And Day Trade going to hang out on top of this hill for now. Circle still keeping them in here on Phase 8, but Phase 9, of course, right in the center is where we finish.
I've been complimenting Liquid for a long time on their quick decision, not necessarily making, but commitment, how fast they are at making their moves, and they now know the circle is going to end outside the compound. When do they leave? If they're sitting there for too long, it will be to their own death. They will, like the walls that are currently defending them, will be blocking them off from getting outside the building. When are they going to leave? How many fights do we need on the hill for them to make the move on forward? Buram up here, Clip finds Canaxi, Day Trade are nearby as well, and they know of TSG's position as well. You can see now, it's when they're slowly starting to make their way out of the building. I like this. Don't sit in there for too long. Don't do what a Freak of Freaks did last game and allow for teams to contain you outside. Now is when they're starting to make that move out of the city.
Yeah, and if they could clear Buriram out, or at least force them up the hill like they're doing now, that opens up basically the southwestern half of the circle. Now Flash gets a knock on to Edie. Nawadra trying to cover his teammate. Lots of smokes being used by Buriram here. Over on to Ibiza. Sees TSG's US, sees them running around the side of it. Now shooting through the smoke, shooting through the windows, hoping to catch them shooting underneath it. Very smart shooting here from Ibi. Really doing a lot of damage, a lot of hurt to TSG, but no knocks just yet. Godmeow gets spotted by Ibiza. Ibiza and Jeeves all over the place here. Day Trade with the help as well. Gonna take down a bunch of them. Edie, the only one left. Flash has been knocked by him. He's got that AUG. He's got that level utility. Flash in his face. And now, Flash is knocked. I meant the stun in this case. Edie taking half damage. And that grenade, is it going to finish the job? It's not a... It looks like it was a stun, not a frag or a molly.
Yeah, trying to hold off more smokes. It's going to be the last smoke available for ED. 5 seconds to go on the circle. Will Snipe closing on in. Oh, this is looking grim. And I just got to say, well done by Liquid to force these teams to fight over the top. ED now trying to prone down. James is still on the roof. Does he see him? Oh, at least ED spotted James, but I'm not sure if James got eyes on Edie. They know they have TSG over on this side. Now nades are starting to come in. They haven't had to use any yet. They got plenty left. And here comes the first knock on towards Shandian. They still need to keep Day Trade at bay on the hilltop. And that's why you're seeing James still play the rooftop of the building for as long as he can. He needs to contain them up above. But it's not over just yet. Down goes Yamshia. Just 2 teams left alive. Make that 3, sorry, with Edie still alive.
Yeah, Edie somehow has been avoiding the sight lines of Liquid. They're dialed into Day Trade. They want to finish the job on the team from Thailand. Grenade right in the face of Anautica. Gets the knock. Nurens almost going down as well. Going instantly for that first aid. Vehicle blown up to try to reveal the location of him. And there goes Edie. Mexi with some very nice shooting. Catches him on the run. Flash, nobody left over there, my guy. He died. Check your kill feed. Nurens trying to hold on and get that res, and Flash does a whole bunch of damage. That's done just in time. Save the life of Team Liquid. Clib gets a whole bunch of damage in return.
One bullet more in the chamber. Could have been the knock onto James, but doesn't have it. And now he gets the first hit off as well. EB does find Flash. They know exactly where they have Manatika and Nurns up the hill. This should be a very impossible anyway win for them. But as I say that, EB does fall down. Nurns finds the first. We've seen Nurns before. The beast that can do so much damage. He does take one tick of blue, and we know how much it's hurting here. 20 damage done towards him. He's going to try and crawl his way down. There are still 3 alive. They haven't committed to the rest just yet. It's a 3v2. Clip peeking over the top. James takes down Nurns. Once again, finding damage. Gets the knock. Clip is going to be able to get one in return. And now Manotika, 1v2. He has them perfectly aligned up next to each other. No helmet. Barely a vest left remaining. You can see Nurns. He's crawling for info. He knows they're on the smoke. If you had just one nade, if you had a molly, so much damage could be done. He hasn't dropped his level 3 backpack. That could be the telling sign. But the telling sign of seeing where they are. And it's going to be it in the end of it. Clip finds the kill, and Liquid, despite being quiet in the early game, rotate wisely and find themselves a win in game number 2.
Yeah, they find an open compound, they lock it down, they play the end game extremely well, being patient, forcing the teams up the hill to fight each other, controlling a ton of space in that circle, and that is a very nice early win once again for Team Liquid, who seems to be very strong on these first days, Toby. I think that's how many, have they done it all 3 weeks? I know they did it last week. Did they do it the week before?
Yeah, they have been very early in and out of these weekly survival matches, and I gotta say, I mean, I'm complimenting Liquid for their early rotations to make that play around the south side, expecting with double hard shifts towards the south that there wasn't going to be anyone there. I'm respecting the way they played it in the compound and knew when to push out, but you could see Clip's face there. That wasn't a sigh of joy, that was more just a sigh of relief, going, I could see a situation where we actually was going to lose that one. Fortunately, they do manage to spot the last player over the top, but I think that one got too close for comfort, at least for some of the players on Liquid there.
I got to give Daytrade a lot of credit. They're playing very well, particularly in these end-game scenarios where they are at an odd man disadvantage. They seem to keep it close. They almost get it done again here, as they did. They actually got it done against SDK last week. So $6,000 more in the pocketbooks for Team Liquid as they continue to play very, very strong during the weekly survival. And they're not playing bad at all during the weekly finals. They just haven't been quite able to crack that top 4.
No, they have been playing extremely well, extremely consistent in terms of good performances here. They play it quiet. They know how to do it in these weekly survivals. They come into, I believe, the last 20 alive with 0 kills, find their first on their way out of the building. They do it well, and they do it and grant themselves a win. And now, let's hop on over to the interview and see exactly what the guys in white and blue have to say after that win.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 3주차. 이번에 두 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 팀 리퀴드였습니다. 이비자 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 파이널은 7위로 마무리하셨습니다. 그간 서바이벌 준비 어떻게 하셨을까요?
You guys finished the weekly final as a 7th rank. How did you prepare for the new weekly survival?
I mean, how would you prepare? I would say we just reset, had some talks, and that's about it. Nothing major. So.
리셋하고 서로 의견을 나누는 것으로 충분했습니다. 그거면 충분했다고 생각합니다.
네, 이비자 선수 혹시 그거 아세요? 위클리 파이널에서 1주차, 2주차 첫날 모두 1등으로 순위를 마무리 지었는데 아쉬운 마무리 때문에 7위, 이번엔 7위였어요. 이번에 좀 각오가 남다를 것 같은데 파이널에서 어떻게 준비하실 계획인지 좀 궁금합니다.
You guys came on top on both weekly finals so far, but didn't maintain the position, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You guys must have different mindset towards this weekly final. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if we have a different mindset. It's just that when we go into the last day, we tend to play a little bit more passive somehow, even though we're saying we're going really confident into the day. So definitely next week we're going to make some changes. And I mean, this game, we just played very slow, got some nice circles, played together in the end game, and took the chicken.
특별히 각오가 달라지는 건 없지만 우리가 그동안의 경기에서 조금 수동적으로 플레이했다고 생각합니다. 그 점을 보완할 생각이고 이번 경기는 조금 천천히 자기장도 잘 받고 안전하게 플레이해서 이겨서 치킨을 얻을 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 파이널도 너무 기대가 되고요. 그리고 3주차에 접어들면서 이제 상대팀의 전력 분석은 다 끝이 났을 것 같습니다. 혹시 가장 눈여겨보고 있는 상대 팀이나 선수가 있다면 누가 있을까요?
You guys must have analyzed a lot of competing teams. What team is the most biggest threat to you?
No, I don't know. We haven't really checked what other teams do, because that's based on our play style. It doesn't really matter too much. Also, because we're more of an edge team right now. If we don't do Pochinki and Picado, so we play based off the info that we have. So I wouldn't say there's another team that's like a big threat to us, but you can definitely tell there's some strong teams out there. 4AM performing really well, and we respect their aggression. So.
특별히 다른 팀들을 엄청나게 분석하거나 그런 일은 하진 않았지만 4AM이 굉장히 잘하고 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 그리고 저희는 저희가 가지고 있는 정보대로 플레이하기 때문에 다른 팀들의 플레이 스타일이 큰 영향을 미치지는 않습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 이비저 선수 파이널에서의 활약도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
Alright, thank you.
네, 지금까지 3주차 두 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀 리퀴드 선수의 이비자 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Congratulations to Team Liquid taking home the win for the third week in a row on day one. They definitely have proven they know how to bring home the chicken dinners. The question is, can they bring home the weekly final prize money? Let's take a look at who joins the fray. TSM, a formidable team to deal with, now enters, joining Metagaming, who showed us in the last game. They also came to play. It is going to be an excellent match 3 as we get ready for this one. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at, I believe, the highlights. No, let's look at the actual money earned so far. Matchroom, why don't you talk to me about this?
Every single round that we're moving through, you can see there's going to be a slight diminishment in cash. Naturally, winning the first game is the key factor for that one, as you're going to walk away with a ton. But it's going to be Team Liquid taking the second game and $6,000. Remember, a lot of the way that we're looking at rankings and performances through this event is going to be total money earned, kind of becoming its own point system. But let's go ahead and look at the highlights from that last game, as we're getting started off with just tower upon tower being crashed.
I don't even know how that car got up there. I don't think I've ever seen one sail that high up the stairs. But, I mean, he was coming with some serious force, if you know what I'm saying. Oath did a really good job of clearing out the north, unfortunately for them. Bury Ram, as well as other teams, were there. And you watch STK die, you hate to see. But overall, I think, you know, to go on to what Ibisi was saying about this game, they did get some nice circles, but in the end, they had to hold off multiple teams, and they did so really well. So I just want to give Liquid a big bump for that really clean victory they got.
I mean, great play coming out from Team Liquid, but like, this was more of a tower defense style game. You can see so many fights happening around it. Two specific ones. And it almost felt like there were the two towers, and then Liquid was like Rohan, just kind of watching everything that was going off in the distance. But they got themselves into a good position. I specifically love how Team Liquid got two people up on a high ground positioning. You can see them down in the mini map over there in the bottom right. And again, the positioning coming on, look at the amount of control and authority that they can assert on this circle. Everybody else was having to play back over towards the north. Sure, TSG got a ton of kills, but Liquid was in such a demanding position that they just couldn't let anybody breathe nor move for this end game.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we always talk about. It's winning those games that, you know, you're supposed to win, and obviously I think Liquid was supposed to, and they played it pretty much flawlessly. Like, they knew they had the circle, they played the position well, and they took it. But I also want to give a shout out to Metagaming, to be completely honest. They came in their first game after being first in the bottom 16 reseeding, and they played really well. And now I'm actually really excited to see TSM come in, because besides that heartbreaking game that they lost to Afrika Freaks in that 4-on-2 and the last week's survival that put them into the bottom 16 reseeding just this last week, I thought they were incredibly consistent, and I really do hope that they can kind of grind one out, because they were so close to making it to the last finals. But here they go, another chance.
Great chance for them. We're back on the desk. My name's Thomas, and joined by Matchroom and Godspeed as we sort of break this one down. I know we got a couple of standings and things to go over, so let's just get that out of the way as we take a look at them right now, so you come out with the big points. As we look at the match results, Liquid goes through Matchroom, 17 points. I wouldn't say a massive win, but hey, chicken dinner, they get through. That's a big deal. I think our interviewer, Guak Min Seon, and I swear to God, I hope I said that right, but I think I did, asked a really strong question. She asked, hey, this is the third time you're through, but you guys are not winning the weekly series. Are you changing anything in the weekly finals? And Evie said no. Do you think that's the right call? Have you seen flaws in their weekly finals game?
Well, whenever we look at the way that Liquid likes to play, it's very control-oriented. That last game is a prime example. Get into a strong position, get territory control, and just try to assert through that. A lot of it is going to be damage and forcing other teams to fight. Benefit is it carries you into the late game. The downside is you don't always get the most amount of kills. You saw that inside of this one. TSG was the one that walked away with a ton of kills. We were talking about metagaming also getting involved in a lot of fights and good positioning coming through them. From Liquid is great. It got them the chicken dinner. But whenever we would look at a total point system, whenever we look back over towards TSG that walked away with 12 kills and a late game finish, that's very strong as well.
Let's talk about a team that joined in the last round, Meta. In the green room, we were watching the games, Godspeed. You said, I want to make sure I get this right, that you were impressed with them, specifically with some of the plays they chose to make in that game. So what was it that stood out to you as you watched Meta that really made them shine?
I mean, even though the crash didn't work out the way they wanted it to, the fact that Meta is no longer hesitating or being passive, and that's kind of one of the biggest criticisms I had early on in the tournament with them, simply because they just weren't capitalizing on good positions that they had gotten for themselves. But now it seems like, whatever the issues may have been, I mean, they're obviously still going to have some, especially with communication. Those different language barriers can still be a thing, but I think they've been doing a really good job of curtailing those issues and just pushing well and fighting as a team. Matt also mentioned it as well. They just seem very focused. They're taking team fights together. They're all laser focused on that team fight. Maybe they'll have someone watch an off angle, but they're very much committed to finishing that fight, and they've been finishing a lot of their fights. So I just think Meta overall has been looking really good in these later weeks, and I'm excited to see them moving forward.
Their meta definitely seems to be coming online. Match'em, on the other side of that, let's talk about the map just a little bit. You kind of touched on it with tower defense. The circles have been chaotic throughout this entire event. That circle initially seemed more reasonable, but then it gets to the side of the hill, and I can hear you and Godspeed in the green room, and I think Martin and Froz and everybody else is in there, and there was just kind of a collective about playing that final area. Explain what makes it so difficult to finish a game there.
Team Liquid is a prime example. Their positioning inside of it, that hillside is so open, and that's why so many people were fighting for those towers. That's your survival line, because other than that, you're clinging to trees and getting third-partied from every single angle possible. So Team Liquid got themselves a strong position, realized something that was open, and definitely deserved the win for the read on the circle and how it was moving. But fighting along that hillside is just so bloody, as we saw in that last round, because it feels like there's nowhere safe, and every single location that you're going to try to make a play for is already going to have a team, or maybe even two, with one in the top part of the tower and another one down below it.
Well, we've got 3 more games to go today. So far, Gen G and Liquid have advanced to the weekly final. Who will be next? We'll find out after a few messages. Welcome back. I just want to say I love that video. All right, let's get into talking about what's about to happen next. It's so cool. They're fighting, and then they're fighting on the stage, and then the players are. It's deep in so many levels. Also, I just wish I had wheelies to run around on that stage with. I feel like that'd be an awful lot of fun. All right, let's talk about the teams that are coming in. TSM is up on the docket this time around. I'll start with you, Matt. Talk to me about TSM in this tournament so far, sort of what stands out to you. Do you think they can do it in 3 games? Really, let's just say TSM. Give it to me.
Sorry, I was still distracted by wheelies for just a moment. I hadn't heard that in a while. TSM, let's be real. TSM is a strong team, and they have the capabilities of doing this inside of 3 games. I mean, it's not the end of the world for them. We know that there's a ton of opportunities, and specifically the way that they play. The problem comes into is that there's still a lot of very strong frag-heavy teams that are still in the running as well.
Right.
We've seen the circles kind of be a little bit unfriendly to those teams, and they've kind of just decided to massacre everybody around them with their dying breath. And so now TSM is going to have to make sure that they contend with that firepower while also trying to carve out a win, and that's going to be difficult given the situation, but TSM is a team that can do it.
You know, TSM is a team a lot of other teams expect to sort of show up in the end game, right? Godspeed, I think a team that maybe a lot of people are surprised by, who consistently seems to show up, is Day Trade. Like, I feel like these finals happen, and it's almost like people are constantly saying, even Day Trade's here, because they're getting involved with the fight. I think Dustin might have fallen asleep, Matt, so talk to me about Day Trade.
Okay, dude, Day Trade is fun to watch for a ton of different reasons. One, the way that they maneuver through the circles, also how they behave in different factors as whenever they choose to take fights, and the way that they play is a little bit different than the normal styles of meta. Naturally, whenever you're looking at a battle royale, there's multiple ways to make the approach and how you want to play it. And Day Trade has this weird variations on how other teams play. It's not always like they pick their fights very opportunely, and I love to see it.
Sorry. Godspeed falling asleep. I think he just timed out. He'll be back in just a minute. Let's take a look at the weekly survival. The 2 teams on the left have already gotten through. Gen G and Liquid made their statement. They're going to be playing for the big money, which is like $100,000 for first prize this time around, which is just blowing my mind, Matt. And then on the right side, you can see a pretty big list. I mean, think about this context. Meta and TSM are in. T1, Sonics, FaZe, Digital Athletics. I mean, that's a who's who of heavy hitters on standby.
I mean, like, if you look at the next couple of teams that are moving through, it's just going to get bloodier as it goes, for lack of a better term, as we're going to have a couple of these teams step in. It's the very, like, I just want to kill everything around me teams that are starting to move in. So whenever we're looking at with the groups right now, it's a little bit more of the strategy based. Let's try to get in position. Don't get me wrong. We still have some super fraggers inside of this group that we're looking at right now as well. It's just, I would guess that the W key is going to continue to escalate the longer we go on.
Absolutely. Here's another cool new way to look at who's up on deck. T1 obviously will be in the next game, and then Sonics will be our 5th team in today. We will not see FaZe till tomorrow, or Digital Athletics, which, hey, that's a step in the right direction, right, Matt? Digital Athletics, we didn't even see them last week.
Yeah, so, I mean, they had their opportunities coming in to play with it, but naturally, it's going to make it it's just going to be a constant incline moving into these different spots. So whenever I'm looking at this is DA's opportunity to move into here. I mean, let's be real. I know that chat and social media has been talking about the fact that, dude, what's going on with DA? This is their opportunity to counter that. But they have to come in, and while they do have an opportunity, it's very short-lived given the amount of games that they're going to have the opportunity to play in.
Godspeed, how you doing? I guess he's still bored.
He's doing well.
Matt.
Yeah, I know. Gosh,
well,
as
he catches a couple of winks and gets himself caught up. Actually, I think there was a power outage in his area, so we'll see it when we get it back as soon as we can. Let's look at some of the teams. Close look at TSM. Coming in right now, they do have a bit of a tall order. This is a team that not only has some of the best players in the world. I mean, Iroh is inarguably one of the best in Europe, but they also have challenges. We're not planning on Wookie Bookie sitting there. It was supposed to be Fex, right?
Yeah, and I mean, they're still bringing it through. It's It's a little bit different in style from what we've seen with them play, but I mean, we are still looking for the opportunities for Iroh just to step up. I mean, we know that this guy has a massive amount of firepower that he can bring and so much clutch potential. We just need to see TSM getting the opportunities to use that. That's the big factor for it, is it feels like a lot of their fights just happen at disjointed times for them to where they can't really bring into bear the way that they want to play PUBG.
All right, you're seeing the stacks of cash on screen. The players are trying to see them in game as we prepare for match 3 today. The trophy in the middle gets claimed by the team who has the most money at the end of this entire thing. And as the weeks become more and more valuable, $100,000 for first place, you're going to see it become more and more frantic to make it to that weekly final. Let's see who can do it on this one as we head to Game 3, powered by Intel. It is the perfect pair of Paper Thin and Toby with the call.
Thank you so much, Toffees, and your talented team of talkers. Even though we did lose Godspeed to a power outage there, you guys still do a fantastic job, and hopefully we'll be able to get him online. But this game is online. Toby, back to Miramar for game number 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one for sure. We've seen... We saw a pretty interesting one down towards the south. At first glance, I didn't think too much of the circle because, as we said, very unlikely to go down towards the southwest. And I thought, okay, so it will probably go back towards the west just south of Chumacero that we've been in quite a while before. But then we get a double east hard shift back to back, and all of a sudden we're in a whole new area of the map. All the teams are struggling to come in from the west, and it made for a very interesting mid to late game where teams are forced to try and rotate in areas where they simply didn't really have any space to rotate through. And I'm looking towards VP right now. They are right now the team that goes, you know what, this team is out of the lobby, let's take their spot. When Gen G left, they took South George, and now it seems to me like we might have a new team in Picado.
Well, let's see if they're able to get it done. Iroh and Spyro both eyeing this particular buggy. And by the way, guys, if you want to keep track of your favorite teams, make sure to check out the map. Twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map is where you can find that. You can see what all the rotations and things that are going to be happening. Is he really going to drive into this? Iroh, I believe in you. You're an incredibly talented player, like the desk was just talking about. The circle is going to go northeast, and this is going to be a bit on the risky side, potentially. Let's see if he can pull this off.
Yeah, the thing is, it's actually Spyro who are the player who's, I guess you could say, out of his area. Iroh lands here usually, so there's nothing new to this for Iroh's sake. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't see Spyro surviving this. If he gets inside the door, there was a shotgun inside that I don't think Iroh picked up. If he gets inside, Iroh, he steals the buggy. Please get away, just for the sake of things. Oh no, Iroh ain't gonna let him run away with the vehicle. He will find him. Luna over the side. How much does he commit to try and get the flush? Well, enough. Down goes Spyro, and just like that, VP thought they had it all lined up to get themselves to loot Picado for the first time, I think, ever, and unfortunately it wasn't quite going to be the case. Down they go with one.
Yeah, I thought that maybe VP would drop short of Picado and try to make Iroh pay, try to isolate him, but they did not, and instead it is going to be Iroh, who, like you mentioned, does like to drop there anyway, and Virtus Pro kind of, maybe because they switched so fast, Toby, they weren't able to fully recognize that would be a spot that would be contested, and Spyro was behind Iroh on the drop. Yeah. And when you try to drop new places, you don't have that practice and that timing to really, you know, get that perfect parachute like you need.
Oh, this is a pretty fun camera angle, because as you can see, the vehicle actually drove pretty far away. So Iroh right now doesn't have a car, and if he wants to get that that buggy, then it's quite a long journey on foot and quite a long journey through an area without really any cover. So we'll see. We'll see if he does make the run for it. But I think it's a combination of two things. As you said, Virtus Pro, they're now dropping in a spot that they aren't used to going into, and also TSM quite literally just joined the game. But I think they should have known. They should have known that Iroh. I mean, over the last, I want to say 2 weeks, Iroh has been there every single game of Miramar that we've seen. So for Spyro to not take that for granted, maybe want a long shoot instead or do something else, that was a little surprising to me. But what happens? Even to the best.
Yeah, sometimes you think you've got a good thing going, and it turns out you don't. But that'll be Interesting to see how Virtus Pro recovers from that throughout the round. Again, like we mentioned, circle northeast this time around, so nothing too crazy just yet. We'll see if there's any more ping-ponging, some more Atari action coming at us. Day Trade is way up north. Speaking of north, they go even north of La Cobreria to loot, not even all the way to Alcantara. And they're just kind of chilling, and they're going to wrap around the Oasis to make their way into this next circle.
Yeah, Norwich was over towards the west side, but he's going to get looted up and get going. I believe he had a bike as well, so they'll get going over towards the east. And they know right now that this is their time to go. There will be other teams joining them on the north side. We can see Meta already. Sparking is actually up in that area, and Wicked is all the way over already towards the east side, towards the circle around Torraumata. So looking forward to see whether Meta and Day Trade will run into one another, or if maybe Day Trade just slow down a little bit. We'll let them pass through, and then we'll take whatever's left for us on the north side of the circle.
Yeah, plenty of room on the north side of the circle for a lot of teams right now. It's because of the way the playing path was and the circle shift itself, and just the way the map flows. All of those things kind of point in the direction of not a lot of teams going to be up there. Africa Freaks coming out of their drop spot around Minas Generales and La Bendita and that kind of thing. And they are making their way through up to the eastern side of Al-Azhar. Probably going to go around that and try and get a little more north. Infantry tailing and Ents to their west. Everybody just kind of getting in right now. There hasn't been anything super crazy. TSG did have Al-Azhar, as them and Buriram didn't fight over it really this time around, so they get a little bit north of that. Just Buriram to their west, so oh boy. Oh boy. Gems, you gotta run, my guy. That's gonna be a lot. Ooh, he turns and does some damage to Godby there. Wow, that's some confidence from Gems.
I was gonna say, James, you don't know what team you're up against here. They did you dirty 2 games ago, and well, fortunately, it isn't the exact prime position in the circle. So it seems to me like 4M are up then to back down the hill. Maybe it's just a bait. I think it might be making them think that they're leaving when in fact they're still just around the side. You can see they're actually trying to wrap underneath now. They're committed to this. 4AM is not a team to back off. Here they come.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird now for Attack All Around. I don't think they quite realized who it was, and that's going to be crazy. Getting on top of Gems, getting that knock. Should be a flush coming in through soon. Grenade from Jankyu comes up just a bit to the outside. And now he is running towards his Murado, and still AAA is in no position to be fighting this. They aren't really covering each other. They don't have great angles right now. If they're not careful, they could find themselves losing another here very quickly.
St. Django trying to stay put. As you can see, he doesn't exactly have the best position. The vehicle is on the other side of the rocks, and the one player who was tasked to try and hold him safe or keep him safe just got headshotted. So not looking good for Attack All Around. Janku goes down, and Svit forced to back off to the compound. And 4AM, knowing that the compound is supposedly taken by Attack All Around players as well, they could use this time to try and spread out and take full control.
And I wouldn't be too surprised if that's what 4AM likes to do. As soon as they sense weakness in you, they pounce. There is no hesitation in them, and they are able to get yet another member of AAA down. And for AAA, they are very much split. Svit and Jayers on opposite ends of 4AM. So nowhere near each other now, but it's going to be a bit of a journey for them to potentially get back together. Meanwhile, 4AM does control this top area to the southeast of Cruz de Valle, a really nice area to control in a circle like this. I see a lot of teams really prioritizing this. Just from my experience in Korea, Damwon Kia is one that I see do it all the time. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense for 4AM to want to take it.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's while there are a lot of peaks on the northeast side of the circle, this one is by far the tallest, and you have such good vision over towards the east side from this position. In particular, you can see even where they are now, Forever in a little lower spot, still has a great line of sight over towards the east. And should the circle go over here, he'd have a pretty good chance of not necessarily knowing everything that's free, but scouting quite a few playable areas that they could potentially go to. Speaking of scouting forward, Punich is driving in, not getting shot at by the compound, and maybe he's going to continue. Is he going to turn around? Nope, seems like he's continuing forward. Not satisfied with what they were given. He's going to try and go even further into the circle and see if they can find something better.
Yeah, Zenith is really on a long rotation, but Meta is split out pretty wide, so there's enough room for them to cut through the lines of the team from Latin America, and we're still kind of watching 4AM control that top area over to GEX, who is a little bit spread out themselves. Jan Lee quite far away from the rest of GX. They're about a kilometer over to his west. You can just, I think, barely see their sign above him. Silzen shoots the Shinboy. Shinboy says, okay, well, that's nice. I'm just going to keep driving, my guy. Jan Lee on the bike now. Let's see if he's going to regroup with the rest of his team or what his plan is here.
Yep, he's going to try and do the big wrap around, see if it works or not. Multi-Circle Gaming, in the meantime, taking a bit of a skirmish with Daytrade on the road. It's, I thought it was going to be maybe Meta and Daytrade running into each other, but as expected, Meta got through. Daytrade held their horses in that one, and now that allowed for Multi-Circle Gaming to pull up right behind them.
And 4AM gonna get some rewards for their hard work up here. Get some of that level 3 gear. Not sure if they prefer the AWM or not. Some players actually will not pick it up, so they will pass on it from time to time. Just depends on the player's individual, desires. So over to the east, Tierra Blanca. Pretty hard to the east on this one. A pretty fascinating Circle 2 coming at you.
This is going to be extremely difficult to play around, mainly because we know, especially with Survival Weekend being where we are right now, teams want to go center, find themselves a compound, and kind of lay low. The center right now, where Freak of Freaks are currently playing around, is extremely difficult to maintain control of. It's very flat, it's scarce of cover, and there really is only 1 or 2 compounds there. You can see TSG there grouping up, but look at the field towards the south of where Freak is. You could kind of see it. There's the camera cam panning around. There are trees here, sure, but it's extremely open, and because there's so many hills around this field and around this compound, you cannot go into that open field before you know all those hillsides are either clear or outside of the circle. So let's see now how teams are going to try and fare around. Wicked tried to do damage towards Uncivil. In the end, he was just the bait because Alo from above gets him down.
Yeah, Uncivil doing a little bit of an Evil Knievel impression here with Luke 12 on the back of that. And again, fantastic work from SDK to be able to cover each other. It hasn't been the best day for them so far, but we've seen them recover nicely time and time again. Doesn't seem that much phases them. Zenith up in Oath's face. So again, North American teams having similar ideas of how they want to approach these circles, but shots ringing out from Oath. Going to send Zenith back a bit and kind of keep them at the ridge line. Svit still alive, and in fact, he does end up regrouping with his teammate Jayers, but they're going to find Buriram right underneath this hill next to them, and that is not a situation that anybody would want to find themselves in.
No, I love the fact that Noantro backed off there. Yes, he was in a position where he could potentially get the first knock, maybe even 2, but you could see his back is completely exposed in that position. They have the compound towards the southwest, but there's just no need to fight for it. Yes, they give up a somewhat center position, but with the fear of losing 2 players and trying to maintain it, that's just too much for them to risk this early on in the game. So I like the fact that they back off and they live to fight another day. And now, as you said, Zenith and Oath, they're close to one another. Damage done on both of them. Roth does manage to fight the first one. Padcap's down. Zenith had a very long, as you said, wide rotation out towards that east side. And now, here they are against the NA Brethren.
Yeah, so they're finding some troubles early, our Oath, and Roth is trying to come up over the side, see if he can get the flush. But some good shots from Snakers. Gonna pack him just a little bit, but Roth turns on to Bale Frost very quickly with his M4. Knocked is Bale. Snakers and Relo regrouping, trying to figure out what the heck to do. Relo's busy with Shinboy over on the side. Punage gonna flush. There are 2 flushes coming through for Zenith. Shinboy doing a fantastic job, really keeping Relo, not Alo. Alo's on SDK. Relo pinned down here underneath this hill, and Relo exposed, but getting into that shack.
Fortunately able to get some sort of cover, but how long will he be able to sit there for? I think that depends on how much Zenith are really willing to commit to try and get the flush. There's, well, he made it towards the city, but now he has himself found in between all of meta, and he will not be able to survive that 16 play for attack all around. Could never find a place to call their own. They were in cruise earlier, 4AM kicked them out, and they never found a house after that. Rustin Mop, well, his buggy ran out of gas, it seems. He needs a pickup, and he is actually pretty far down towards the south outside the circle. He does have Diggory close. No, yeah, he's close, so they'll be fine. But 3 in a vehicle now coming up to this northeast rotation. Oof, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, this circle continues to hard shift away from a lot of the teams and players up towards that hill where Zenith and Oath are. And for now, the fight has stopped between Zenith and Oath, with Zenith claiming that radio tower up to the top. SDK going to regroup after doing a little bit of scouting around them, see what's going on. They have the dead center position with their compound right now. Going to send Alo over to the other side of the road to kind of try to see if he can hang on to that part. There's a steep hill on the other side of it for teams if they try to approach him. Could be challenging unless they have vehicles. Then maybe you can make a quick push down there and get lucky enough. Nawadra hits the head of Longsker through the window of that. Oh, Nawadra is going to find the knock onto Boliang. Really nice shooting there.
That is a solid tag coming in, finds the knock. They'll be able to get the flush, I would assume. Just a short moment as well. Here comes Ram pulling up full speed forward, not afraid to take the fight. They don't have to get towards the circle. I would assume to see them try and wrap further around, but they are going full speed in. Akkad finds Longska. So 2 down for infantry. Wookie over the top again. First game for TSM here. They're on the southwest side. They are going to be in the blue a minute's time from now, and they need to find an approach in this circle. And in my book, this southwest side is too heated for them to need to go here. They could try and rave east around and make their way up there, similar to what ENCE is doing right now. ENCE are going to be coming into a very, very calm and quiet side of the circle.
Yeah, Nawadra is pretty darn close to the rest of TSM, and Wookie's trying to find some headshots with his Car 98 right now. Nothing connecting. Godmeow, in fact, has a bolt for himself. Boliang finally put out of his misery out on the road. There is a potential Bronco waiting. There's ENCE rolling in, like you mentioned. It is going to be safe for them. Infantry, 2 left alive, going to head towards the shacks where Maoye is waiting. Maoye spray, not quite good enough. It doesn't get any damage, hits the vehicle a bit, but that doesn't matter too much in this particular situation. Grenades now being thrown by both sides. Maoye able to avoid significant damage just yet. 9 coming down the hill. Gonna get that first aid off, but has found enough of cover for himself to keep him obscured from Maoye just yet. But Maoye likes the stuns. He's gonna send those out the window. See if he can catch 2 of them. He gets a pretty good stun. He did not get either of them though. Oh, that was a fantastic stun. They were both in the disabled state, but he could not control it.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures, and credit where credit's due. Valid effort of trying to stay alive there. Unfortunately for him, he does go down. That's going to be GEX out in 15th. And now for infantry, despite only being 2 alive, they do find themselves a pretty good spot in the circle. We know the next circle is going to shift away from the hard east side mountains, so it's going to center up, either center towards the west. It shouldn't be able to hard shift towards the southeast. So while ENCE got themselves a quiet side of the circle, they will be playing behind TSM. Circle does the exact opposite. Hard shift towards the west where we can go, and feels bad, ENCE. I guess it was only 3% circle log after all, because that's the second game in a row now where phase 4 shifts away from them pretty massively.
Well, let's see what ENCE wants to do. I'm pretty curious what their rotations are going to be, how they're going to think about getting into this difficult next circle. And speaking of difficult next circles, Oath has one for themselves. They have the east side, but not a lot to work with in front of them. They are watching for him. Godv did end up picking up that AWM, so interesting to see that that is a choice. There's a gun that he favors. Snakers, and, well, I mean, yeah, you got that hill in front of you, and there's a few spots where you could just kind of wait it out, but as time goes on, likely to be more and more challenging for Oath and Snakers to get down that hill.
Metagaming continuing to do damage from inside the city. They know that they potentially will have to leave here at some point, and the more damage they can do now, the easier their transition out of Tierra Bronca will be later. Let's see now, ENCE. Well, we were waiting to see what they were going to do. It seems like they're going to go full speed forward. Squeaky shot out of the car instantly. The teammate has to go over to the wheels. That's Rustin Ma trying to drive further forward. He is currently being chased by all of Ram, and now a Freak's charming on this as well. The highway to death, the highway of doom, is where both Ram and ENCE are driving, and it seems troublesome. Squeaky, Rustin Ma both gone down. Here comes Tixu trying to drive further forward. Infantry is over the top and crazy from 4 AM now, shooting up towards his fellow Chinese teams as Tixu, alongside with Dickory, try to somehow find a place to play from. And, well, for now at least, ENCE is alive.
Well, it's something. I think for ENCE, the only other option might have been wrapping all the way around that mountain that Zenith was on and trying to come in from the northeast. But for what they did and the decision they made, getting to where they are is not terribly bad. There is at least hope that they can kind of wait it out with their position. TSG has been hearing the fire from 4 AM and is working on getting good crossfires, getting good angles set up, and Volleybear getting into the mountain over here is really smart. He's going to have a lot of vision from up here, Toby, and he can get shots on a 4 AM.
I Meantime, TSM, they were ahead of ENCE. They stopped for a second, allowed them through alongside Burram, and now after all the commotion, they go, great. They just gave an info on 4 teams' positions. Now they're going east, and they did not hear SDK shoot before, and now they might be regretting going in this direction. Let's see. No knocks coming in so far. Somehow Luke doesn't find the first one. Still, no knocks coming in on anyone. I'm looking at the kill feed. There goes the first one. First one down, 2 down for TSM on Civil. That's gone down as well, so it's a 3v2 for now, but no flashes on TSM players yet.
Yeah, Wookie and Iroh very hurt on the southern side. Purdy's trying to come forward with the grenades. He is known for how well and how accurately he can place his throwables. He does finish off Miraku with his gun, still trying to peek the outer edges of these buildings. Oath finally sends it down the hill. Great timing here from Oath in a way. They had the opportunity with the fighting, but it is really good shooting from Luke 12, and that's going to send Snakers packing with a sliver of health and nowhere for him to go. Nawadra going to be the one to end Oath's round.
Snakers ain't gonna be his ideal's favorite player, leaving him behind like that outside the vehicle. That's for sure. Of course, that's unfortunate. Trying to both get away. Rillo couldn't get into the vehicle. Snakers goes nope. And in the end also, he does go down. So that's Oath, I just said, 14th place for them. And now Freaker Freaks, they had the compound for a long time, having to leave now. They waited for the fights to escalate on the other side. And they have a bit of a dip now with which they can sit in.
Well, let's see what Virtus Pro, MCG, and Zenith, who we're seeing on our screen here, want to do. They're all outside of the circle northeast, and I like that view that the observers gave. Really showed us what these 3 teams have to work with in a fight that feels likely to happen. Virtus Pro is able to get the edge of the circle for themselves, but Zenith is underneath and has a little bit of cover to work with. Not sure what the vehicle situation down there is like, and, well, this fight has not finished just yet. And it is a 3v3, it looks like, as there was a res that was able to come through for TSM. Throwables being launched. Alo on the outside. Alo takes a whole bunch of damage, but able to get inside the door just in time to avoid a knock. Purdy in the front, trying to hold on and keep his team in check, keep TSM battered back a little bit.
I think a lot of this east side commotion is going to come down to how Multi-Circle Gaming opts to play this. Do they push down around, engage in Zenith? Do they take the fight to VP? You can see Summer is spotted the head of Hiruzen, but opted not to shoot. Or do they wrap south around and try and engage in SDK and TSM? They really are the difference maker, I believe, in what will happen here. Lou does go down. Shinboy, great angle, finds him from below. Now Rob Flash is thrown over the top. Will try and make the push forward, and it's not going to happen. Hiruzen goes down, make that. Lee able to find him, and now it seems to me like Multi-Circle Gaming has opted to stay up towards the southwest side.
All right, Zenith is trying to get in and cut off the angles on Multi-Circle Gaming. Meanwhile, TSM is wiped out by the push from SDK. Purdy doing a lot of damage in there. Nice hold by the boys from NA. Grenades now being flung. Can they connect on to Zenith? Nope, they go a little bit in between. Good dodging, good footwork from Zenith. Staying happy with those feet. Good thing to do in competitive PUBG. Lingdu, Summer, wrapping around, trying to get up on top, see what's going on. Shinboy has just a bit of Lingdu's head to shoot at. Grenades exploding all around him. Is not knocked just yet. Throwing up some stuns, buying as much time as he can, and look who it is. They finished the job with TSM. Now they're going to come over here, try to completely clear out this northern side.
STK could not hope for a better time to get the wipe on TSM, as they can now make the full-on push, as you said, over the hilltop. Try and really pin in Multi-Circle Gaming and maybe get some damage in on Zenith as well. Plenty of damage coming in. 2 gone down, 1 for each team. And now STK are letting their presence be fully known. 2 knocks already. Multi-Circle Gaming falls down, and it's just Zenith left alive. But they've done what they wanted. They've gotten what they came for. STK backs off. They need those vehicles. They know that even with the kills on towards Zenith, that won't grant them a spot in the circle. And now the rotation comes in.
Right into Buriram they go. Kanaxi instantly gets Alo, tries to turn onto the vehicles, coming on his left, doesn't get much more damage. Noadra gonna clean that one up. Purdy now into 4AM, even worse potentially it feels like. The good molly from Purdy catches a lot of 4AM. Forever actually gonna be even knocked. Crazy escapes with just a little bit of health, enough time to get a first aid off as well. Now Purdy gonna work up, and Crazy is ready for him. Crazy tries to finish it, but Luke with the SLR gets the headshot. Just Godby left. Diggory shoots into the back of him. They just barely get it, but there's another volley there. It catches Godby. He's knocked somehow forever. Doesn't step his foot into the fire, and he is going to go for the res. Smokes out again for 4AM. The pressure is intense for this team right now.
He's committing to the rest with just 10 HP, trying to sit tight. They know that SDK would deal with it. Unfortunately, Crazy just exactly bleeds out, so one will fall. And I'm looking to Burram, I'm looking to TSG as well. Again, this was a chance for them to capitalize, to clear their side of the circle, and neither of them aggress. Now they do, but the fight is done. If 4AM, while losing a player, has managed to reset, and they will be ready for the next team that peaks over the top. Had they timed it earlier, had they gone over the top whilst SDK was still a presence, that could have worked out better in their favor. Now we'll see, as they fight each other here instead, how this one will pan out.
Yeah, for Buriram, only 2 alive, but oftentimes, as I've said before, it feels like 2 is 4. With this Thai team, with how incredibly quick they are to react to things, how good their shooting is, their recoil control, top notch. 3x spray with the AUG just catches a bit. Shandian up there, Volleybar stuns up, trying to see if he can flush Edie out, and it is going to be an excellent use of those stuns to force Edie over the side. Nawadran out, proning this out for Buriram, running over, seeing what's going on. TSG up over the hill, nowhere for him to run, nowhere for him to hide. Buriram United out in 8th place.
Keeping 4 alive as TSG, as they get the wipe there. They know they will probably have to deal with 4AM as well. They see the smokes, they're about to fade away. There should be plenty of them, but more mollies now going towards God V. Doesn't have a helmet anymore, barely a vest left remaining. Has an arm, but I'm not sure it's going to be put to much use now. They're trying to stay alive. And unfortunately, for 4AM, it seems to me like TSG has complete knowledge of where they are. Next circle is going to pop. Well, Ents, you're in it once more. You only have 2 players left alive, but we'll see how much the Finns can do with a circle where they're essentially the only players inside.
Well, it was a heck of a run to at least give themselves a spitting chance here. TSG, though, I don't think they're going to let Forever get out of this with his life, and they're being very cautious, very disciplined about it. They got the knock of the finish on Godby inside of the shack, and Forever trying to throw up some stuns, and it's into the smoke. He goes, and down he goes. Triumphant Song Gaming gonna finish the job on the 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men just fighting for quite a while there. TSG does a great job navigating the southern part of this circle.
The timing could actually not have been better for Ents here either, because after the wipe, TSG, as expected, immediately tries to take control of the hill. And while they might be able to see Ents, they also have clear vision of both Xiaoyang and Shinboy trying to make their way down. If you take a look at the map stream, they're peppering them right now. The 2 solos that could maybe have become backstab snake-type players that could punish Ents are being dealt with by the team over the top. Xiaoyang, the first one to go down. I believe Shinboy is trying to prone down. Yep, prone's down behind a rock, so he's at least out of vision for now. But because he started shooting, Ents now knows there's one up above.
Yeah, TSG does not let teams stay on their flanks. They do a great job working the edge here, doing what you need to do, flushing the sides out, and it's going to be a little help from Daytrade and Flash, but the pressure was put on by TSG. That sent Shinboy into the arms of Daytrade. Daytrade down beneath a hill underneath Ents, though. Sparking drives out, looking pretty decent for meta here. They've been quiet, but they're still 3 strong, only losing 1 early on. However, one of the best Miramar teams in the world, TSG, is looming on the top. They're going to have to fight their way through Ents potentially here. Grenades ringing out, and Diggory holding on. Molly's around as well. Tiksu, though, he's throwing his grenade of his own. Doesn't catch anybody from TSG just yet. More Molly's still in the hands of TSG, so a lot of utility left for them, but Attica's going to get Silzen. Silzen left as an anchor for Meta, going to fall there. The other 2 do get across the road.
Both Tiksu and Diggory are currently on the hotline going, Daytrade, where are you? We need you right now, because they are being isolated to the biggest of an extent. They have 1 Shack East, and somehow they're both still alive. Daytrade are looking for Meta down below, alongside with what TSG is doing. And I think it's smart playing by TSG here. They don't want to overcommit before they see the final circle. Now it pops, it's going to force everyone down the hill. So now I'm curious to see how TSG is planning on playing this. The plateau that Ents has is still inside, so that will be the better spot. But as you can see right now, at least some of the TSG players are currently trying to work their way down the mountain on the east side to deal with Daytrade, to then go back uphill and fight off Ents, who they should know at this point are pretty low on players.
They're really fanned out along the southeastern edge of the old circle and trying to work their way into the new one. And you can see they're trying to get crossfires, trying to get angles onto Ent, but Ent pretty well entrenched, been here for quite some time, holding on nicely, at least for now. Puchills even gets the knock on a Volibear. So again, the problem was sometimes when you send your teammates out wide on flanks is if they get caught, it can be a little dangerous, but Volibear has enough of the hill there to get behind. Ragnaldino going to look for a grenade onto Daytrade. Oopsie daisies, goes a little bit too high, and Venatica just says, oh, I saw that, I know where you are, and Shandion gets sparking from the back. And that's going to be meta out in 4. 3 teams left, 4 for TSG, 3 for Daytrade, and 2 for Ents.
And look at the rotation TSG are putting into use now. They're wrapping around the west side. They want to get the hill below. If they can get down to the cactus down there, they're going to be in a prime position with the dot under control. And that's exactly where they're positioning themselves. Now, similar situation to the Gen G win last time around. Somehow Daytrade and Ents need to work this one together to deal with TSG. But having said that, Daytrade are up with 3. So it's far from impossible. And keep in mind, last game when we sent Liquid through, that was Daytrade as well. So once again, they find themselves in an endgame situation.
All right, let's see if Daytrade can turn their fortunes around. Find a good win here for themselves with TSG in firm control of the center of the circle right now. Tixu still waiting. More smokes outside of these shacks. Stuns going to be thrown as he is getting ready to make his move. Diggory on the far side of Tixu on the edge of the circle. 2 shacks between them, and Diggory's going to actually check the bottom side of the hill here. He might just work around, and this is playing very well into TSG's favor.
They need that knock. They need it incredibly much. Puchus has to go down in order for Ents to be able to make this flank around. They're containing him right now. Digger is running forward, barely any HP, while Tixu is holding the angle. Venatica is up close as well. They need to deal with this, and they need to do it fast before TSG becomes a factor. And this could not play any better for TSG. These guys will fight, and they will have a chance to push forward. Now Venatica over the top spots. One does damage to both of them. Venatica finds one. Puchus able to find the other, and that's going to be all of Ents eliminated. And while that's going on, TSG grabbing more real estate. Shandian push forward, takes control of the ridge. 4v3 now in favor of TSG.
Yeah, they're on top of Daytrade. It's going to take some magic here. Some good grenades could help, of course, if they're able to land it. Ivanatica's out, though. Stuns are all that is available for him. A beat-up helmet, the vest at about half health, a few smokes here and there, but for this team, they are in a world of hurt. Bearing down on top of him is Peng and Shandian, but they're not really confident to get over that hill. There is Puchills and the other members of Daytrade over there. Flash. Oh, Venatica gets one. Venatica gets the hot headshot. Isn't able to get the finish onto Shandian. All of a sudden, it is falling apart for TSG. It is just Sia left. The other ones are knocked. He can't get to them just yet. Daytrade swarming. Daytrade trying to make up and see if they can get this done. Sia stuck on the backside of the hill. He is stunned up and he's looking over. It's going to take a Herculean effort from Sia to get it done. The flashes are in. The push is on. This could be it. It's going to be Daytrade who takes the game.
Wow. TSG, they had the high ground, they had the position, they had the center of the circle, and they got greedy over the top of the hill. They could have sat back, they could have waited for Daytrade to have to push forward. They got aggressive, they wanted to end the game, and yet here they failed to do just that. One player each got themselves a knock pretty much at the exact same time for Daytrade, making it a 3v1. In the end of it, they had one player position in the back. Yamcha not in a position to really do anything from there, and down goes TSG. I thought they had it written all over, but once again, Daytrade able to surprise, able to make the upset, and this time around, they make their way to the weekly finals.
Yeah, they've got just enough of an off angle on those 2 members that were up top for TSG. And that's enough to give Venatica a chance, and Daytrade takes full advantage of it. Back-to-back good games for them, and this time it is going to be the win and another weekly finals for them. The Thai teams really stepping up here as we move along with this event, and this time they're going to pocket 5,000 big ones for themselves.
And they made it so, like, they played it so smart. They knew when to use their flashes. When I saw that flash pretty much fly into the face of, I believe it was Norrøns, I was expecting the TSG push to come there. They held their tongue, they waited out. Then they pushed forward without flashes instead and ended up getting killed because of it. Daytrade, first of the Thailand teams to make their way through to Week 3 finals. Such a great end game for them. They were quiet on the north side of the circle for a good while, but when it came to pushing out, they knew to take control of ENCE, they knew to take control of TSG in the end of it as well. And Daytrade is one of those teams. Give them a finger, they'll eat the whole hand. They're very, very, very good at punishing even the smallest mistakes. So now, without further ado, I believe we will be able to hop over to the interview. Maybe just before that, Paper, any closing thoughts on this game?
I love watching Daytrade operate in these endgame circles, Toby. They're always putting themselves in chances to win it, even when they're in bad situations. I think you made a great point there, that they are able to find small mistakes and pounce on them quickly. The communication is so good on this team.
Yeah, exactly. They knew immediately when to go. When they saw one peek over the top, they got the knock. There was no hesitation on their side whatsoever. They knew they caught them on a back foot. And again, in my opinion, TSG, hold your fire for a second longer. Don't peek over that hill. You don't have to go down there. You know they have to come to you. You have to dot. You have a player who's sitting behind you, and all he can do is look in your direction and hold from behind. He will have zero impact if you start peeking down on the other side of the hill. He cannot see that with you. But with that said, let's hop on over to the interview and see what Daytrade has to say after a very well-earned endgame win there.
자, PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌
PGI.S
3주차
Weekly
세 번째 매치에서
Survivals Week
승리한
number
팀은
3.
데이트레이드 게이밍이었습니다.
And the winners of our third match was Daytrade Gaming. I'm here with player Puchu. Congratulations.
네, 아쉬웠던 매치도 있었지만 정말 경기력이 점점 올라오는 데이트레이드
There were some
게이밍인 것
frustrating
같습니다.
games in the
이번
last 2
매치에서
weeks, but I
승리한
think
요인은
this
뭐라고
match was really special. Why do you think you guys were able to take the chicken today?
เพราะอะไรถึงชนะได้ เพราะความสามัคคีของทีมครับ แล้วก็กำลังใจทีมเป็นหลักครับ
네, 이제 선수들의 팀의 자신감과
I think our players
승리를 이끌어낸 것 같다고
were
합니다.
feeling very confident today, and we really
경기력이
tried our best.
점점 자신감이 붙은 모습인 것 같습니다.
We definitely could see how confident you guys were getting.
TSG를 정리하면서 엄청난 경기력을 또 보여줬어요.
In the last moments of this match,
어떤 오고 갔는지 좀 궁금해요.
even if you guys didn't have many players left and you guys were at a bit of a disadvantage, you guys were able to eliminate both the teams. What kind of conversations were you guys having amongst yourselves?
ใจเย็นๆครับค่อยๆเล่น ให้จังหวะในเกมเล่นตามจังหวะเกมครับ
네, 침착하고
We tried to stay really calm
게임의 순차대로 그냥
and focus on the game.
플레이하자라고 전달 그 오더가 오고 갔다고
That's
이제
what we were talking
정말
about.
리그에 완벽하게 적응해 나가는 모습을 보여주고 계신데요.
It's really great to see how you guys have adapted to the league.
지난 파이널은 5위로 마무리했는데
So in the last finals, you guys ranked only at number 5. If you guys had any expectations of where you want to rank for this week's finals, where would that be?
ที่เท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คาดหวังไว้ให้ติด1 ใน 4ครับ แต่ก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
일단은 1위에서 4위로 생각하고 있을
We
거다라고
are
전달하겠습니다.
expecting to rank
기대해
in the
보도록
top
하겠습니다.
4.
후추 선수 인터뷰
Thank you
감사드리고
for your
다시 한번
interview
승리
and
축하드리겠습니다.
congratulations.
ขอบคุณที่สัมภาษณ์นะครับ แล้วก็ขอยินดีอีกรอบหนึ่งกับที่ได้ที่1ครับผม
네, 이렇게 해서 3주차
Congratulations, a big win on Daytrade, getting through on the first game of the day, or not the first game, the first day of the week, which is a change from the first week where they didn't make it and the second week where they didn't get through until the second set. So this is a big improvement for them. They'll advance to the left side of that weekly final board. T1 will step in as the next up to join the Big 16. And as we get ready to watch the highlights here in just a minute or two, I want to ask you, Godspeed. Daytrade takes home $5,000. It's a team that I think even last time I asked you about them, and you, as well as a lot of other people, were sleeping on them. What's working?
I see what you did there, man. No, Daytrade, yeah, I'm up, by the way. I'm awake again. Daytrade has been a really interesting team to watch simply because of how aggressive they are, but honestly, just how clean they are in the tactics they use, specifically in the end game. Oh, what a shot, my God, be disgusting. But yeah, I just think Daytrade is incredibly exciting. I think they're a very smart team, and I think they're very mechanically gifted. And overall, they've performed pretty consistently over the course of this event so far.
Just the general performance and how we see this in-game circle play out, it was a lot of the TR Bronco teams having to make a readjustment back off away from those positionings on circles. But another team that really stood out to me, not just because they got second, was TSG. You can see them start their killing run right now, picking up these first 2 kills, and then it just starts to become a bloodbath. TSG has no fear whenever it comes to fights. Sure, it's about getting the chicken dinner, but TSG feels the best way to get to that end zone is to take care of every single team that they come across along the way.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, if you just look at the last weekly finals, I think by like game 3, they had the lobby leader had like 32 points, and TSG had like 30 points, but 25 of those in 3 games were just straight kills. I mean, TSG is an absolute fragging powerhouse. The problem is that also gets them in trouble because they fight just a little too much sometimes. Venotica, by the way, is just absolutely nuts. I think this entire roster, Nurns was pretty much dead for that whole fight. It was a 3-on-4, and the way they set that up to kind of trap TSG to come in, because it wasn't actually as clear as I believe people thought with the center being just for TSG. I mean, the way that they had I believe it was Venotica, up on the side of that hill, and the 2 players back, Puchiels and Flash, just holding that angle. I mean, TSG was in a lot of trouble just as I think Daytrade was.
I love the way that we saw Daytrade maneuver through that, get a read for what was happening, and figure out how the fight was going to break out. Reposition around it, and the utility use was so vital in making sure that they secured that fight. And then Venotica just showing up at a clutch moment, playing a peak angle perfectly to just get a knock and then get a ton of damage before stepping up and getting the second.
A phenomenal play by Venotica, a phenomenal play by Daytrade, and just a great game to watch. Honestly, there's a lot of... it was similar to the Gen G win to a certain extent. I mean, as that final fight broke out, Daytrade only had 4 kills. To win that, they had to basically wipe the remainder of the lobby. They got all 6 of the remaining points that were still on the board and executed it very, very cleanly. Let's take a look at the kill count. Not a surprise to see Venotica up on top, Godspeed.
No, not at all. I think he's been playing out of his mind this entire event. This is the other thing as well, I got to say about a lot of the SEA players is mechanically, I feel like they are just some of the best players, period. I mean, they're so solid. Mainly, it's kind of been an issue of having those teams work together and be on the same page, but I don't think that's really been a problem for Daytrade at all, and Venotica is a big part of that.
Another game, Matt, where we see another player breaking that 1,000 damage threshold, Volibear, who has been incredible to watch in this tournament so far. But I think you said in the green room, TSG runs into a kind of a similar problem as like Buriram runs into, and to a lesser extent Daytrade. They are fighters who consistently get to the high end of the match, but they can't seem to close. I mean, it's one of those like second place is the first loser, but these teams don't play like second place teams, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, whenever we're looking at TSG, let's be real, they're amazing to watch. The way that they move through the map, if you want to take something and apply it back into your PUBG game, watch how they make sure to clear territory around them, how they communicate, and how they move through the map, because they will murder every single team around them. They haven't gotten the win all the time based off of it, but you can see that they went from getting 4th and I think 12 kills to getting 2nd and 10 kills. They know how to manipulate the territory around them and to manipulate the teams around them, so that way they're always playing from an advantage position. Until the very end, when Daytrade spun that back around on them and then just managed to bring the utility out in a very necessary moment.
Let me ask you this, Godspeed, because we've seen a lot of teams deal with this. We saw VP dealing with it last week, a little bit of Oath to a certain extent, now Triumphant Sun Gaming. These teams are leaving it all on the field, right? They're making these frags, they're playing very aggressive, and they're consistently getting it, as Matt puts it, spun around on them here at the end and ending up in second place. How many times can that happen to a team? I mean, you've been at this level before. Mentally, you were just too fatigued to keep doing it that way.
I mean, the real issue really just comes down to the fact that every ending is different, right? And so like you've experienced certain things like maybe in a similar situation, but the teams are different, the movements they make are different, and ultimately that's kind of the beauty and the curse of PUBG is you can't prepare for everything because you're generally finding new situations every single game. But yeah, TSG, seems to always come down to like the last couple teams, and I mean they've used most of their utility and everything else. They have 9 to 10 frags at that point, but they just can't close it out. So maybe they need to change something up at the end game, but everything up until the end game seems to be working really well as long as they can frag their way through.
Take a note from 4AM and STK. If your utility is futility, you got to change it up, right? And that's what TSG ran into on that one. Matt, metagaming. They came in 2 matches ago. Both of the matches that they've been in, they have put up good numbers. They've been in the top 7. This feels like a very different meta than we saw at the start of this tournament.
I mean, meta is adapting so quickly, and really, I don't know who's doing the research for the team right now, who's kind of scouting out how all the other teams are playing around them, but kudos to whoever that is, because they're feeding so much information back over the other teammates and the shot calling positions that we're seeing them play from. Meta was one of the teams that I believe that was playing Tierra Bronca towards the earlier sections of the game and had a little bit of trouble repositioning back away as the circle started to shift. But again, the way that they're managing to figure out how the teams around them are playing, you're starting to see more of the LatAm style starting to kick off again, where they're just like, screw it, I know I can take this fight. I've got confidence in myself and my teammates. I'm going to go for it. We weren't seeing that come out from Meta, and now we're starting to see that play style reemerge from them.
T1 entering the fray. Dustin, this is a team that, if you look at their roster, is insane, but they have no money. They have not earned $1 yet.
Boy, oh boy, have I been talking about T1 a lot for the last week. It's just, you said it, man. I've said it too. Everyone said it. Their roster, mechanically and talent-wise, is really good. I mean, they really don't have any faults. I mean, Adder is one of my favorite players to watch, man. He's so jolly and he's absolutely deadly. But there just seems to be a lack of kind of focus, or at least direction, with the guys. They're not very proactive. They seem to be just kind of very reactionary, especially on the edge, which is just not really great. It's not a great look for them because they're losing edge fights and they're just losing people in rotations. They need to come together, and we saw what they can do when they come together. I mean, they shot up in the last 2 games of the bottom 16 to get wins when they were really not in a great position at all. So potential's there. We know it. Team's nuts. Roster's nuts. Leadership. They need something to change there. They need direction.
Yeah, it does seem like edge teams have been struggling a little bit, especially at the front end of the weekly survival series, Matt.
Well, it kind of is the nature of the beast. When everybody's just playing for the chicken dinner, if you're an edge team that likes to get the kills and get the points based off of that, and that's one of your predominant play styles, you lose that, and so you have to adapt to a newer style of play.
Will the center continue to thrive, or will the edgelords rise to the top? Game 4 about to get underway, powered by Entel, as we head to the islands to see how it goes. Let's join the divine dyad of Paper Thin and Toby with the call.
Thank you so much, Toffees, Matrim, and Godspeed, our experts of elucidation, giving us all the awesome details as we find ourselves over to Erangel for what looks to be the last time today, and it is T1 going to be heading out towards Geka early as they join us as well. 2 more games, 2 more teams, 2 more wins, Toby, and then we wrap up day 1 of the Week 3 Weekly Survival.
2 more of a whole lot, and most importantly for these teams, 2 more chances, as you said, to get yourself into that weekly final. You just don't want to have to play another day. Every time a new team comes in, it's more change, it's more things being a little different from how it was in the previous game, and when you have a chance to bring home a win, same like TSG just did, you just don't know when you're going to get a chance like that again, because they fared so well in the mid-game. They played it super well to make their way up to the end game. Ooh, let's see, T1, you just got here and you're almost losing players already. That's not a good sign. Let's see if they can survive. But no, I mean, T1 had that one written all over it. And, I mean, props to Daytrade. They managed to bring home the win. It's just, if you don't make it now, they're going to be looking back at that game and go, oh, had we only. And, well, now they can go, have we only got a boat, because we need to go to military.
Yeah, you guys can't see it on your screens just yet as we keep track of the T1 and GEX Gatka fight, which has been raging for quite some time. If you haven't been watching PCS Asia last year, first of all, you should, because the Asia teams are pretty darn good. Second of all, T1 and GEX have been fighting over that area for quite some time. Now, it is going to be a military, a very hard shifted to the east military circle is where we find ourselves, but right now, just keeping track of whatever T1 is looting, and they have found themselves completely southeast of GEX because of the way the circle went, so able to get in vehicles, able to claim a lot of the vehicles around Gatka, so kind of, you know, starving GEX a little bit here of rotation ability, especially in a bad circle like this, could prove to be very, very disastrous for the team from Chinese Taipei.
Now, we have seen GEX on the weekly finals military game. They actually were one of those few teams that opted to go out towards the west. They took the boat spawn out by the lighthouse, and they opted to rotate around water like that down towards the south. I would not be surprised to see them try and do that once again. They know that the west is pretty open. Sure, attack all around up towards South George, but they shouldn't have too much to fear on the west side of the circle, given how the plane path was. So I would not be surprised to see them up to go west. On the contrary, I would actually be somewhat surprised to see them try and cross over the bridge, because there are so many teams that would most likely be coming down in this direction.
Yeah, and for ENCE, a similar predicament, and also for AAA underneath them in South George. Every team on the northwestern side here has a really difficult decision to make, and oftentimes I watch teams like Gen G and Tianba come out of South George very closely, and I watch how they're able to deal with military island circles, and often it is a struggle, no matter how you slice it. TSG, though, going to make their way. Are they just having vehicle troubles here? Are we just waiting? Is that what's going on? We're just waiting for the rest of the vehicles to come through? Is they going to come over and then loot into the crossroads or Novo or something? I think that's the idea.
You know you're rotating out early when one of your players has a Tommy gun and a dual barrel shotgun. Not even a Tommy gun, a Bison and a dual barrel. That is suboptimal mid to late game equipment, but we'll see. They're taking their time, TSG. I mean, and I respect it. They know that VP landed Novo. They saw that when they were parachuting on in, and they have had their fair share of skirmishes with the Afrika Freaks, and so maybe they were expecting Afrika to try and do something to penalize them, as last time Afrika tried to rotate over, it was TSG to get a kill, but unknown to them, and now known to them, is that they managed to make it across without any fear at all. No one was there, plenty of space to rotate in from, and they will be the fourth team across, as more and more teams are now starting to head down towards the south.
Yeah, Buriram gonna do some boats. T1 quickly all the way down to the gas station, and infantry hung out a little bit around a spot that they are keen to camp from time to time, so you got to be careful of it. Meta is also watching this similar spot, but just from a different location on the other side of that little chasm there. And infantry is across early. SDK has one left out on his own. It's Purdy Curdy hanging out just to the west of the military base. Afrika is across. TSG went way deep to the south. So Afrika going to be wrapping around themselves, trying to stake out a piece of the pie and see if they can find a victory after not being able to come away with that first game where they had a really good opportunity.
Thank you, Observers. I was just going to say I'm looking at the map at Buriram right now, but here they are. They're rotating south from Mill to Power. Pretty straightforward rotation, but there are a lot of teams down here. TSG actually positioned all the way on the shorelines, and I was thinking before, where are they going to settle? Because usually we see teams kind of beach their boats just in and around Novo, and now they're going in circles trying to avoid all the commotion. But while shots are being fired from VP, TSG has held their fire. They don't want to maybe alert VP to their whereabouts, and makes pretty good sense. And here they go back towards the north, maybe try and claim the south side of Novo, get out there, trade those boats for cars, and get a rotation going.
I like it. It's a quick decision here by Buriram, and I like the idea from TSG not to shoot just yet. I think VP probably has some kind of idea that TSG is below them, just maybe not the exact locations. And Novo going to be the stopping point for Buriram. They were able to scout that on the way by, so on the way back, that is going to be where they decide to beach the boats. Meta and T1 across the bridge without any fighting, it seems, or at least any fighting of significance. And Meta has the northern part of the island, and T1 wrapping towards the western part. GEX coming in a bit late, of course. They do manage to find vehicles, and they are going to try to make it across the bridge. No boats this time for them. And Uncivil says, hello, 9. You are done for this round. Thank you very much. That's a point in the, well, it would be normally a point in the hands of shoot to kill, but again, points don't matter. This is just like, almost like, whose line is it anyway? Back in America, points don't matter, just the win.
We're all just here to have fun and chicken dinners. Is that how it is? We don't need to kill each other. It's all about winning. Halo does make some of it, though. Let's see. Long skirt goes down. Xiao Yang immediately there to trade it. Luke does go down in return, but I'm not sure if infantry are back. They are actually committing back to this. They're thinking maybe we've got a knock there. There's a universe where we can get the reds onto long skirt. That just made it that less likely, though. Bo Liang falls down. Xiao Yang is on his own. And I think this is him trying to just drag more people down with the sinking ship. Maybe if he can get the flush onto Luke, he can at least see STK not make it to the end of this game.
Yeah, just looking for a little revenge, it feels like. Alo, after getting that excellent knock with the SKS, is bearing down on top of this, but a little too overconfident. Steps just a bit too far, and Xiao Ying is going to take him down. And that's going to be 2 for SDK in this. And what looked like it could have been pretty good. Purdy as a bolt is now not so great for SDK as Zhao Ying is stuck. I think Purdy might have hit him with that bolt. Grenade out from Uncivil. Going to be flying out. That bounces in a great direction. Hits him with a couple shots as well. Catches him on the backside. And that is going to be infantry out, but a lot of damage done to shoot to kill in that fight.
I was just gonna say that's when you look back at it and go, worth it? Question mark. I mean, they had the chance to just kind of let them pass, but I think it was Luke who was positioned down the hill, trying to maybe anticipate their push around, ends up going down, and that forces a fight that I don't think SDK would have necessarily wanted to have to take early on. Now let's see in the meantime, 4 a.m. Coming full speed forward, they're crossing on over. They saw one person running across, and now Ling Du shots fired towards 4 a.m. Tags coming in already. Some are able to find forever. So down goes one. 4 a.m. not allowed to cross without taking casualties.
Yeah, it hurts when you lose that top fragger on your team, and for 4 a.m. that's going to be forever going down, and they're going to circle the wagons, find the houses here to the northwest of Novo, and that's where they're going to settle up. But Shaolu does get a knock on the Hirezen. I think that's up on the tower mountain there, so that's way up high. That's some really nice shooting there from Shaolu. MCG, in the meantime, going to continue to sit at the crossroads and wait for Circle 2. Edie is over here. Briram has worked their way all the way through Novo after getting the boats landed. And they are potentially going to get in a scuffle indeed. Edie is going to find a quick knock and finish onto Crazy. Nawadra running around in the house, getting up top, seeing where the rest of 4 a.m. Zenith making the latest and last rotation, it appears, at least for now, over the eastern bridge. Circle 2, where do you want to do? Just going to set her up on the island itself, so right towards the military base.
As kind as it could be, we're excluding, I think, as much water as we possibly could with the circles we were given. And one thing that's a little surprising to me, and that might get changed now with Zenith wrapping back over towards the other side, is we only saw one team come in with boats this entire game. Usually you see more, but only one team committed to boats, and I think that sends a big message to the urge people now have of vehicles. You can play on foot usually and get yourself some kills, but since kills don't matter, we need vehicles. We need to be able to crash into new areas fast, and before other teams do, we have to get those vehicles across, and that just won't happen with boats.
Well, the two teams to come out of George are going to be the last to get into this circle, as the north and the south being attack all around, north being Ents, still waiting, but attack all around is actually maybe just going to try to, I think, take Ents out. Maybe. I don't know why else you'd leave everybody back here.
Why are they allowing them in between them? I am very... Gems is on the other side. Maybe that's why they don't have to shoot, but I'm very confused by how Attack All Around is playing this one with Ents. Ents are going to be in for a surprise when they realize there's a almost full team right next to them. In the meantime, Virtus Pro tried to wrap south around, and it's costing them dearly. They already lost one. Now, Luke trying to get rest up. That ain't going to happen either. Hikari says no. And down goes one more. The Frigga Freak sitting with 3 inside the bunker here, and I'm expecting that they'll be sitting here for at least a little while longer. In the meantime, Ents just allowed them through as well. So a lot of surprising things happening up towards the northwest. Russell going, wait, what? There were people here all along? And Svit, well, he's driving now. He's in the blue still, but fortunately for him, it's only phase 2, so should be able to get across, unless, of course, if one more bullet connects.
Yeah, the timing's good here for Svit. Should be able to get through. And for Zenith, gonna check the northern edge of everything, see what's going on up here in that area. Tiksu going to roll up to the side, just get an eye on what AAA potentially is doing. Of course, he's got a heal as well. Rustenmar look it up, and then they will load up and try to go across. Speaking of loading up, get those esports points. Code down in the bottom left. And enter that in. Get yourself some sweet, sweet gear, some other good things in-game, and keep playing PUBG, because this game, oh, so good. So good in this game. I can't wait to see where this circle is going to go. Are we going to have a military ending? Is it going to be maybe up on that mountain to the east? Could it go south of the military base? A lot of different options still available. And ENCE is finally going to make their move.
Attack all around have set themselves up in, I don't want to say a bridge camp position, but they have Jairs who's going to be able to hold. So if ENCE don't read this one right, if ENCE goes east here, they'll be running into 2 guns, maybe 3 with gems up on the hillside. If they go west or straight down south, they should be all right. The immediate pushes towards the west. Rustenma up from the high ground position before, so looked over the top, saw them driving towards the east, and goes, guys, they're east, let's wrap west instantly. When we get across and we should be safe, and indeed they are now. They will be hitting phase 3 in a short moment. I'm not quite sure of the Mets situation for ENCE, but at least for now, the rotation will have paid off, and should this circle go south, they're going to be golden. Let's see. Nope. Send us up on the base once more.
Yeah, so ENCE has a few options. There's still that foresty hill on the south end that's in. They could settle up there potentially if no one else really gets in their way right now. TSG over on the southeastern end might opt to go onto that hillside to get the overwatch of the military base proper. We'll see exactly what both of those teams want to do. 4AM in the meantime driving right down the main artery of the island itself, and that's going to be Oath up on the hill looking to get a little bit of damage, maybe knock another member of 4AM out of this round. T1 split across those bunkers with Afrika Freak, so the Korean teams having pretty similar ideas on how to approach the early circles in this one. And Oath fanning out around the what some people refer to as the General's House. That's up on the northeastern side, kind of the nicer
house.
I've heard it called the General's House. Yeah. But I think it's actually like a clinic or something, isn't it? Doesn't it have like medical equipment in it?
I hear pharmacy.
I'm serious. I've heard people call it
nursing
that.
home. General's
there you
House.
Go.
That is. Huh.
I've heard somebody call it that one time, and it stuck with me because it actually, I think if you're inside of it, this stuff like looks like a clinic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it does make sense. The General's House. I thought it was more. I thought it had like an Asian, like the war hero's house, and then I was thinking it does not at all look like someone's house. But I get that as a name. Was that a name you heard in an Asian tournament or in a Western tournament? Because it makes sense.
That's what I heard from Western players. Actually, I heard that one from Western players.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Somebody made it a call out, and I was like, huh, interesting. Anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we were getting scary close. We were getting scary close to 5 million. That's all I was looking at. That numbers we last time we checked, it was at 4860, I think. So we've gone up around 50K since then. All thanks to you, of course, out there in chat, showing the support in game and helping crowdfund this tournament.
Yeah, the support's been incredible, guys. Thank you so much to everyone. You're helping out the tournament. You're helping out the players. It's wonderful to see PUBG Esports makes its appearance in 2021, and what a bang we've come out with so far at PGI.S. It's been incredible. TSM making their way over towards the northern part, going to cut off AAA up on the northwestern side, kind of in between the two hills there. And Afrika, yes, we know. They're stuck in this bunker. That's a tough one. I find this to be an interesting early decision here from Afrika Toby. Getting stuck in these bunkers can often be very tricky.
Yeah, it's you especially when you lose, like when you have no control of what's happening above you, it becomes easily very difficult to push out of. And now, well, in all fairness, this might be one of the best shifts they could hope for, because they will most likely not see any team try and pull up on them. There's only one more team to the south, depending on what ENCE is opting to do, and they should be able to play this one back free. So we'll see how Afrika, when they opt to leave their comfort of their turtle shell that they have right now.
Yeah, T1 just joining this lobby in this game, and they're making a quick rotation as for towards the center. Let's see how they want to set up when they get in there. Zenith and Buriram going right across Godmeow's face. Roth survives for now. Still exposed on the hill with Buriram up on the radar tower. Gets up and over. Let's see how the rest of Buriram wants to handle that. Virtus Pro, oh no. CC now gets Spyro. So it just keeps falling apart as we go along. It's like leaves on a tree. Just one after another, they're falling off.
Yep, not easy for them. God V and 4AM taking full control of the hillside in the meantime, telling GSG to go back to the lobby. We'll see more teams are charming in now as well. Aqua 5 gets himself Shandian, and now it's just one left alive. Will Lu be able to find him? 12 bullets left to the chamber? No! Not gonna happen. TSG, they were holding off strong, but Yamcha able to stay alive and should be able to get Volibear back up on his feet as well. We'll see if he's going to succeed in that. GSG with just 2 alive will be able to play somewhat center, but just go on what you said just before. GSG and their full speed commit to the center, that could really pay dividends for them.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. It kind of was like what Ents did in the previous game, where they just go for it and at least give themselves a chance to be in that conversation at the end of the game, being one of those 3 or 4 teams that are left when you get to phase 8 or something. There's always the hope. That's why you make those moves, and GEX trying to make a move themselves, but AAA in their way, TSM even further along. So for these 2 teams, going to be a tough one. But GEX, if they so choose, I think they could just kind of wrap around the south side of this.
They don't have anyone playing or leaving from inside the military base. The only team that is still kind of within those boundaries are STK and Freaka Freaks, and they're all the way down towards the bunkers or the hangars. So should be all right for now to make the push, but seems to me like GX don't feel like wrapping around. They want to take the fight to attack all around, and so far there are casualties on both sides.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 to kick it off. Gems is flushed for attack all around. It's only a knock, and I say that Yanli does end up getting finished by Gems. CC does Nux fit, though, so 2 left, 4 attack all around, and GX does get south enough under AAA to put themselves in good crossfires on top of the Tide team, and Jayers puts a good spray down into CC. Quick on the draw. Now he's looking for the last member, pushing on him in front of him. Mao Ye around the corner, and he's going to do it. Jayers holds tight. GEX is out.
Solid spray coming in, and if they play this one well, if Yanku can go over there fast enough, they might be able to get him back up alive. And Freaka Freaks, how are you still inside this circle? I'm not quite sure, but they are down towards the south. Circles have gone their way today. And is Hirutan sitting inside the US? I'm looking at the map, and I think he's sitting inside his car in the middle of the circle.
I see that, yes. I'm a little bit
maybe that's
intrigued as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe nobody will expect it.
True. I mean, I wouldn't, that's for sure, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, Shoot to Kill is trying to buy enough time to get away, knowing that Afrika is next to them. It's going to be some throwables coming out just to keep Afrika on the other side of their bunker. And Afrika will indeed wait it out a bit. Uncivil finds the northwest corner. There's a beat-up Dossie over there, and not really much use for that. AAA, yes, you want to fight. Now there are snakes in the grass, and they spring and bite you in the legs. Jank you. No problem for Miraku there. That was easy. Wasn't even looking at him. Now the frags and other things coming out, exploding, but Vard very quick to react. And Svit and Jayers trying to move, but they're cutting across sight lines of Vard. Takes a bunch of damage, does Fit, but able to get on the other side of that hill.
Yeah, unfortunate does go down on Zenith. They tried to make the similar play to what T1 did before, but from the other side of the circle. And for some reason unknown to me, T1 hasn't opted to play this one together just yet. They kept Danjay and Aqua 5 on the other side, and there's nothing that they could do to help out their 2 teammates over on the hilltop as they go down. Now, Ents, they've made their way down towards the bunkers as well. Freaka Freaks have opted to leave outside. A cut went down just before trying to push over towards SDK. But Ents has a fight in front of them here that they need to deal with fast before other teams start chiming in from the north.
All right, Hansia sees one, gets a decent spray, repeaks it. Wow, the confidence there from Hansia. That was a difficult one, no doubt about it, but a little bit sloppy on both teams' perspectives. Grenades hit the side of EJ and Hansia. More bouncing in here. That one going to bounce too far, though. Rustinmar going to cook another one, seeing if he can finish the job onto them. That one again, they're really bouncing off the front of that hill and going quite far behind Afrika. Still though, Rustinmar, one left, plus 2 mollies if he decides to use them. They got to get these to land a little closer. They're constantly bouncing behind Afrika, so a little bit of misplay with the throwables from Ents. And Hansia, oh, careful there. There is fire onto that ground. Smoke wall out between the two teams. Squeaky, though, is going to get the knock onto Hikari. Going to go immediately for the flush with the molly. EJ stepping up to the side, catches one a little bit, but no damage just yet, but he's just able to keep himself covered. Rustinmar gonna go down. EJ the only one left for the Freaks. That's Squeaky going down as well. Only Diggory alive for Eds. He sees him and Diggory saves the day, but a ton of damage done.
Once again, so much damage in there. Now Hirusen is once again driving forward. I'm not sure he's going to be staying in the car this time around. Nope, jumps out. Noandro Konaxi alone on their team. And again, T1 in trouble, trying to stay alive in their position. But as you can see, Buriram over the hilltop, actually helping them out a little bit. Aqua 5 is alive down below, trying to get the rest on towards Sanjay. And over on the top side of that, Multi-Circle Gaming are trying to stay alive. But that smoke will give the info. There's players down here. Is it good? Is it unbunny? Yes, it is. Konaxi finds himself a double and takes out T1.
Yeah, this Buriram helps, and then they take away. Sparking is the name of you. And what in the world? Tank just headshots Noandra. Saves a bit of damage potentially into meta here, but he is very beat up himself, keeping Roth pinned behind the tree. Eventually, Roth able to get the peak, get the finish. MCG going out into 8th place. Zenith trying to heal up, and it seems like Zenith at Buriram scuffling quite a bit in a lot of these games today. And Roth, sees Konaxi. Konaxi actually gets Poonage. Roth runs out of bullets, gonna have to reload, and Konaxi's gonna prone and wait this one out.
Trying to lay low, and while all the commotion is taking place towards the north, Ends are trying to use that time to cross over the road. Both Tixer and Diggory have now managed to make their way here. In the meantime, now, as you can see, TSM trying to stay put. Iroh does fall down. Vaughn will have to try and heal up. Still outside the circle with 3 metagaming players well aware of his position.
Yeah, everybody running for the hills now. Roth does end up finishing Konaxi, so Buriram out in 7th. Meta readjusting. Sparking still with that AWM in his hands. Has hit a couple nice little shots we've seen in the kill feed, but haven't got to see it on our screens just yet. Maybe now is the opportunity for him to pop off a bit, as he is wont to do. It's going to be Tvard spraying. No knock, but Snakers actually from the cross angle gets Sparking down. Ragnar trying to keep TSM on the hill line with the shots. He's a pretty good angle, but now they are finding him, and it's actually going to be Silzen who comes alive, gets a good call out from his teammates, and finishes TSM off.
Solid spray coming in from Silson there with a bit of a distance to it as well. Gets the double, unfortunately. As you see, does lose a teammate. So 2-2 solo and Oath with 4. And now Snakers tweeted out, and I quote, "I wish I could sit in a compound for 27 minutes and win 30K. Now, they've been sitting there for about 25, and we'll see if they opt to leave at some point soon. The 30K won't be theirs before they make the money in the weekly finals, but we'll see if they can make use of the compound they have for now, should the next circle go towards them as well."
Yep, the opportunity and the initiative are going to be on Oath, no doubt about it, and still 2 up after that fight with Afrika. Purdy alive, trying to snake it out for STK. And then looks like we have Silzen for Meta. So 4 teams, but only one with 4 that remains. And Oath is going to scout a lot of this out before making their moves. Vehicle's still okay, still drivable for them, able to control this compound, whatever you want to call it, down here on the northeast side of the military base proper. Purdy has one of the guard posts for himself, and I don't expect him to be moving anytime soon.
Nah, he's inside the circle. That's all he needs. He is not going anywhere. He's even getting a crate now. I mean, it's not really on him. It's going to be in the blue as well, but he's good. He's chilling. He's chilling. He ain't in a hurry to go anywhere. He just got a free smoke grenade too. It's only gonna last a while and it's red, but yeah. Maybe if he's really lucky, Oath pulls up on the hill. The fight escalates between Takes to Diggory and Oath, and there's something he can do. But 2 solos, a duo, and Oath. Ends are going, solos, where are you? We need you to do all the damage right now.
What if Ents comes down and tries to get that crate, and then Purdy kills both of them? How feels bad, man, would that be?
No. That will be
I don't think they're gonna risk it. Yeah.
That would be the opposite of a smart play in this situation. They would be so easily contained on the other side if anyone from Oath saw that. Now, Rillo, we talked about when they're planning on leaving the compound, making his way out, and Diggory on the other side trying to look from above as well. Silson, in the meantime, the Wookiee man of this game. Oh, did he spot him? I'm not sure he did. That Wookiee suit is coming into pretty good effect, I would say, with the terrain they're in right now.
Yeah, it is. It does make it rather difficult with this grass to see what's. Look at, he's looking right at him. He has no idea. He has no idea. Silson's going to use the opportunity to move while nobody's looking. I mean, Diggory knows somebody's over here. He knows. He heard the shots. He knows someone's still alive. He's doing a great job keeping track of his kill feed, keeping track of his audio cues.
Oh,
now he sees it. And there you go. There you go. Good eyes, Diggory. And that is going to be Silson and Meta out. 3 teams alive with really 2 fighting, and then Purdy gonna wait until he absolutely has to move. Next circle, centers towards Balefrost and Relo, and priority, Oath.
Well, I mean, this is again where you could make the discussion point of would it have been better for Diggory not... I mean, now he knows where he is. Would it have been better off not shooting him? Just so that maybe there's the chance of him ending up like attracting the attention of some Oath players and the fight escalates there. I don't know, I'll leave that up for chat and maybe the analyst desk to decide, because in these late games where wins are everything, when you're down to just 2 and you know there's most likely a fully stacked team in the compound coming out towards you, you need all the help you can get. So maybe taking down one of the meta players there wasn't the right decision. We'll see, depending on how this one turns out.
All right, the Molly opens things up in this fight, which could be a bit of a protracted one. Still a lot of time left on the clock in this game before even Phase 9 reveals itself. Purdy's going to boost up. Look at all the utility that Purdy has. 5 frags. Now, I tell you what, if there's any player in the world that could come out and win a game with that amount of frags and mollies, it's Purdy Curdy. The guy has proven to be one of the best in the business, and I told you he's going to go get it. He's got it. I told you. I love it. Let's go. And now, Ent's going to open with their own volley.
Purdy can see everything, but he's going to have to cross the road. It's about when he does it. And also for Purdy right now, don't shoot at ends. If there's any team you want to shoot at, if you want to have a chance of winning this, you have to help them somehow take down Oath. The question is, does Purdy know which team is where? If he sees someone on the hill, I think Purdy is the type of guy that would shoot him. We'll see how this plays into effect. Does Tixu know for a fact that there was a player across that he's still looking for? You could see him kind of swiveling over there to the west a little, to the south side a little bit. Circle is going to be right on Purdy's legs. And so you can see Tixu is still looking across the street, looking for the solo player over there. But again, I say go to the other side of the circle. Play the east side. Let Oath deal with the solo. Maybe if you're lucky, Purdy gets a knock on one, and you can try and wrap around east and take the kill there. Don't just ignore the solo there, wrap north around, and try and see if you can maybe have the solo attract some attention while you're trying to get away.
Oh, Bale has been watching that intently. Purdy is going to be taken down by the combined fire of Ents and Oath. So the 4v2, but that grenade hits a bunch of Oath. Does about half damage to a couple of their players. It's going to buy a little bit of time for Ents to group up and think about what they want to do, get their heals up, get their first aid kits, get those drinks in hand and slammed as we get ready for the jam at the end of this round.
2v4, and the 4-man stack, who probably hasn't taken barely any damage this game yet, has a Groza as well. Well, it is your birthday, Squeaky. I know you're not playing, but you're praying that these guys will bring it home for you. You would not have to play more games in the end of this one. Let's see how this one pans out. Pad Caps, first one to fall down. Relo is hit by the Molly as well. So right now, it's going all right. We're seeing Snakers is rapping. Snakers is living up to his name right now, trying to get the flank around the top. He's going to back off immediately. Steps were heard in his direction. He's going to back off. Just buy enough time for your team to get Pad Caps back up alive.
I mean, are we going to see another team on the disadvantage clutch out around here? It's looking not bad. The res is up, though, so Ents not able to fully capitalize on those knocks other than pushing position a bit up over the top. Snaker's taking a whole bunch of damage, but he gets Tixu instead. Diggory is going to fall as well, and Oath is able to hold on and take our game number 4.
27.5 minutes was how long Snakers was allowed to sit in that compound for until they granted themselves the win in the match, and I'm sure they'll be all kinds of happy about that. Sometimes you gotta send a prayer, sometimes you get the answer. You can see them smiling, waving their hands, happy about getting themselves a win. Maybe not in the usual oath, power your way through it fashion, but it is a great win for them after all.
Yeah, I mean, Oath has talked about the fact that they like to be an edge fighting team. They like to clear things and work through that manner. But this time around, they are gifted a circle, and they'll say thank you very much. And maybe that tweet paid off, convinced the old PUBG gods to give them a little love. And you got to give ENCE a lot of credit. They're playing very well today. A couple back-to-back rounds where they've been in it at the end, just odd number situations for them. And that's difficult no matter who you are.
Yeah, it was tricky for them trying to take control of the center the way they did in the later stage. I mean, remember, ENCE was one of the very, very last team to get, first of all, to the island, but also into the circles. They were driving around in the blue, halfway towards phase 4, trying to find their approach. They come in from the south, they full speed send it through to the middle. They only managed to keep 2 alive when they make that cross in the end. And had they been just 3, I think that game could have easily gone the other way. But unfortunately for ENCE, not quite the case. And for Oath, well, as we said, sometimes you get the circles going your way and they grant themselves a good chicken dinner off of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make about ENCE. That was not an easy run for them to make, and I've seen it time and time again where whatever teams are in Georgia pool, military circles are extremely difficult for them for a lot of reasons. Yeah. Often they're one of the last ones coming into the military base is a big problem. Either them or the Severny team, right, have the hardest path to get to those bridges.
And finally, well, they get across, they get themselves a second place. That could maybe have been a first. Again, you can always make the questions of, should they have allowed the meta player to stay alive? Should they have focused on Purdy in the end there, just wrapped north around, trying to focus on the real threat being Oath, while they might maybe try to deal with the Snake on the south side? Questions could be asked, and I'm sure the desk will have answers on those questions a little later on. But before we get there, we can see players leaving now, and I'm not sure if we're getting an interview or not. I'm looking for the Oath booth to see if they're setting up for an interview, or maybe we will be hopping back to the desk as well. Any closing thoughts for you while we wait for that to happen?
Nope, that was a fun one. I enjoyed watching ENCE navigate that one for sure. Would have liked to see them come up with the win, though.
Yeah, sure thing. Now let's hop over to Oath and see exactly what they have to say about that win.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 3주차 네 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 오스였습니다. 오스팀의 릴로 선수와 함께 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 릴로 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you.
네, 정말 이번 매치는 오스에게 좀 무난했던 것 같아요. 자기장도 그렇고 혹시 승리를 예상하셨나요?
The last match, the zone was on you guys the whole time. Did you think about it was an easy-going game? So was it an easy game for you guys?
Yes, it was incredibly easy. We literally got every single circle shift until dot, and I mean every team around us was super weak. So when we pushed out, it was a super easy win.
자기장이 계속 저희한테 떨어졌기 때문에 되게 무난하게 이길 수 있었던 경기였습니다.
네, 그런데 상대적으로 위클리 파이널에서의 성적은 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 9위, 10위로 마무리한 바가 있었는데 이번에 어떤 걸 좀 보완하면 순위를 올릴 수 있을까요?
However, in the last 2 weeks during the weekly finals, we ranked 9th and 10th. Maybe you could do better this week. What are some things that you guys want to achieve or make for this week?
Last week was super disappointing for us. We played really bad, especially at the start. We had a better second day. But we're looking to work on communication and just stay composed and make the risky plays that can win games.
저희가 지난주 주말에 위클리 파이널에서는 첫날 너무 못해서 너무 아쉬운 점이 많았지만 둘째 날 그래도 조금 선방을 했기 때문에 아마 이번 다가오는 위클리 파이널에서도 더 좋은 결과가 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 위클리 파이널에서 정말 많은 팀들과 다시 한번 겨루게 될 텐데 그 팀들에게 한마디 남겨주시죠.
You guys will be competing a lot of different teams during the weekly finals. Is there some kind of phrase that you want to say to the other teams?
Look out, infantry. Don't bridge camp.
Infantry 조심하시길 바랍니다.
네, 좋습니다. 정말 릴로 선수 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 파이널에서의 활약도 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 오스팀의 릴로 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 오늘의 마지막 매치가 준비되어 있습니다. 여러분 끝까지 함께해주세요.
We take the Oath, and Oath takes the win, as well as the 4th spot in the weekly final as they advance to the left side, joining 2 other teams who have been in every weekly final so far, as well as Daytrade, who has been on the rise nonstop. We have one more game to play, where Sonics now steps into the 16th spot, and will have a chance to make one game and a big statement as they return to form with the top players. Let's take a look at how the money has played out so far for the weekly survival rounds today. Oath does win some money for the first time, especially at this stage, $4,000 in their pockets, and there is a little bit left to win. Whoever takes home the 5th match will get that $3,000 prize. Congratulations to Oath. Let's take a look back at the highlights. Godspeed.
Highlights. Yep, we got some highlights, and I mean, as any military-based game will give you, it's a lot of bloodshed. I mean, these are really, really awkward games for a lot of the teams, specifically because they have to rotate over that bridge. And as we heard Oath say, you know, don't bridge camp. That was a little message to Infantry who had done it to them. But yeah, I mean, a lot of teams come in crippled or trying to cross lane, and it just doesn't work out. Oath, meanwhile, had a very phenomenal spot. At the same time, I mean, they still had to make sure that they were holding it. And I don't really believe a win is like super free, but that one was generally given to them as far as position. But they still earned it, man. I still give it to them. Someone's got to get circle, and if it's you, it's you. And I love to see it.
You got to make sure that you can get. That's the big thing about it. Like, sure, it's nice to get circle favor, but I mean,
yeah.
Part of this was a lot of the fighting from circles, I would say about 4 on, was happening back over towards the edge, and you can see that the tail end of this was very clean. Specifically, you were talking about this quite a bit, Godspeed, about the Snakers reposition off of that, trying to go for the flank and really just trying to draw attention from Ints back over towards it, so that way the rest of his team can position up and be ready for the push that was coming.
Yeah, I think honestly Snickers just had really good patience. He had really good trigger discipline. There was multiple times where he thought about pushing over and cresting and going for the peak, but then one of his teammates got knocked and he slowly backed off while still maintaining that threat of that position. So I thought Snickers played that reposition really well, and ultimately he had a really nasty turn on one of the final members events and helped him get that win. So really well played to all the members of both.
Take this moment as they come out with the big chicken dinner and the win. And I'm going to be honest, Kwok was a little bit mean on that interview. She gave him some challenges. She said you had the circle the whole time. Do you feel good about that? And to his credit, Relo was honest and was like, hey, you take the wins that you get. Like, it is what it is. And then she also looked him in the eye, Godspeed. She goes, hey, your last weekly survival performance have kind of been garbage. Is it going to get better? And they took that in stride too. So kudos to them. And Snakers comes out on top with the kills.
Look, well, on top of that, it was banter with banter. It was like, oh, you got to bring it? Yeah, it was an easy game. And by the way, yeah, okay, I know it wasn't so great, but bridge camps, beware. I love the fact that to counterbalance the banter back and forth there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just really the fact that, yeah, Oath hasn't had maybe the best showing so far, but every single fight that they've gotten for the most part, I mean, they've been crippling the teams that have been, you know, eliminating them. They've at least been doing a lot of damage, getting multiple knocks, taking members out, period. So it's not like they've just been going down without a fight. The fact of the matter is they've just been in some of the busiest part of these circles, and as we know, these circles are really wild, and so they've had to fight 1, 2, 3 teams, or just had to go for rotation that really wasn't desirable because of their position. So Oath is they're a really scrappy team, man, but you know, they're still in there, and $4,000 on the board. I think they're in 14th now, so they can climb.
It has been in the past, they've had to really fight to get through. I think both times on the final day match them. This time they get through on the first, so we'll see if that sets them up for success. A little bit of rest time. A team that's joining the fray right now, the second that they were shown on screen, Twitch went nuts. It's your favorite team to love and your favorite team to hate. The Sonics are onboarded.
Take one North American team, send them out of the group stage. Bring in another North American team, but now it's going to be Sonic spam all over the place, and with reason. This is a team that I know a lot of people are really looking forward to playing today, and really just trying to see I guess people have expectations when we look at them. The same way whenever we're talking about Liquid, FaZe, and everything along those lines. From North America, we talk about shoot to kill Sonics quite a bit. Now it's a matter of how fast can Sonics show the performance for all of this fandom.
I'm excited to see. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back to get ready for the final game, we'll talk a little more about teams like Meta and Buriram, who haven't quite shown up the way I expected to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. Paper Thin and Toby coming at you for the final game of the day. Oath takes that one, so we're swapping one NA team out. We're swapping another one in. We got the Sonics coming in for the last game, Toby. And that one, you know, Oath finally got their wish. They got the compound. They were able to hang out in it and get the win. What are we going to see here in this final game of the day? I'm really excited, but it's a lot of the same teams, Toby, that are qualifying for these weekly finals. I mean, again, Gen G, Liquid, Daytrade, Oath, all 4 teams that have been getting it done throughout this tournament.
One thing I'm looking forward to see is, especially going back to Miramar now, what does Virtus Pro do? Because I assume Sonics will want Picado back, even though they're the latecomers, they're the ones that just got here. VP was technically here first. I would still strongly imagine that Sonics are going to go down, try and claim the territory of Picado. We saw what happened when they were fighting for vehicle, Virtus Pro that is, with TSM just before. They end up losing Sparrow. So if the plane isn't optimal for them to go on the southwest side, what will they opt to do instead? That is one of those things I'm looking forward to. And also, of course, I mean, back to Miramar we go, back to Chinese teams we go. And while the Chinese teams haven't won the Miramar games today, they have been scary good looking.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for TSG kind of whipping a bit against Daytrade, they would have seen themselves qualifying, but they still have to get it done here. The final game, $3,000 on the line in this one. We find out who will be the 5th team to qualify for the Week 3 weekly finals. Plane is up. Let's get it going. Miramar is where we wrap the day up here. It's a wonderful Tuesday evening in my home of Korea, where the teams, most of the teams are, not all of them, some of the teams are in fact playing from home still due to the COVID situation, but A lot of them are here, and this played not too bad. Over the middle, a little bit northerly though.
This is, I would argue, as fair as can be for everyone to go essentially wherever they want. It's opening up opportunities for everyone. If you want to go south, you have great transition opportunities down there on a kind of a vertical scale, because you can only really get south on those verticals to the left and out towards the east. So good chance for teams to go wherever they want. And for Virtus.pro, as we were just saying, gives them a chance to go down to the area we expected them to go to, just southwest of Picado.
Yeah, and with Day Trade out of here and no Furia either, Chumacera is actually kind of open on this plane path as well. So for Virtus.pro, if they wanted to go even further south, they don't really need to. If they wanted to, they could, but I think there's enough loot available around them that they don't need to go much further than they are. There is T1 heading to Los Leones. Now I say this, and Yan Lee is getting close to... Smart! They can't run over you if you're on the roof.
That is a wise play, and once again, it's Virtus.pro trying to find their way in between teams. And is that a shotgun? Of all the guns you want to shoot at a guy at 100 meters distance with, that probably ain't it. Yan Lee went out to peek, seeing if he came in his direction. Now he's got himself another. Is he gonna take the mini as well? I would assume, maybe. I mean, Hiruzen is still miles out in the feed. Lou is currently trying to drive over and pick up his teammate, but he is still out in the open field. Maybe we'll see a knock on the kill feed a moment from now.
I think this is a great opportunity for VP. The circle is kind of south central, so right in their area, right on top of them, they have the ability to maybe move down there a bit. And, you know, because the loot in where they are at is just kind of those normal, you know, 2 or 3 building compounds anyway. Might as well just book it so you can get that center circle position established early.
Yeah, and that's why you see teams opt to leave early. You don't need the 330 bullets that you see Mime running around with right now. I mean, you can easily settle with half the loot you would want if you know you're rotating into an area where A, you'll get a compound, and B, there isn't anyone around. So VP could just get me a gun, get me a helmet and a vest, the essentials, maybe one first aid. I'm going to start driving already so we can lock down some terrain down towards the south, and that's actually what Spiro has done. He's already down towards the church and is probably going to see his teammates continue further south. The only issue for them is right now that 3 of them are inside the same vehicle, and you can't really try and maintain those wide splits and whatnot if you don't have a car each.
It's pretty interesting to see what they're doing. And of course, guys, this is PGI.S presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. So a little bit of housekeeping. We should also mention there is a map stream available if you want to see what your favorite team is doing, how they're maneuvering when they're not on screen. Or if you just want to see how the teams are thinking in general, highly recommend you guys check the map stream out. PUBG Esports Map on Twitch is where you can find that. And hey, if you're just tuning in, you missed some of the early games, you want to check the VODs, all the VODs are available on the PUBG Esports YouTube channel. So go back and watch those if you missed them, because we've had some really good ones here so far today.
Yeah. It's with the announcements out of the way, it's fun. It's fun to see the circle and how no one actually opted to go further south. They saw the circle pop out to like center, and everyone's going to be coming into this from the north. If you look at the map, it's quite literally everyone that aren't already inside the circle are coming in from the north side, and I wouldn't expect to see anyone. Maybe infantry would wrap south of Los Leones, but even that I don't think it's going to happen. I could imagine them trying to take north side Los Leones on the west. Maybe the warehouse is there and play control on that side of the circle. But the only issue is with Los Leones still being in, with Chuma still being, with the massive fields up by Picado still being in, it can be pretty dangerous to lock down too hard on 1 or 2 compounds now, because you want to be ready to go with wherever that second circle shift goes.
Yeah, if there's the normal teams that we would have that make those kind of long southern rotations, like a Na'Vi, for example, are in the lobby right now. Sometimes you'll see Damo and Kia do it, but again, not in the lobby. Maybe TSG will do it. I've seen them do it from time to time, where they just wrap all the way down and try to work their way south to north in that fashion that, for example, Na'Vi really favors on circles like this. But everybody, like you mentioned, yeah, a lot of teams taking it very easy. There's a lot of edge teams in this as well that like to come in late. Buriram and Meta's taking their time. So kind of an interesting start. Not that normal fast dive to the center that we've seen fairly often in the weekly survival.
Yeah, exactly, because we don't have that southwest side Los Leones looting team. There's really only T1 who kinda is that, but since they had so much space around Los Leones, they just went, yo, we'll just spread out and take even more. You didn't have the dedicated Chumacero team in this lobby either, so right now, I mean, contrary to what we usually see in a center circle like this, there's actually surprisingly much space available, and as I say that, there are teams taking that space, but they're splitting thin to claim it. So if you're coming in fully stacked with a 4-man team trying to bang something center, there's a good chance that you'll run into a team that's currently splitting, and therefore will give you the compound for free.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for T1 in particular when I look at that. ENCE is finding a little bit of space across the field to the north of Los Leones and going to head into that mountainous, or not mountainous, but hilly area just north of there. Infantry finds the southern edge of Los Leones unoccupied, so they will scout that out and then make their desired move from there, dropping a vert grip on the ground for some reason, not sure what that is, probably just for a teammate there to pick up eventually, or just as like a marker, I don't really know.
A marker, could you imagine?
You're using it to like line some, I don't know, yeah, it's like dropping like the breadcrumbs, you know?
He's 5 degrees west of the thumb grip. That's how we communicate in PUBG now. That'd be pretty next level.
That would be quite fascinating if you're doing that. This is where I dropped it. You drop a dot on that, move on. But you could, well, you know, Toby, now that I think about it, you can drop a specific marker on the loot itself that is its own individual type of marker. Anyway, I don't want to theory craft that because I think Godbeat's about to die.
There's a chance that might happen. There's a chance that might happen. He does have teammates around within, I want to say, nearby vicinity. You can see already now Knaxi tried to run over the top. He's getting tagged up and actually caught V! Woohoo! That is damage coming out of him, taking down Guppy. Unfortunately, will go down in return. But now it goes down to how much will Buriram commit to get the flush when they have a person knocked in the field themselves too. Are they going to go down to get the flush? Are they just going to full commit to get Gopmeow up and will forever be able to get here in time? Oh, crazy. That is just extremely bad timing to mess up your vehicle. Extremely unfortunate timing for a vehicle mishap when you could be over there helping your teammates out. So he does get the flush. We'll try and see if he can get down one player as well. Lou comes in full speed. Neurotter says, nah, ain't gonna happen, buddy. Nice try, but I'm not gonna allow that. But in the return, crazy. Now, I think really wish he had that vehicle available.
Yeah, Forever Alive this time isn't finished on their rotation. Ooh, gets a nice headshot as he backs off the hill, almost getting another knock, and that opens the door for Crazy. Start pushing in, finishes off Nawadra. Heels have to come through for Knaxi and Edie. Crazy starts sprinting towards this field, but there is a whole lot of open space in front of him. It's going to take forever, and the pressure to get it done.
It's gonna take forever. There you go. Finally, it paid off for you, didn't it? It's gonna take forever. It is gonna take forever to stay alive here, most importantly, but not just stay alive and hide it out. Because if he backs off for too long, that'll just be Buriram going down to flush God V and Low. So he needs to not only stay alive, but he also needs to force Edie and Konaxi to focus on him. And right now, in all honesty, it's kind of working out. He's shooting, going, I'm over here. Then he backs off, repositions, comes up again and says, I'm over here now. And as you can see right now, they're not focusing on getting these flushes at all. So Godby will go down, but buying time, Forever actually did manage to allow Lou to get back alive.
Yeah, this is fantastic work by Forever to get Buriram to play whack-a-mole with him, and they're never able to land that hammer onto the Gopher to get those points that you need. But in the meantime, he might die because of it. Indeed, he looks to be taken down. Xiaolu trying to help, but isn't able to connect any of his shots onto Knaxi. So for all that hard work he did, he has paid the price. And what is going to be the play here for both of these teams? Neither of them seems interested in backing off this fight.
Neither of them may be expecting to be able to bring home the chicken dinner in this one. They're going, you know what? We might as well just take the brawl full on. Here comes one over the top. Crazy, don't miss those. It is up against Edie, a very talented player, but he's going to go down in return, so trade 1-for-1. Knaxi is there. Here comes the drive-by. Will it succeed? Lou shoots at him down to low speed. They're both down low, and Lou will be the victor in what will most likely be the elimination of both Buriram and 4am. Circle down towards the southwest, as far away as it could be for Lou. And I mean, you have to have the right mentality, winner's mentality. Of course, you can always win the game. But Lou, I would like to see you do it.
I would love to see Lou do it. I mean, it's always so exciting to see a player who has kind of these fights early on, is the last one alive from their team, and is able to sneak out a victory. It always means the ending of the game is going to be some kind of crazy or another. And for Africa, last round, I found their decision to early on get stuck inside of one of those shelters a little questionable. Let's go over to SDK, running into MCG. Immediately, Luke 12 taken down. Tank has a great angle. Gets another. Purdy turns on to Summer, though. Purdy comes around the corner, isn't able to get two. Tank just a little bit better there. Lingdu reinforces his team now. Alo around the side. Ooh, decent spray. Does not get a knock. You're going to reposition, open the door, see if he can bait them out a bit. That Molly is not going to find him as he has moved, but he comes out the door. Lingdu's not surprised, is waiting. And down it goes SDK. A struggle for the team from North America, but it's been a good tournament for them so far.
Has been for them. This is the first day they'll be missing finals after the first day. Both the previous week 1 and week 2 survivals they have been through early, so we'll see how they fare having to play the second day of weekly survival. Still expect them to go through, but you never know. You never know what grinds people's gears. We'll see if that's gonna hit them hard or if they'll be just fine coming into tomorrow. In the meantime, T1 trying to find somewhere to go, and Longska, while they missed a few, are gonna connect the bullets needed to get the flush onto Aqua 5.
Yeah, it's just a real struggle for T1 to maintain these wide splits early game. They're constantly getting caught out, and this time it's going to be Aqua 5. In the past, it's been Starlord or Adder. Rarely is it Dengche, but that isn't to be saying that he isn't capable of having it happen to him too. It's kind of more that Starlord and Adder and Aqua 5 are more in the recon positions. Generally, Dengche is more of a support kind of fill-in type player. Aqua 5 plays a support role as well, but he's more of a backline, kind of watching the flanks, see what's going on kind of guy. So that is going to be him going down. Meta finds the western side of Chumasera, going to find the high ground with those mountains. AAA is in front of them. And over on the western side of your screen is the code. J68G6MLX7RZ8. It's going to be this one around, and we watch Lou do a little trick action on his motorcycle here.
Not exactly the dirt bike that are in the normal games where you can actually do tricks now. That's pretty interesting. But who knows? Maybe we'll get them in there, and then people will get to do some cool dirt bike tricks in the future as they come driving on through the field. I've always been the player that goes, if you have a chance to do a backflip, why wouldn't you do a backflip, right? But then we see people flip their vehicles over and they go, well, I guess maybe for the sake of competitive integrity, we shouldn't be playing that type of game in the midst of trying to not get killed by opponents.
I still feel like if you pull off a backflip in ranked mode, you should get rank points. You should get like 1 rank point per backflip. So then it just turns into everybody going over to heaven on Erangel and trying to do backflips off the side of it. But anyway, I jest as this circle of hardships. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Look at how much space TSG has here. Look at this. Oh,
yes,
no, go ahead, please do.
No, yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? They have all the space in the universe, TSG, to make up their mind where they want to go, but they have to do it fast, because teams are going to be coming in, and as much as I talked about ends earlier getting shifted away from, and so many of the phase 3 shifts, now, although they aren't inside the circle, coming in from the south, they should have time and space to get a really good position off of this. GX are going to be trying to come up now and make the pull up on Virtus Pro, but Lou says no.
All right, that's the opening. Spiral around the corner. Stepping right into that is CC. One more. Guys, you know he's in there. They're just torn apart. Virtus Pro takes GEX down in quick fashion.
One reloads, the other guy keeps shooting. Solid sprays coming through from VP to deny them entrance to the compound. Surprising to see they all try to kind of push through the exact same door there. And now, TSG have started to charm in. One will fall. Lou is outside the building on the ice cream truck. They're not sure if Spiro will be able to get a free pass and getting the rest on up. And then we have the other Lou, from one Lou to another. What do you do here, friend? You're outside the circle. You have 2 full teams ahead of you. How do you get inside the circle without getting noticed? Ooh, Xiao Yang. Good tags onto Hikari. Takes one down. Lou has started shooting, and that's going to be Shrimsy. Now taken down from afar.
That's just mean, Xiao Lu. That's just mean. He's trying to get some more damage into the Sonics, but content with what he did. Packs up and moves along. Oh, geez Louise. Some great shooting again from Zhao Yang and Boliang. Gonna take a COD down. The star fragger for Afrika out early as they find a shack up on the hill. They're gonna have to settle in for the long haul there. MCG over on the western edge behind AAA. AAA looking to maybe move a little more center off of this. I think they're already in their vehicles and pushing out. Indeed, Xiaolu, time to drive in the blue. I don't have any more words that rhyme with it, but that there.
What you gonna do?
There you go. There you go. Nice. Thank you. That is good synergy you're picking up off of me. I like it.
Could you imagine the rhyme cast? That's gonna be the new thing, and everyone would.
I know.
Would never hire us ever
I can't.
again. So
I can't keep up with it.
We wouldn't want to do that. Nope. Either way, let's see. Sonics, they did lose one just before. Now let's see if they can make their way into this one. Strimsy driving forward, trying to get eyes over. They did manage to get him back up on his feet, so 4 alive still. Sorry, make that new circle is going to pop. Will they be granted with it? Yes, they will. It is at least over towards the east, and rhymes again. And this one is going to be a control play they really want to do. They want to take care of TSM. They want to do it now, so that they have this entire hill to themselves.
Absolutely, and you can see they're pretty dialed in on this already. H-Win and Iroh trading damage between each other. Iroh gets a slight better of him there. And Iroh's going to reposition here. Shoot and move, shoot and move. One of the fundamentals of a good PUBG. Never want to be in the same place. Don't want to give your opponent the easy lineup on their shots. Meta has the southwestern part of this circle kind of themselves. Xiaolu's going to cut in front of them. Yeah, they're going to shoot at him. They don't like that. They want the backside of this hill to themselves. And that's going to push Xiaolu a little bit forward. Now, Xiaolu, this is a little awkward. There isn't a lot of, like, the normal hiding places on this particular mountain. There aren't those, like, crevices and things that you can sometimes find on Miramar.
The only thing that's good for him is that he is a solo player. You couldn't play that spot where Lou is as 4 because you would just be forced to literally prone down and do absolutely no. Oh, I guess maybe Virtus Pro could play there, but most other teams probably wouldn't want to do that because you want to be up and you want to be able to stand up and shoot at something. But so Lou being there right now should not be expecting anyone to be anywhere nearby for quite a while.
Yeah, actually that's true. Well, okay. Ents rolling up underneath Xiaolu. Oh, 9 actually finds an angle onto him, so goodbye. No fun for us. The round is ruined by infantry. We don't get to see Xiaolu come through on the solo mission, but that is what it is. Zenith has to fight AAA, it looks like, at least potentially, depending on what AAA wants to do, but they're pushing in, and Punich catches some damage. Jayers sends himself down the hill, but it's going to be TSG over the other hill. Now going to third party this fight a bit.
Yeah, taking shots at a guy in the open can be all good and dandy until you realize you're shooting and you are also a guy out in the open. So Punich fortunate to get back to cover there, and I think they should be aware that attack all around are real damn close towards them. But in true attack all around fashion, they're going to try and back off and find a different approach. And in this particular case, they might be able to try and rev over towards the west and get themselves a different way up the hill. The only thing is their vehicles aren't going to allow them to drive up very fast. And if they go towards TSG, they're going to be coming in extremely slow and most likely to their own death.
Yeah, so TSM did a great job holding off the Sonics and puts them in a, I would say, less advantageous position. Sends them down into this valley, kind of like a crater-ish type thing, like a mini one, with TSM on the outside of it, infantry as well, hanging on the southern side. So really nice hold by TSM, and it swats the Sonics away for now. Punich now still watching AAA, still keen, trying to make these guys pay, but AAA is very, very cagey. I will say this about AAA, Toby, they are very good at avoiding fighting. That is one thing that you can absolutely credit them with, and that is a talent in and of itself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could never, ever try and tell you they weren't good at finding late-game placements. Not at all. They do that pretty damn well. They're good at getting into late game. They're also good at getting into late game and keeping all 4 alive. But it's what they do when they get there. As I said in the previous game, you have to be able to press that button that goes, great, now we've been hiding for a while, now we got to start shooting people so we can make some sort of space for ourselves. And it's as if they're, I don't want to say lacking that button, but kinda. At least I haven't seen a whole lot of it in the PGI.S so far.
Yeah, their mentality isn't that killer instinct like a 4 a.m. or a Buriram. You know, a team that's just going to, maybe Buriram's a better analogy because they're both from Thailand, that they just aren't going to, yeah, as you say, you know, hit that button, put the pedal to the metal, try to go. They're trying to work you. They're trying to poke at prod, see what's going on. They don't want to take a fight unless they absolutely positively have to, regardless of what the format is. This isn't just weekly. That's not just how they play the weekly survival. It is how they play on the finals weekends as well.
I guess that's a good analogy. I don't know what the Thai equivalent to the Chinese yin and yang is, but if there is one, then that's Buriram and Attack All Around.
That's true. Very, very true. All right, well, let's see what Sonics has in mind. Smokes up front, really smart by the Sonics, trying to cut off the vision of infantry. And same thing here from AAA. There is a knock onto Shantian. So for TSG, the early disadvantage falls to them. Gems has taken some damage. Jankyu gonna finish off Sandian with a nice grenade, but grenades landing inside the house of Gems. Peng just narrowly missing on the slightly exposed head. Shia does find Gems though, so good call-outs, good teamwork here from TSG. Grenade ringing in towards Jankyu. It's gonna set him outside. Good grenades, find one, but Shia caught himself, must have banked it off the wall. Smoke all around him, might have been hard to see exactly the lines fit here. Gets a knock on a volley bear. Now it's just Peng left. He runs right by Peng. Did Peng see him? Peng's gonna see him, and he gets him. That is going to be, oh, Jankyu's left. Excuse me, he's still alive. What in the world's happening in this fight? There's so much smoke I couldn't see.
This is such a cluster of an engagement. He shoots away, doesn't see him from behind, and now he's gonna go down and somehow attack all around. Able to take down one of the teams we've really complimented for early game fighting just before they succeed in doing so. Sonics not winning their first game either as they fall in 11th. They will have to continue playing tomorrow as TSM now come over the side to try and see if they can take some control against infantry. New circle. It's gonna pop. Who is gonna get the blessing? Is it gonna be the birthday boys of Ents? No! We're heading up towards Virtus Pro and T1.
All right, well, MCG finds the shack that Afrika dove into quite some time ago, as they are 2 down, and MCG, they have a few. They're okay. They've got 3. They only lost 1, so slight numbers advantage. Grenades did some damage. I think that vehicle's going to explode. Europe. That rolls away from any of the players and going to do a bit of a flip. Taking some damage is meta now, as TSM has them in their sights. They're going to drive through and cross paths a bit, and yep, Iroh does get Ragnar. So down he goes. Sparking and Silzen still up, though. And they find the side of a hill. They're going to nestle in. TSM still watching infantry, but both of them are outside of the next circle, more or less. TSM has just a bit of an edge.
Yeah, this is not a bad play from Meta. Now it's really taking over towards the Freaks at the same time. This is not at all a bad rotation from Meta. Had they gotten 3 across and down there alive, they would have been off very, very well. They do have T1 next to them. Now let's see Multi-Circle Gaming, yet another team that haven't really found their approach to this one yet. They might want to dip down towards Meta as well if they have vehicles, which I'm not quite sure if they do. Could be possible. Now comes infantry, full speed forward. 9 in the vehicle gets down Woogie Boogie with the drive-by. We're 2 in the car, so they're going to spread out and try and take some control. Infantry pushing over the top. Xiao Yang still back in the compound. Needs to come up and help. Needs to be up on the front line with his teammates. That nade is going to be good as Miraku falls down. There are still 2 left alive close by as they try to really deal with them before having to push forward. Vard falls as well. It's just Iroh left alive. We know how dangerous it can be, but he needs to do so much damage because infantry are still 4 alive.
Yeah, we've seen so many highlight reel plays from Iroh, and he's going to need another one to keep TSM alive in this round. Zhao Yang has rolled in. The push could be on here very shortly for infantry, but right now they're running around trying to figure out exactly how they want to set this up, because if they go over that hill, they might expose themselves to a few shots. Iroh has some smoke down for himself. Over to MCG, who had backed off the fight with Afrika because Ents was in their sight lines. Now it's going to be Longsker helping as well. 2 down right now. Tanky really confident with that 3x spray, but Squeaky has the mini, able to get the better of him. And MCG, only 1 left alive, as it's Summer trying to push down the hill, taking some damage himself, and he's going to have to wait this one out, or, well, the Blues not going to let him wait it out, actually. He has not many good options left.
Attack all around in the meantime, push down towards the center. And Ends, in my opinion, had one moment to push up that hill and force out multi-circle gaming. That was when Infantry and Iroh was fighting. Maybe they still saw the smokes up there. They didn't see Iroh down and they thought they were still focusing that way, but it is going to lose them 2 players. Tixu will fall down. Maybe they can get the res up to the last player. I'm not quite sure. In the end of it, will be 1 more down. Longscore with his 5th kill takes down Summer, and we have 7 teams left alive. Meta, happy with their rotation on into the center. They'll be sitting there for now, but attack all around, 1 good nade could be the downfall of all of T1.
Yeah, you can see T1 knows there's a couple teams to their south, so they're a little, trepidatious to go into this fight, and they know they're in a bad spot, but they can't really push forward, or they risk getting caught in a crossfire. Grenades now going to be flung out into AAA, trying to buy themselves some time, trying to avoid the damage. Adder connects into 1. Jayers knocked, and there's a good one to finish the job. Adders takes down AAA with 2 fantastic grenades.
Well, I said 1 nade on T1 could take them all down. I guess same thing goes the other way when you only have a little dip to play around and you have 3 players trying to hide it in there. Not gonna work out for them. Ends now down towards the south. Look at the new circle shift, just exactly keeping the Finns out of play. Infantry well aware of this. They only have to move a few feet further forward in order to be inside the circle, while Ends has longer to go. Now, question being, where can Ends possibly go from here? They have a vehicle, we saw it, but I don't think any of these 6 players on the other side are going to allow them to go anywhere.
It's tough, no doubt about it, and I don't think they have any other choice but to try and maybe send a vehicle forward, see if they get lucky. Adder instantly puts Diggory out of that one, so that idea, you can scratch that one out. Let's see if there's any other left on the idea card. The grenade just a bit short, as Star-Lord very weak, in fact knocked by Hansia from Afrika Freaks. A whole bunch of damage now being done to T1. They're in risk of falling apart. Great grenade from Adder earlier. Did a good job, and a little bit of help from Longsker for T1 takes Hansia down, so Afrika kind of pinned a bit. EJ the only one left for them. And now Ents gets into it on 9 instantly. Gets a headshot with the mini onto Rustenmar. No more helmet for him, and yeah, Squeaky trying to do something.
No helmet, no boosters, no smokes, no nothing. And sorry, birthday boy Squeaky, it's not going to be today. Down they go, and now T1, knowing there's no pressure on their back, they try and push forward over towards the team on the other side. Why do you go for the flush when you know there's 1 more? Xiao Yang gets the double because of it. Star-Lord finds 1, but they go down. Why do you go for the flush when you know there's 1 more coming around the side? They knew there were 3 pushing in their direction. Oh, that's unfortunate. In return of it, Bolyang will fall down as well. Longsker is on the other side, not in a position to really help out here. Trying to stay put, and it's EJ, the solo player left alive here, trying to do some damage. Solo, and Virtus Pro, the polar bear against the snakes. We'll see if VP has it in them to get the win. They find Silver underneath the vehicle. You know Petulance has dealt with his fair share of snakes when that is a spot you peek.
Well, there's still 5 other players alive for Infantry to match that insane 24-kill game they had in PCS2 Asia. Can they replicate it here? There's a chance, and if anybody could get it done, it's these 2, Longsker and Zhao Yang, 2 of the best in the business. And again, if T1 doesn't fumble that, it could be a very different story here. But what a hell of a round for Infantry right now. But Virtus Pro has succeeded in claiming the center of the circle. Let's not forget about EJ, the solo for Afrika. Gonna wait this one out, see if he can get these 2 teams to fight each other. A little bit of opening shots coming, but nobody committing over the side of their hill just yet. Decent damage being done to Infantry, and that's gonna send them heading back just a bit. Ooh, there's a knock. Petulance finds the grenade onto Longsker. EJ still hiding on the side. Grenades pouring out here from Virtus Pro. They smell blood. They want to finish it. Zhao Yang around the side has a lot, but they're able to react fast enough. EJ left alone here. Stuns up and over. There is 1 knock for Virtus Pro. So for all intents and purposes here for EJ, it could be 2v1. They do get the res though. He's through. That's 1. EJ looking to do this. That's 2. He has 2 more to go. He is very weak, but they're running past each other in the smoke. Hiruzen hears him. Hiruzen and Spyro get him just barely. Virtus Pro hangs on, takes the last game of the day.
What a game, and you can see Batulin's face right there. Yes, it's a win. Yes, they're gonna be happy to make it through to the weekly finals, but that was far from clean. You can see that they don't look like a team that just won a game. They look confused and going, how did it ever come to this? How was it so close? We knew approximately where they were, and in the end, it became a 1v1 with the last player being very low on HP. Such a close engagement, such a chaotic ending, and while we gotta give massive credits to VP for winning, a 19-kill third place for Infantry, which unfortunately won't grant them a whole lot in terms of points, is also a very, very impressive game.
Well, it just shows you why Infantry is so scary. They can just pop off at any given moment, particularly on Miramar. Again, the Chinese team so strong on this map, and it is kind of a feels bad, man, but it is what it is. This weekly survival is all about getting it done in the end, and Virtus Pro connects a good grenade onto Infantry that opens the door, and they do not hesitate. They pounce, and that is what gives them the win in the end.
I think the end game here shows us is there's still so much core mechanic and muscle memory in some of these players that they cannot let go of when trying to adapt to this format. Let alone trying to flush kills in these situations when you're solo and they know exactly where you are. It just shouldn't be the priority. Maybe if EJ there in the end hadn't gone for the flush, he could have wrapped underneath the smoke, kept his now forward push position a little bit of a surprise, but in the end he will fall down. It was a close one, and Freak of Freaks almost won it, but I believe now we'll be ready to head on over to Batulins and Virtus Pro as they get squeezed further together so they can all be in the shot, and we'll give them the interview of the final game of the day.
PGI.S Weekly Survival
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 3. And the winners of our final match today was Virtus Pro. I'm here with player Hirozen. Congratulations.
네, 이렇게 파이널로 직행하게 되셨습니다.
You guys have made it to the finals.
에이스는 누구라고 생각하시나요?
Who do you think was the ace player from today's matches?
Как вы думаете, кто самый лучший играл сегодня?
Не знаю, по-моему, все команды играли хорошо, кому-то везло меньше, кому-то больше. Мы придерживались своей игры, поэтому у нас получилось сегодня пройти.
정확하게 어떤 선수가 가장 잘했다라고 말씀드리기는 어렵고요.
It's hard
어떤
to say
선수에게는 운이 좋았고
for an
어떤
exact
선수는 운이
player,
안 좋았기
but I
때문에
think certain players had different luck during the game.
히로젠 선수가 오늘 혼자 남아있던 경기가 많았었는데 그럼 운이 좋았다고 생각을 해야 하는 걸까요? 자, 그리고 네. 이거 정말 치킨이다. 확신했던 순간 언제였는지 여쭤볼게요.
Was there a moment in the game where you knew that you were going to be the winner of the chicken dinner?
Есть были бы какие-то моменты, вы когда вот уже сразу знали, что это будет chicken? Это будет победой?
Не думаю, система достаточно сложная, круги стали меньше. Мы просто пытаемся постоянно играть от центра, пытаемся навязать свою игру, и то есть мы понимаем, что это чикен только к кругу к 5-му, 6-му.
정확하게 저희가 치킨을 확실하게 먹을 거라는 순간은 말씀드리기가 어렵고요.
It's hard to say if there was an exact moment, but because it's hard to predict where the circle is going to move, so we just tried our best to adjust to that, and I think that worked for the better.
어떤 모습을 보여주실 건지 버투스 프로가 생각하는 관전 포인트가 있다면 어떤 거에 주목하면 좋을까요?
Is there a specific strategy that you as a team are preparing to show for the weekend finals?
Не будем менять стратегии, может быть, чуть будем агрессивнее играть, потому что в прошлых weekly finals у нас не получалось как-то в сложных играх себя показать. В этом weekly final мы будем просто уничтожать всех, кто нам будет мешать.
정확하게 저희는 이제 전술을 바꾸지는 않을 거고요.
We're not particularly going to change our strategy,
적극적으로 해서 많은 킬을 하도록 하겠습니다.
but we will try to increase our kill points. Last week we didn't have a great result, but we definitely want to be a bit more aggressive in our play this weekend. Thank you for your interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 버투스 프로 만나봤습니다. 오늘 마지막 매치의 주인공은 바로 버투스.
A big game for VP, and if their hair is any indication, they were stressed out as they get through on the last match of the day with 12 kills. Definitely some respect for that. As we wrap up here, FaZe will move into the top 16 and will be joining us for play as we get back together tomorrow to see how the matches go. Weekly Survival number 3 payouts thus far. $3,000 to Virtus.pro on the back of a big win. But it was quite the game. It started with an awesome fight between Buram and 4AM and ended with a wonderful fight from VP. Let's break it down. Matcham?
Oh yeah, it started and ended with a bang, but let's not forget about the run that Infantry put in as well. Stacking kill upon kill. Looking back over at Shoot to Kill, really wishing the fact that they could have picked up some kills there, but just get pounced on by Multi-Circle Gaming. It was just scrappy from beginning to end in this round.
Yeah, I mean, this circle also was pretty rough because there was a lot of really unfavorable terrain to play. Obviously, we saw some teams kind of have to go in for it. VP did a phenomenal job of basically just controlling their zone the whole time. I mean, and at times even just moving in, you know, they weren't given every single circle, so they did have to come in and work for it, but they got it. More importantly, though, Infantry, you're right, Matt. I mean, it's crazy to talk about the fact that I think Poro actually in the agreement when we was talking about this is watching with this said VP wins with 12 kills, and it wasn't even the most impressive thing in the match because Infantry had 19. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, just phenomenal play coming in from the teams. And let's not forget, Virtus.pro had some moments where they had to clutch up and they were in some trouble to get their way into these different positions. You can see Ashland finding a little sneaky angle back over towards it. But Infantry, just with the kills coming through there, the very last fight before that just took too many casualties with. You can see EJ tries to get something out of this one, does get a knock, does get the flush back over towards one, but then gets spotted out. And VP managed to walk through that one again with a very solid kill count. But we know we were talking about it earlier. Okay, whenever you make the win, great statement. But there's also some statements to be said. Sure, you don't walk away with a chicken dinner. Sure, you don't move on to the next stage. But 19 kills is a phenomenal performance and says to everybody in this lobby, be scared of us.
Yeah, I think we're in the agreement. Poro said it best. Imagine getting a 12K win and not being the most impressive team in the lobby. The reality is, Infantry, if you take out the fact that they can't kill their own teammates, Godspeed, they walked away with 30% of the possible skills, give or take a percentage there, with that count. 24 points and third place.
And as Paper Thin was saying, I mean, this is a team that also in the past PCS, I mean, they've gotten over 20 kills in certain games. So, I mean, they're just so devastatingly good, you know, when it comes to team fights. They're just finding frags. But, you know, again, VP also, I mean, they've been really consistent making it to pretty much the top 8 or top 5 of almost every single game as well. And then some of them have been heartbreakers. So VP also a very frag-heavy team. But yeah, Infantry.
That was just off of VP's shoulders, off of the win. Toffees, you were talking about that beforehand. I mean, there was a lot of fighting that was going on around VP. 12 kills. I mean, sure, we're talking about 19 kills coming up for Infantry, but 12 kills for Virtus.pro and the round win. They managed to navigate the circle so efficiently right there. And yes, sure, Infantry managed to put up a lot, but you can just see the, like, I guess the burdens get lifted off of the shoulders of the players when they qualify, and they're like, oh, the survival stage is done for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating to watch, and I do want to bring this up. That gives us another qualifying team, and it's an interesting juxtaposition, guys, because on one hand, you watch this, you go, Infantry got the most points, but no chicken dinner means do not pass go. On the other hand, 4 of the 5 teams who've qualified have been in every weekly final so far. So there is sort of this argument developing of, like, even with the difficulty, the cream seems to be rising to the top.
It is. It's interesting to see the teams that, you know, we've been talking about potentially changing play styles or trying new things for these survival segments, but it seems like the teams that are consistently making it are just kind of playing their game. Obviously, getting circle and the such helps, but some of the teams are doing it without getting any circle. So I think the consistency is starting to show itself amongst the quote-unquote better teams.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a long game. This is a very long event.
Yes.
We've seen players tweet that this is the hardest headspace they've ever had to be in. In fact, I think you brought up stress a minute ago, Matt, And I know that if there's a quote, I think it's on, here, PGI.S, where S stands for stressful, is a direct quote for Uncivil. He said it in an interview with Porosaurus over on the YouTube channel. You can head over to PUBG Esports and watch it now if you want to. But that seems to be the general consensus from all the teams, Matt.
I mean, let's start off with, it's a very long event. And then you add in the different formats that come into play, modifying your play style inside of that, and then knowing the fact that the weekly stage all comes down to a victory. I mean, it's just multiple stress factors that come into play, and these players are putting up so much and so much heart and soul into it. And like, we're looking at the best of the best teams, and every single one of them wants to make a statement. They want to be in the weekly finals. They want to keep climbing. Sure, the money is great, but a big part of it is also going to be the respect and the value that they get from that. So you can see whenever you look back over, and I haven't seen it in any PUBG event like I've seen it in this one, where the winners are just like, oh, thank Lord, we're finally done. And on the other side of it, the team that gets second is just crushed. And you can see them just like looking down and being like, what do we need to do to fix next time? And the emotions are just on the sleeves.
It's absolutely been a violent, difficult event, and it's not over. It's not even close to over. But that is it for the games today. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow. But you know I hate signing off without getting final thoughts from the guys on the desk with me. We'll start with you, Godspeed. What are your final thoughts on the day?
Man, if infantry can make it to a finals, if they can frag like that, I just can't imagine them losing the next weekly finals. I mean, they've been improving on their frags over and over again over this tournament. So infantry's looking really nuts.
Now, Matt, I think that you and Hypoc are switching it up tomorrow, so this may be the last day I get you for the week. So I want to get your take and sort of what you're looking forward to watching going through the rest of the week.
It's going to be about seeing the teams fall more into their comfort zones for me, playing in the metas and the styles. Like whenever we're looking at teams like infantry, we've been talking about a lot with a lot of the teams that have qualified, and we've been mentioning a lot on the analyst desk. Like, play the control, play your game. Don't be reactionary. You're starting to see more and more teams find their comfort in playing around all of these teams, because there's a lot of research with 32 teams being involved. So the more we start to see that, we're just going to start seeing earlier fights, real early squad wipes coming into play, as we're starting to see more and more of. And I just want to see that trend continue.
Well, we will see. We're going to be back tomorrow with even more action from all of us on the broadcast team. Thank you so much for being here and spending the day with us as we watch these survival rounds. 11 spots remain where the best teams will rise up and claim them for their chance to go to the weekly final and win the first prize of $100,000. Guys, we love you all. We appreciate the crowd support. We are the 11th highest prize pool of esports history, and we're so close to that 10th. I can't wait to get there. It has been awesome, and it will continue to be so. Until we see you back tomorrow for even more PUBG action, I think you know what I'm going to tell you. Play more PUBG.